Good morning. Okay, hi. Hello, good morning, everyone. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming early. So happy to see you. So, we'll be officially commencing in about 15 minutes, so more people to join. So, thank you for coming, and we hope you're going to have a good time. Thank you.
Check. Okay. Works. Check. 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 Testing. Check. Testing. Testing. Check. 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 Check.
Hello, 1, 2. Hello, good morning. 1, 2, 2. Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing. This one is. Hello, 1, 2. Testing, 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 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, 1, 2. This one is not good. That's why.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, It's not mic check now. I'm actually saying hello, everyone. So I want you to respond as well. Hello, everyone. Okay, I think I like that energy. I'm cold though. I've been shivering here. I'm Aje Kwako. So this cold is, but don't worry. Sessions here will make you hot. So hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Please say good morning to please. I need you to respond to me. You know, you're supposed to love me. I love you. So good morning, everyone. You're officially welcome to. Let me ask, what are we here for? What are we here for? Why are you here? What is your purpose in this place? Okay, let's not waste time. We're here for LegalTech Fest. Please let's say it together. Let's say LegalTech Fest. LegalTech Fest. I've been excited for this event from the first day that I heard about it, and I'm like, oh, technology, law, joined together. I'm like, how? And I saw things around me, and I saw that these things have actually been applied, and it's not something that is so new. It is new, but it's not so new, but it is something that should be explored. Who agrees with me? Who agrees with me? Who agrees with me? The lineup of speakers today is so amazing. From the keynote to the panel sessions, everything is just particularly packaged for you. Whether you're a lawyer, whether you're in tech, whether you're in, I know someone that's in investment here, whatever industry that you are, it is going to be impactful. So I'll be reading something very briefly to just, set the tone of the event and also have a context to why we're here. So just listen. We need to have conferences or meetups where we chat about legal tech and justice innovation in Nigeria. Nope, not just the tech lawyer kind of conversation, but the legal tech founder kind of conversation. How we can leverage tech to push the frontiers of legal access and justice. This was a tweet made by Kelechi Achinonu, October 9, 2023. So from this tweet, we have this event. So it's like a talk and do kind of situation. So she talked about how we need to have conferences and meetups where we chat about legal tech and justice. And this event is as a result of that idea. Please can we give a round of applause for the convener of this event, which is Tech Lawyered. We all know about Tech Lawyered, right? Tech Lawyered, yes, Tech Lawyered. To bridge the gap, technology and law. How do we bridge this gap? That's what we're here for. So again, I want to welcome you to this event. My name is Nayan Williams. Not Neye, not Chineye, not Noye, not Leye, not Lawyer. My name is Nayan Williams. And, okay, you want to rehearse it? Thank you. Nayan. Neyen. Nayan. No worry, you'll get it. Nayan. I'm super excited to be here. I see so many beautiful faces. Me too, I'm also fine. Am I fine? Am I fine? All right, thank you very much. So I promise you that you're going to have a great time at this event. So sit back, relax, and get ready to have a good time. So before we move on to the welcome address by the convener, I'd like us to, I don't want to use the word network, but just like look at the person next to you, and some people are seated with each other, they know each other. I'm going to separate, this is IPTLC, I'm going to separate everybody here. You're going to separate, you're here for networking. Conferences are for networking as well, sharing of knowledge. So if you're with someone you know, just know it, that I'm going to separate you very soon. All right, so if you're not with someone you know, please look for the next person to you and ask, how are you? What is your name? And if you're staying with someone you know, stand up and go to somebody that you don't know and say hi, get their name, and one interesting fact about them so that I'll come and ask you later on. Please stand up. Speak to anyone. The speakers are here, or you can also speak with the speakers. They're here as well. So, yes, your name and one interesting fact about you is an assignment I'm going to ask. So make it very brief. Your name, what interesting fact about you. I love the energy here. So good. Wow. I love it. Oh, all right. So you have just a few more seconds left. A few more seconds left. Okay, I see we are having a good time. I'm going to count down in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Thank you very much for participating in my activity. Please let's return back to our seats. Thank you so much. Please let's return back to our seats. We'll have proper networking sessions later, but just to, familiarize yourselves with people around you. So please let's all go back to our seats. Sorry. Hey. Sorry. All right. Please let's all go back to our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. All right. So, yes, I'm going to ask about what you learned about the person you met later on. Later on. So thank you very much. Please let's have our seats. And you were doing as if you could not talk before. I've caught all of you. All right. Thank you very much. Decorum, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask later on what you learned about the person you spoke to and a fact about the person. If you have friends that are supposed to be here, tell them to come. That they're late already, that we started already, tell them to come. If you have friends that you think should be here, if you have anybody, tell them to come right away. All right. So moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is the welcome address. Please, can we maintain decorum? You see this mic that is here? This is my mace. This is my power instrument. So thank you very much. Who read Lord of the Flies? What did you call that thing that if you want to speak, you have to hold it? I can't remember. The conch, yeah. So this is the conch. I am the only one that has the authority to speak, and I can only tell you when to speak. All right? So I've been given all the power. Casey has given me all the power here. All right? Thank you very much. So moving on to the welcome address I already read a tweet that she tweeted about that brought about this event. So she said I should not introduce her. I wanted to give her a tantalizing, citation read, but she said she just wants that. So I'll be inviting Kelechi Achinonu, the founder of Tech Lawyer and the convener of this event. If that clap is for Kelechi, it's too small. It is too small. All right. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I asked that my bio should not be read because, I'm Kelechi Achinonu. I think that's like, yes. So thank you very much. So when I was thinking about like what the welcome address would look like, I asked my partner what he thinks about it. And he was like, yeah, just talk about how the idea came about, the challenges you've experienced in doing this event and expectations as well. So that's what I'm going to talk about. So yes, the tweet has been read. It was just really random last year because I had seen a couple of legal tech events, but the conversation always skewed to more technology law, which is fine because literally in our ecosystem right now, that's what's trending and that's like what we need. But based off my work and my experience, I realized that, there had to be that conversation around legal tech in itself. What's happening? How are people or lawyers leveraging technology to actually provide access to justice for the people? So not just the tools or technologies for the work for lawyers, but actually what we're doing for people, right? Because that's the whole essence of it. And thankfully, despite the many hurdles and challenges and prayers and even disappointments, this is happening today. And I want to say thank you very much for even registering because that gave some validation to what we're looking to do today. And yes, I would say that for me, in as much as I am part of the planning team, I also want to learn something today because I feel like there has to be value for everybody's time. So it will be a case of my expectation. I would say it is to network, connect, learn, maybe find a co-founder for an idea I don't have yet. But at the same time, connect with fellow builders of the ecosystem, of the legal tech ecosystem, whether it's as a founder, as a lawyer, as an operator, as a builder, as a product manager, as someone that just wants to use tech tools and explore, as someone that uses ChatGPT, whatever it is, just really connecting, getting ideas, finding inspiration, and seeing how we can build from here. To be honest, I looked at different other legal tech conferences around the world. I'm really a fan of Legal Geek. It happens in the UK, and they're one of the top legal tech conferences I think in Europe generally, right? Just to see how we could adapt one thing or the other and tweak it to what our event will look like. And that's why we have the lightning talks, that's why we have the workshops, and not just panel sessions, which are good, but panel sessions, you listen, you ask questions, you learn. The lightning talks as well, people that come to talk about their ideas, and even the hands-on workshops too, just so that you're able to leave here with something. And I'm hoping that at the end of the session you actually do, and if you don't, come on, drop my ear. But yes, thank you so much, everyone. It was going to be really short. I said something outside today. I think I shouldn't have named this LegalTech Fest 1.0 because the shege my eyes have seen in doing this has been interesting. But again, I'm hoping that this is a catalyst event for other kind of conversations, whether meetups, whether conferences, whether it becomes annual, quarterly, or weekly, right? So thank you again for coming early. Thank you for being here. Thank you for validating this idea. And I'm really hoping that you have value for your time today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again for Kelechi Achinonu. All right. No citations. Can you clear me on that? Our keynote says we should not read citation. I need clearance from Casey. Can I just read 3 lines? 4 lines? All right, so we're moving on to the keynote speech. But before then, I want us to identify ourselves. I don't know the categories of people that are here already. I see law students. I was once like you. I was once like you, you know. Don't worry. You will be fine. You will be fine. You will survive. I survived. You will thrive. Yes. See, am I not a living proof of it? Don't worry, we'll be fine. I see law students from IPTLC here. We do have lawyers in the house. Okay, we have lawyers. Ooh, okay. Do we have product managers? Okay, product manager. Yes. Do we have web developers? Okay. Do we have lecturers? Academia. Academia. Any other cat? If I've not mentioned yours, please just. We have real estate. Real estate. Yes. There's someone in real estate here. Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Real estate. Okay, that's good. Any other category? Okay. 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 All right. I see you. Let's just validate. Why are you people saying all of you, everybody here? I don't want to say corporates, but all right. Any other category? Founders. Okay, founders. Do we have founders here? Okay, founders. One day. Me too, I will become a founder. All right, founders. Okay, anybody else? Any other category? Branding. Okay, printing and branding. Okay, see printing and branding. All right. Any other one before we move on? Media. We have media here as well. Law school. Okay, law school. All right. Anybody else? All right, so I think more people are coming. I'll keep on checking as we go in. So moving straight to the keynote speech, I'm particularly excited about this. He's going to be speaking on the theme of this conference, Beyond the Courtroom, Expanding Access to Justice with Technology. And I was looking through his profile. He said I should not talk much, so I'm just going to follow that. I'll just read two lines. Two lines. These sentences are very long, so can't catch me. Can't catch me. So the sentences are long, so I really like that. All right, please can you kindly rise as I just read two lines out of a citation? All right. Oluwajoba Oloba is a seasoned professional with over a decade of experience in corporate structuring and business development. Over the last 4 years, he has dedicated his expertise to empowering startups and SMEs, helping them establish strong brands in emerging markets, optimize costs, and develop sustainable business models. Please, one more sentence. Am I allowed? Am I allowed? Am I allowed? He's the co-founder of the Nest Innovation Hub, manager at the World Intellectual Property Organization's Technology Innovation and Support Center, and the co-founder of Sweet TV. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Oluwajoba Oloba. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Please, can you permit me? Let me just stand. This place just, it feels like I'm away from the audience. So let me start with saying thank you, Kelechi, for this honor. I don't take it lightly. Because again, it's something that I've always wanted to do. I started my career very early, working with startups and founders from uni, and it's actually way over a decade. I'm not old. Yeah, thank you. But there are some of my mates here. So we're in law school together. Ngozi is my friend. And I remember then, and when I say early founders, Jobberman, Dudu Mobile, like the early founders, we were all in school. And it was the opportunity to also do business. So they want to register a company. What's the company going to do? Nobody knew. You know, we'll go online. That time, do research overnight, download. We don't understand the agreement. Just download it, give it to them. And we're doing legal work from school then. And when I finished, I'm using style to also talk about my profile. When I finished from uni, and those engagements, it was important to also go for masters. And after that, came back and started working full time with founders and entrepreneurs. And what we found out, and what I started seeing then, was the importance and the need for lawyers to really embrace technology. I noticed that someone said, "Oh, we're Chat GPT," and people like, "Oh," and I think, where is she? You were almost scolding him. Yeah. But let me tell you the truth. The new generation of lawyers won't be the lawyers that, will be shy to use ChatGPT, but the one that understands how to write the promptings to actually get the right answers from the technology. And I feel that's why conversations like this is quite important. Avenues like this for us to talk is extremely important. Is my slide up? Yeah. I mean, I can just fire. It's pretty much important. The keynotes, I don't want you to see like, who is this guy? He's coming to give keynotes. I know more than him. Yes, definitely. My orgas are here. I just feel it's also a very good opportunity for us. Probably, lawyers that even senior me there. But what I like about it, it gives us an opportunity to all, sit down, think around, and see things we've played with in the past. Also mentally curate what we want to happen, forecast what we need to happen in the next 10, 20 years, thereabout. And I'm also excited because when I was writing, I was just piecing something together. I didn't want something too academic. I also wanted something that reflects what I've seen with the work we do at the Nest, and also working with founders, the number of founders, funders, and also development partners in Nigeria and outside. And it's everything I've brought together, and it's a discussion. So I graduated from IFE 2008. Law school. Woo! But again, something interesting was from the university, I was a chamber head. So we used to organize business classes for ourselves. So we started from, they also started from uni. Did my master's in environmental law and policy in University of Dundee. And she's my colleague. She's doing something in that space. I still work as a lawyer, but not a lot of clients, just few selected clients that can pay the bills. Yeah, because again, legal work is a lot of work. Exolve Technology was my first core, so it's a dev shop. We still run it. I was doing legal for Exolve Technology, and that was my first immersion into proper APIs, backend, real tech, developing applications. I mean, yeah. My late co-founder now, blessed memory. It was the first engagement. Yeah. Then Lex Colony was the first experiment around, okay, co-workspace. How do we bring something together to design a model where lawyers can relate within themselves? So maybe not just lawyers again, technology partners, business guys, putting all of them in a co-workspace. Because what we found out from being lawyers to tech guys was a lot of times you think as a lawyer, there's that disconnect, understanding the pain points of the clients you're working with. So if you are in the same space where everyday engagement, you're seeing different things, you're dealing with a fintech or you're dealing with a prop tech guy or an ed tech guy, it just makes it easy to have a leaning or understanding of what their everyday operation and work is like. And also, lawyers, it was explained to get spaces and all, so just put them in a space. We tried it out, it was a good experiment. It didn't live long, but again, I'm still really interested in it. I still feel I will give it a shot. Co-founded one of the first online learning platform, TutorNG 2014, was ahead of its time. There was no data like today. It was an online learning platform, marketplace for learners and teachers to be together, and ended up with the Nest. And what does the Nest do? So the Nest is a hub where we come together, have co-work spaces, private offices, a business lounge, virtual office for people, partners with some of the guys that register people in Nigeria. And this also, with government. Okay. Hello. Wow, good. I really don't like microphones. You don't have that one. Yeah. We need to start seeing it from a global point of view. So yes, we're building local, and I'm happy that some of the things I'm going to be talking about, I'm using examples that are real, that are physical, that we can feel, that we can touch, that we have used before. Don't let this thing be going now. Okay. Yes. So our traditional legal system, yes, it's still pretty traditional. I've not been to court in a while, but it was always boring. Wear wig, and you go. I remember. Let me give you the story. I remember one of the first times I appeared before a judge, early days, and it was one of the reasons why I wanted to start Lex Colony, because I finished from law school. I worked just 3 months as a court lawyer in my life. I finished from law school, and the firm I was going to work with, I just got to the office, and the lady told me, okay, that's the file. Go to court and go and get a date. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to go about it? I have zero clue. So I got to court, and they were calling the cases, and it was my turn. And when I stood up, I said, my lord, I posed, I did all those nonsense. And at the end of the day, I was applying to get an adjournment. So I now told the clerk that, there's a particular date, da-da-da. The judge now asked me, how did you know? I said, you said, more. Everybody faced me like, how dare you? I'm like, what did I do wrong? So apparently you're not supposed to address the judge as you. I didn't know. Yeah. So that happened. But again, when you look at it, the profession has a culture. It has a persona. It has a feel, how we do things. But let me tell you the truth. The world is moving at a very, very, very fast pace. It's beautiful to do all those shenanigans, but we're not competing with ourselves. We're competing in the global market, and the people we're engaging, the people we're having a conversation with, is different. First time when I went for masters, I packed suits and everything. And I got to class, I saw my lecturer in a sweatshirt, and he told my name, talk to me on first name, basis. And it's not about the idea itself, but the fact that opening of mindset, how things are done, also affects what kind of products, what kind of engagement, what kind of people we're designing the product for. Are you following? So if I'm designing a product for a Gen Z, for instance, I can't use typical archaic and outdated kind of word or two. So speed of legal advancement. Self-driving cars now. Let me give you a funny scenario or a question that I want us to ponder over. So if a self-driving car goes out now and hits someone on the road, who is to be held liable? Is it the owner of the car? Is it the person that the car is being registered in its name? Is it the person that designed the software that the car is being run on? Is it the developer that developed a faulty software for the company that licensed the software to the company that has the car? Right. You can see in just one sentence the amount of conflict of law, legal issues that definitely we need to think and start pondering over. Is it the server that the thing is being connected to? Who is to be held liable? And those are the issues we're going to be facing. Those are the issues we're already facing. So it's not, in the future, this is going to happen. This is already happening. There are robots now that deliver food that's been done as an experiment. If someone should steal the food from the robot, what is stealing? Based on our definition of stealing, who are stolen, right? So these are the problems we should start thinking on how to face, not thought. Someone jumped. Let's talk about thought. Trespass. Trespassing, even in metaverse, already happening. Not even physical spaces, imaginary spaces. There was an issue someone was discussing with me recently about an attack, a lady, that I want to put it rightly. I think she's been online for a while, and some people attacked, and it affected her real mental space. And it wasn't through VR and all these VR, AR stuff, right? But it's not far-fetched. It's already what is happening. So, as a lecturer, if I'm designing curriculum for my students now, my headache is beyond Land Use Act. It's more around use of the Land Use Act, because now we are building on blockchain. We're designing things that are different, that are timely, that need to happen. Have we made a lot of advancements? Yes, we have. Yeah. I mean, this is I've spoken about this. Data now is becoming very key. Data is becoming very key. So everything we're doing, all our work, it must transit and end in data. Data that can be queried, data that is understandable. So that report you are supposed to do, that product you're working on, it must end somewhere where people can see it and make sense of it. There are data and there are also metadata. So let me give you an example. If you write on LinkedIn today, if you write a post, when people search you, how are you seen? How do you push that content to be seen? There's a methodology around it. And that is why, as we're doing that, even when we're shouting all these artificial intelligence, I don't want to say AI because I have H factor. You'll be hearing it from behind. Yeah. I will do it like that. When we're talking about, oh, AI this, AI that, I know that's what you are listening for. You know? If we don't have representation of our own data online, there's nothing the query can do. It can't still represent us. And there was an experiment to that where Microsoft at the African Transformation Office, and it's a project they're working on. How are we designing people? How are you taking pictures and definitely naming it to be African? The early days when you search a rich lawyer or something like, or a rich black lawyer, it just gives you someone shabby because a lot of data not stored for the intelligence to pick because it's not represented. So now, when we are storing image, when we're doing things, those use of hashtags is not just baseless. It's extremely important because as you're doing it, it's adding up. When people write codes, metadata, they're extended things on pictures and on stuff that they add so that there's a representation eventually of what we're doing. So if I build an application today, that is where the mindset is, and that's what's happening, and that's why I'm really happy what Kelechi is doing. It looks like a small thing, but it is extremely important. It is really, yeah, it is really important. And we may think that, oh, these things happen, you know, it's just one-off. One of the first times that, so because we engage with a lot of fintechs, we were reaching bottleneck. Fintech, they are here, and CBN and regulators, they're on another side. They don't see eye to eye, right? And for us, we felt the role we play, and the beautiful thing of also being a lawyer, you're able to, because you sit on different tables with them, you understand where their mindset is. So we did, we had an event we called CIBN. The good part is that one of the guys that is in the secretariat was my senior in IFE, so it was easy. So we brought all of them into the room. And guess what? It gave them an opportunity, because they have seats at CBN, all the bank MDs there in CIBN. It gave that bridge between the fintechs and these organizations. So eventually, I'm thinking this most likely will become that platform also, where the tech people, the engineers and all, and also the lawyers, the regulators, the decision makers, the digital economy, Minister of Digital Economy, all of them. It gives us a platform where we can sit down, like, as we're designing these things, as we're working towards these things, this is what we want to see. I digress. Let's get back to action. So, a lot of things we have developed, a lot of innovations we have seen, but again, I'm going somewhere with this. We have tools. CAC Online, startup button. Of course, how many lawyers there? we use CAC online, right? Tell me about it. What do you think about it? Work in progress. And I'll tell you why. It was designed by a technology person and not a lawyer. How many of you use Law Pavilion? What do you say about it? Designed by lawyers. In fact, I know where they designed it. Do you understand? Now, because they are lawyers, they understood the pain point of what the users have and designed a technology to address that problem. A lot of people talk about technology. Technology is an enabler. There are ways people do their stuff. Good. This is a perfect example. When she called me to come to the stage, this is what I'm supposed to use to get to the stage. But you see, something about user experience and user interface. My experience and what we do, it's easier to jump to get to the stage. That is a typical example of user experience. You just want your experience. This is the interface. It doesn't work for me. Are you following? So a lot of applications, when it's designed by people that don't really understand your pain point, and that's also us as the lawyers. It's our responsibility. You can't say that, they should know what we need. Nah. We need to start pulling them in rooms, having conversations around this is how our experience of the tools are. This is what we need. How do I pay for NBA dues? And after I pay, I send an email. After I send an email, I will now go to the office. Like, who does that? Like, seriously, you know? But again, it is not their problem. A tech guy has sat somewhere and designed something that feels like, okay, this should work for them. Technologically, it's sound, but usability is not working for the lawyers. And that's why, moving fast. Every other development, it has happened, and there are more developments happening. And I don't want us to just think that, because it's technology, it's an app, or there are developments. Like, for instance, our ADR outfit, the multi-door court system, perfectly efficient for us. In fact, I think they solve more cases now for SMEs than typical businesses because you just feel that it's fast, it's working, and that's how we need to start thinking. Another good thing, Kendi really understood ADR, and he also has a thriving law business. So it was easy for him to pick what are the pain points, and he was also a consultant. What are the pain points of people using legal services? How do I create that and make it, easier to move? Now, back to what we've been talking about. Justice. So when you law students, when we're in uni, we used to cram this thing. I'll be working, So this morning, because I was reviewing the slide, it jumped at me. Justice is rooted in confidence, and confidence is destroyed when right-minded people go away thinking that the judge was biased. Lord Denny. Master of roles. Yeah. Now, justice in itself, it's not a one-way streak, right? But the most important thing is that as you are building, as you are developing, as you are doing everything around this justice, around this access, around globally seeing what we're doing, it is extremely important that what we are working towards is this end goal. The product is towards justice. The engagement is towards justice. Why do you think we need cameras in particular places? Why do you think we need data in it? So we're not advancing because we're not able to gather enough data to make sense of things. And that's why we're not scoring high. We can't move fast to determine criminal behavior or to ascertain a person has done what. And that's why we stay long in court. Because there's really no evidence, no speed at convincing the judge that there is evidence. Are you following? So as we're seeing these problems, there are also opportunities. There are huge opportunities. Who is designing the application that is matching the different data evidence points? Don't think someone is just going to sit down and they will design it and give us. If they don't understand what our experience are like in court or out of court, then it becomes a problem to be sitting on the table. And that's one of the reasons why our profession has really been stagnated. We feel that people should design for us. No, we need to also get into the maker spaces, into the labs, and start creating, start querying, start designing tools that are workable for us. So, developing and using legal tools to solve legal problems, it becomes our responsibility. Deliberately capturing and gathering data for national use, data banks, they've just burnt one. That is setting us back a whole long time. The Lagos State Data Bank that was destroyed. So these are things that we need to protect. Now, it's not like we don't have data, but how do we sync this thing to make sense of it with speed of light? We're doing some work with Lagos State. So I'm not advertising any state, please. But we need to appreciate when some people are acting deliberately towards what we feel we need to see. Lagos State, LASRA, they're pulling a lot of data. We have too many data points, honestly. And NIPSI, NYSC, NIN, and there's another INEC, CIN, BVN. We have all this data. So how do we map, how do we take, and it's also to be a business. Anybody can build something around that. Promoting virtual courts and remote hearing. COVID happened, we never saw it coming. But one of the things COVID proved to us is like, however bad that product you feel is, when the time is right, you are forced to do it, right? Now, a lot of people relied on Zoom. But who is really building something relevant, the virtual courts? If you build it, and I tell you, some of these guys can actually buy it. So don't let's be thinking, and this goes for students and me and you, don't let's think that it's there. We can be the next billionaires building this product. I knew I would not last in court, not by addressing a judge as you, But I had a feeling, inclination that my business and my life was on the tech or business side. And I feel a number of us, let's see ourselves beyond, I want to end up in this law firm and this other law firm. Online legal resource and portals, especially for academia. We are in a nation that really does not rate education. Most schools abroad, they spend billions of pounds on the research unit. When you go online, like topical issues, we can build ours. And it's not that deep. We don't really need to reinvent the wheel. We can copy and paste, but someone needs to do it. I'm not going to do it because I'm not interested in it. Maybe Ngozi, we add it to our own headache, right? But these are opportunities for us. So I'm mentioning these areas because there are areas of opportunities for us. Let me move fast. Yeah, so definitely mention that. I've gone through that. So you see that it's lawyers that designed some. It becomes our role of lawyers to do. Chatbots and AI-powered assistant for lawyers. Whether you like it or not, AI has come to stay. Like, it's our new reality. So how are we using it to our benefit? Because those chatbots you see, they are trained. They are programming languages that are being trained to respond to answer. It's not just, it just didn't pop up now. People write the programming languages for it to act that way. Not base. You can register your company from Nigeria. Anyway, It's developed by a local guy, Tola Onoyemi, right? So they are not, it's far, far away, draftable. And if you like suffer as lawyers. Me, I don't like suffering. ChatGPT, if you need to use it, use it. The difference between that and you is the fact that you still need to give it the human part in your agreement, in your document. So don't let's be a lawyer that will just, prompt, copy and paste and send. You still need to engage, but it will do. Why do you want to suffer? Like, really? Then there are platforms that you can use to also review agreements. Just typical draftable, Law Insider, Diff Checker. There are a lot of hackathons that are happening now. Although some of them are not focused on legal solutions, it will be good to join, because when you join and there are incentives, it also gives you that ginger to try your hands at new things. We're going to start some programs in universities. Luckily we have like some universities signed on our program. We've tested it out, and I'm excited about it because it's always about what can we build? What can we build? Sadly, our system has not really encouraged that research in universities. So a student thinks that my research, let me just do the research. When I print it, it's for the shelf. No. This research are actually problems that immediately can go into the market. So what we're doing with the Nestlane, the program is called the Nestlane, is we're building maker spaces in university. We have like 4 universities we already signed an agreement with. We're having buildings there where you can take your ideas, go there, have an entrepreneur in residence, have conversation around your idea, then you can see how to push it till you build a prototype. So don't clap yet, though. Let's do it first. But thanks. To see how to do it. I mean, there are a number of other problems. Online lawyer client matching services. Now they're pivoting. They're building a SaaS for lawyers where you have an application that you can use to run your law firm. That's the lady. I didn't even know that I'll be seeing that today. I'm quite excited about what Pocket lawyers are doing. And they are doing the hard work. But to be honest, we need more people to do the serious work. We need more Kelechis and all. The last one is a very important one. So a lot of times, and it was a problem I faced. When you have, how many minutes do I have left? 10 more minutes, good. When you have clients that have a lot of properties, or they have shares, they have documents, they have assets, they have everything spelled around. Till today, I still don't know any application that you have that can pull everything together. It is extremely important. A company tried it. We advised the company, but the company folded up, cover. It would have been a brilliant idea. And beyond that, because it's also data, it's a very, very good data point where that data can be the same data exported to validate wills and all those kind of things, right? For instance, if a person dies today, we still need to do the same will, he signs will, it goes to court and lodges it somewhere. Who is building an application that can be on blockchain where when the person dies, next of kin can be pushed in? You see, my head, I can think of ideas, but I can't do everything. And I think by virtue of my work, it jumps at you like, oh, there's an opportunity, but I'm not interested in, right? But that can be $1 billion idea for someone if you're interested in sitting with it. Because you're a lawyer, you understand what the client eventually needs. You can build it, and people will use it. I can tell you today, it's a problem facing us lawyers. Where do I pull all the information of my clients? A digital file where you don't want to put it on third-party cloud and services. So who is building it secure? And guess what? If you own that application, you immediately have understanding of where everybody's asset is. You can upsell them because it's data. It's serious raw data. Lawyers are pulling into your platform. You are seeing it back in. You can make sense of the data or encrypt the data, do whatever you want. Yes, data privacy, I totally understand that. But again, these are the area of opportunities I feel we can play around. Yes, let me talk about design thinking briefly because I feel that the methodology is one of the things we use every day with clients that sit with us, and it can also help us in what we do. I will run through it. So design thinking is the methodology where you assume, while sitting down with the end user of the product, you design something that works for the person. And one of the most critical areas of it, it's empathy. Empathy is assuming what is the pain point of the client. And when you're going to do that, there's no way you are developing a product for a customer when you are not sitting with the customer. So I think, and it's one of the most important things people fail at. Sit down with the customer, empathize, give them questions. Why don't they like this product? Why do they like this product? It's like you are going to a place, there are a lot of spikes on the floor, and someone says, oh, this thing is hurting my leg, this thing is hurting my leg, and you want to solve the problem. How do you solve the problem? The first thing is remove your shoes and walk the path with the person. So when you understand what the person has gone through, it's easier for you to now develop something that works for the person. So I feel a lot of this is missing in our everyday activity as lawyers. Yes, you know what the person is as regards products, not generally. So for products, and this is where the people that design for us also miss it. They assume our pain points and they design for us. Now, we need more engagement and communities like this where we sit down, this is what we are facing, this is how we feel the thing needs to happen. The second thing, that we need more lawyers to study other courses. One thing about Lord Denny is that he actually has a degree in mathematics. And that reflected in the way he handled cases. I love Lord Denny. I studied him. So also for us, yes, you're a lawyer. It's fantastic. It's good. God bless your soul. It's very important. Pick another area of study so that you are balanced. In the US, you have more entrepreneurs and more products because that happens. You have a major, then you study law. So it reflects in how they design, how they develop products. A lot of products they see. It shows in their line of thinking. Now, I think more as a business person. But when I'm sitting down with a client, maybe I don't know. Their problem, it jumps at me. I'm able to pull two dots together, maybe by virtue of my work. So it's also very important in our firms, and firms are actually going that path now. Having other people from other fields to sit down with them to law firms. Law firms are going from just typical, is a law office, to full service firms. And we're seeing that with UB Law, with anytime we want to have an event now, Banwa and Igodalo, they open their doors to us. Yeah, we're bringing tech guys, we're bringing, hardcore guys. No advertisement again, no. I'm just, mentioning names. We need innovation management. People need to start thinking innovatively. Co-work space for lawyers. I'm still going to do Lex Colony because I feel it's important. So when we have a space where other people, everybody can come together, they can do things. Service firms. So don't let's think, I'm going to open a law firm. Even the consultants now, they're having full-fledged service firms. They're having other career owners in their field so that when we develop and we productize, it fits and, it's relevant. Startup and SME-focused firms. A lot of people have neglected this last part. It's one of the gold mines because, again, look at Africa, right? Africa, we want to have the unicorns, but the US model is not going to work for us immediately. We have more SMEs. So who is designing something that is specifically targeted towards them? They're going to be your competitors, but it's okay. It's fine. The world is big enough for everybody to fly. Strive for national legal technology development, collaborations. As lawyers, we need to collaborate more. Yes, I know that we like I want to be my own Lord of the Ring, have my own law firm. We can't keep doing this silo thing, right? So how do we borrow experience? So if I have someone in academia, environmental, how do I pair with another person, maybe the money capital markets or mergers and acquisition? Let's start seeing how to pull these things together in also products that we develop, not as services alone. Because the clients you want to serve, the startups, they're having multiple problems. Are you following? They have these different problems. So you're a property lawyer. Property lawyer shouldn't be serving a fintech, right? Investment in legal tech infrastructure and skills development, extremely important. Now, information is democratic. You can go online, learn a lot of things, and move and enjoy the benefit. Harvard, all of them, they have courses, free courses online. You can take a lot of it. Encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship in legal services. This is extremely important. It's one thing for you to be a lawyer. It's another thing for you to understand the business of law. It's two separate things. You can be a very good lawyer and a very broke lawyer. You know? Someone has really nailed this that I feel, and is very close to us, is Benga Oyebode. Now, another beautiful thing being a lawyer, you are on different tables and conversations as a lawyer. So that ability to be vast and be quick and to know where the opportunities are, what can you do? Don't say that an LegalTech company has come to you and they're saying, oh, we're building an LegalTech. I don't know about LegalTech. Oh, it's not my business. Two ways you can collaboration. If you have collaboration with another firm, then you can put neck in. And you can also offer service to them and use to take stake. That's what Benga Oyebode did. Like today, is on board of MTN, Okumu Oil, Access Bank. Those early guys, it was on their board. Because as a lawyer, they will bring the issues to you. They want to register. So you can't push them away. But again, they don't want to hold on to someone that doesn't have sense. So it just makes sense that if you don't even know it or have idea to know it, know where to get the answers they need, which a lot of times you can rely on collaborations, to get that. If you are faking it, it won't be long till they know that you are faking it. So as you are faking it, making sure that you're also knowing it. Inclusive and preparatory approaches to legal reform, which is like what we're doing. The only difference now is that government is not sitting there. We're not writing a white paper from here. But I think with time, these are the kind of engagements we should actually have government in the room being represented, stakeholders and everything. In conclusion, there's this issue everybody has been facing. And we have, is where we started from. And I think we already answered it. Will artificial intelligence replace lawyers? The truth is, a lot of jobs are being eroded and it's working smarter, it's working better. But I feel we still have a long way to go in Africa. We still have our roles to play. I feel the data responsibility is still heavily on us. We are still relevant. There's no way, Yes, it can write agreements, but it can't appear in court. Yeah. But again, we may not always end up in court, right? So we need to start thinking ahead of time as technology is advancing. How am I also advancing? And I keep telling people, and I stand to be corrected, the next generation, it's that person that is able to understand carefully, write that next 500 string of query for it to get, because it's becoming a job, right? And I feel that's where part of our work is. Thank you very much, and really happy to have had this conversation. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again for our keynote speaker. Thank you so much for such an insightful session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate. There's so much that was learned from that. We can take one question from this session, just one question. So if you have a question, just one person because of time. All right. Please, can I have another mic to be passed around? Thank you. He's here. He's here. Here. Thank you. Him. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mayoko, and okay, my question is directed to the exactly lawyer, but I'm sort of in the building part of business. I've exited a logistic business, and I'm currently on my second business right now, building. And I wanted to ask because one of the challenges I have had building business from scratch is the high cost of legal fees when you're talking to lawyers, right? And sometimes you just be like, do I really need lawyers or I need my life right now? And because the fee can be sometimes. So how do you bridge that gap to ensure that? Because especially maybe if you're dealing around maybe fintech, for instance, how do you make sure that you're playing it safe because you want to have all the legals right, and then you want to be sure that you're maybe not so entangled with business in the case maybe you want to declare the business bankrupt.
Do you want the real answer or you want the... I can use ChatGPT.
No, I don't. I just, because you're practicing. So
I'm just joking. So, having a lawyer is like having your singlet in Amatan, right? You won't know you need it until the cold is very, very intense. It's not sane. Do you understand? So a lot of times people are like, oh, it's expensive. And I totally understand. It can be expensive. But I will also tell you, Nigerian lawyers are one of the cheapest. We're undervalued and appreciated. And I won't blame anybody. It's also our fault. It's that if one person is not doing it, another person will quickly take it and do. But again, having said that, if you can't afford a sector specific, because fintech is sector specific. If you can't afford that, there are a number of firms at the moment that actually offer pocket friendly services. I don't want to be mentioning their names because again, it's not see me after. Like there are firms in Lagos, big firms that have product designed for startups or people like you, and they are quite affordable. Some of them they even partner with programs and offer legal services because they are partner on the programs. I have tons of them. I'll give you free of charge. Don't worry. You don't need to pay for that one. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, for that again. Please, a resounding round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you so much for sharing with us. So we're moving on to the next item on our agenda, but before that, we'll do a very short activity before the next one. So I would like to invite the keynote speaker first to take a picture. Yes, for pictures. Yes, I'll first invite you. And Kelechi for just here. Or we'll ask the photographer. Yes. Is this fine? I'm asking, is it fine? All right. All right. Thank you very much. So a round of applause for them. All right. So moving next to the panel session, but before that, we'll do another activity. So as I said, I have all the power today. This mic, I can command you to do whatever you want to do. So please, can we first stand up? We sat down for over 40 minutes. Can we stand up to do an activity? Can we stand up? All right. So we just want to stretch since we've been now for over 40 minutes. So we'll be doing, we'll be using our body to spell coconut. We're using our bodies to spell coconut. So let me just do something for you. This is obviously C. This practice. Wait. C O C O N. Bend as much as you can. All the gym people, we know you. People that have not been to do anything for over how many years, we know you. What's the next letter? U and T. T is Do it how you tease. 2 hands. No, that one is simple now. If you can do like a. All right. Anyhow, so let's do it together. 1, 2, ready, go. C O C O N. As low as you can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's come back up. U. All right. Let's go. Chinese get up. And T. All right. You don't want to do that one. Nobody can go this degree. I'm waiting for you. So let's do one more time, very fast. 1, 2, ready, go. C O C O N U T. All right, please, a round of applause for yourselves. Wow. My back. All right. Please, where's my... All right, thank you very much. So I'll be introducing the next speakers for this panel session. And please, I'll be reading citations, but to be brief, so that we can know the context of the speakers that are coming up. So please, as I call up the speakers, please give them a round of applause. And please listen to their citations. So the first speaker I'll be calling is, how many of us know Legal Niger? Legal Niger, whether you're a lawyer or not a lawyer, you will know Legal Niger. So I'll be calling the 001 of Legal Niger. 001, all right. So Mr. Adedumade Onibokun, I promise you that I rehearsed your name. I rehearsed it, all right. He's a lawyer and author whose legal practice focuses on corporate commercial law. He's the managing partner at Adedumade Onibokun & Co., a general practice firm, and leads on matters across different sectors in Nigeria. He is also the founder of Legal Niger, a justice innovation startup that is making access to justice easier for users, lawyers and non-lawyers, by allowing them access legal information, legal services, and an online dispute resolution mechanism to help parties negotiate and resolve disputes. Legal Niger also helps lawyers advance their legal careers as well. He has represented a varying degree of clients in several matters before different courts in Nigeria, including banks, corporate organizations, government agencies, and state government. Ladies and gentlemen, he has also represented clients before arbitration panels and election tribunals. In 2022, he was awarded the Outstanding Young Professional Award at the Nigerian Legal Awards and currently is a member of the Nigerian Bar Association Digital Committee and NBA Lagos Media Advisory Committee. Adedumade Onibokun is also a member of the Osun State Judicial Service Commission. Again, a round of applause for our panelists. Such an outstanding profile. Okay. The next panelist I'm going to be calling is Mr. Yusuf Abdulwahid. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Yusuf Abdulwahid is the COO and co-founder of SideBrief, an innovative startup that facilitates the ease of doing business in Africa. After graduating from Crescent University with a degree in accounting, he attended Lagos School of Business and Finance. Abdulwahid had a wealth of experience from working with numerous startups in Nigeria, such as Printivo, Grace Lake Partners, Express Pharmacy, and so on. Abdulwahid has been heading operations at SideBrief since its inception in 2019. When not working, he enjoys traveling and spending time with his family. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yusuf Abdulwahid. Thank you so much, sir. We're happy to have you. The next panelist is Mr. Bami Olajide. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a VC and design thinker with proven experience finding, funding, and supporting African startups. As a believer in the power of entrepreneurship and innovation for transforming local economies, Bami currently serves as senior associate at Endeavor, where he creates stakeholder value for high-impact entrepreneurs in Nigeria, helping them to dream bigger, scale faster, and pay it forward. He has also served pre-series startups like Gamer, Winage Farms, Pure Life Pharmacy, and Transcend Pharma as fundraising advisor. Bami continues to support the development of the African startup ecosystem by engaging and mentoring entrepreneurs across platforms like Get Accelerated, Africa Business Heroes, and the Lagos State Economic Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mr. Bami Olajide. Can you hear the profiles of our speakers? Thank you very much. All right, so the next speaker is someone I met in Ibadan, and I'm meeting her here again, so happy to see you, is Ms. Choma Ihegwara. All right, thank you. She is a technology lawyer and data protection expert who is known for her work in the legal tech industry. She is the founder and CEO of Legume Limited, a company that has developed a mobile application called Legume, which provides users with free legal information and access to experts at affordable rates. Chioma is also the driving force behind the Legume Youth Network, an initiative that empowers young people to engage in conversations about their rights and the justice system. Additionally, she has initiated a social media awareness campaign on access to justice called #A2J, which aims to raise awareness of individual justice rights and connect individuals with free legal advice and affordable support. Overall, Chioma's work demonstrates her commitment to using technology to make legal support more accessible and to foster an inclusive and just society. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Chioma Ihegwara. All right. So our last speaker, Mr. Samuel Oji, is currently on his way, and he will join us when he's here. So now to the moderator of this panel session. The mother-in-law. They said it's not mother-in-law. When I first said, I thought it was mother-in-law, but it is mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, the mother that murdered your mother. I'm reading her. Please, can you please step? Do you want me to give you this? Her real name is mother-in-law. The second one is another one. Okay, let me read your citation very briefly. One day, they'll read my citation. All right. So, Ngozi Nwabueze, also known as the mother-in-law of businesses, is a dynamic and forward-thinking legal practitioner, entrepreneur, and legal expert. She's the CEO, founder of Pocket Lawyers IO, an innovative legal tech infrastructure, and the founder, managing partner at Pocket Lawyers LP, a leading virtual law firm. If they told me there was going to be a virtual law firm 10 years ago, I'd be like, impossible. But please, a round of applause again for her. With over 15 years of experience advising businesses, Ngozi recognized the challenges faced by lawyers in traditional practices and created Pocket Lawyers to bridge the gap between legal services and technology. She has participated in various entrepreneurship and innovation programs and has been featured in Forbes and other media outlets. Ngozi is also a sought-after speaker, event moderator and host, and advocate for creating legal structure in business and promoting entrepreneurship. She's actively involved in advisory boards and initiatives focused on startups and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for our moderator, Ms. Ngozi Nwabueze. Thank you very much. So this session is going to be on building investable legal tech startups. Building investable legal tech startups. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. It's fantastic to be here. Kelechi, the leader of the Justice League. Yes, I said I'll say it here. Please take it to your full chest. Accept it to your full chest. Yes, thank you so much for putting this together. God bless you. And the team, Eddie Young, everybody that worked on this, thank you all so much, right? This is the beginning of so much more to come. And of course, I must acknowledge my Oga, Joba. We were in law school together and we're members of the House of Lords, if you know what that means. If you know, you know, you know. And yes, my sister-in-law, she was here. Where is she? No, sister-in-law. Yeah. Yes, that's her. Hello. Yeah, she's the CEO, founder, LegalTech, and the managing partner, the Legal Concierge. Yes. And it's so good to have everybody here. You know, thank you so much for being here. And my distinguished panel, thank you all for being here, for making out the time today to be here. On behalf of Tech Lawyer Conference, I say thank you. Today, we're going to be talking about building investable startups. Legal tech startups, right? I think it would be good for us to break down what each of the words there mean, especially the high-sounding words. Investable means, right, this kind of business is something that is worth investing in, meaning it's most likely scalable, it's solving a big problem, and it's something that, you know, investors will probably want to back, right? Of course, we all know what legal tech is. Legal tech is using technologies to solve, you know, legal problems, whether it's for the side or on the side of the lawyers or, you know, the general public or both or whatever it is, a combination of all of that. Now, from that background, like I said earlier, the topic is building investable legal tech startups. I mean, we all know this distinguished panel, who everybody is. I'm sure he'll be with us shortly. First things first is we'll need to define or understand what it is to find legal problems to solve. Right? I think that's the place where we need to start from. What everyday legal issues can be made easier with technology? What everyday legal issues can be made easier with technology? So please, I mean, anybody can take that. Go ahead, Chioma.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. And to speak on this panel. So thank you so much for the invitation. The question is, what everyday legal problems should
can be made easier with technology?
Can be made easier with technology. That's very okay. 1, reviewing a document. 2, signing a document. 3, stamping a document. 4, verifying a document. All of those things could be made easier with technology. Let's use, for instance, whereby you're trying to, you're going to the land registry, you're trying to confirm the validity of the land. We all see how tedious the process could be. That, Nigeria has a very bad problem when it comes to accurately storing data. I believe that with the use of technology, that could be easily aided. Earlier, Jabba spoke about cloud technology, blockchain. Imagine blockchain system working in the land registry. It makes our job so much more easier. Same thing down with wills. Same thing down with signing, stamping, and reviewing documents, whereby you sit with your partner or with a third party, have the conversation online without even going anywhere. Thereby putting in place ease, putting in place convenience, and whereby the document has been approved by all parties, is signed on the platforms. But if we're looking at this, if we're looking at creating solutions such as this, we also have to ask ourselves, what are the statutory requirements, or what is the regulatory landscape around solutions such as this? Have we gotten to the point whereby we are allowed to adopt such technology solutions? Have we gotten to the point whereby if these solutions are going to be created, they wouldn't be pushed back by our community? So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Choma. Thank you very much. I mean, who else wants to contribute to that? Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you, Casey, for putting this together. And your sister-in-law, I actually call her my chair because she's my chair in the NBA Digital Committee, in which I am a member. So my chair, hello. Yeah, great. So straight to the answer, what legal problems can be solved with technology? I'm just going to use a lot of my personal experience, right, in answering a lot of the questions that we're going to discuss here today. So one of the earliest problems I realized as a young lawyer was that a lot of people did not know the law. Back then, this was like over 10 years ago. A lot of people did not know the law. There was little or no information online that could educate people on the law. So what I did was I asked myself, okay, how can I help people understand the law better and allow them find legal solutions better? And I did one of the simplest things, which was I started a blog. Now, a blog is just using technology, right, the internet, to just share legal information, and that's what I did. And that was how I started trying to solve legal problems. So that's the first one that I saw, and that's the first one that I tried to solve. So using that as an example, right, every legal problem anybody passes through can be solved with technology, or technology can be used to help them access solutions to that problem. For instance, if you try to find a lawyer now, you can do that online. There are a couple of startups here who are trying to solve that problem, connecting people with legal services. If you're trying to get a document, right, if you're trying to draft an agreement as a small business, a lot of people, like he said, it's quite expensive sometimes to get a law firm to do that for you, but there are legal solutions that help you do that for a fraction of the cost and a lot faster. So every legal challenge you find right now, there is a technology solution that can help you achieve it. So if you look around you, you can always find something that you can do. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Nice to be here. Thank you, Kelechi, for organizing this. Just to buttress what you said, how many people know what Bloomberg is? Bloomberg terminal and stuff like that. Yeah. So information and data on the very basic level. From what he said around, folks don't even know the law, or just discovery of related cases, discovery of data is actually a big problem, right? And it's from just that standpoint, it's an enterprise solution. One, Bloomberg currently charges tens of thousands of dollars per terminal for you to have access to it, right? The problem with Nigeria is that we still run a very paper-based this thing. You have to subscribe to law journals. The course I studied in uni, I think we had to do something as regards media law, and we had to read a lot of cases and stuff like that. So the problem I see with a lot of firms or with a lot of people is that we are reaching a case where we are reaching the point where there's AI, there's machine learning, there's all of those kind of stuff. What is stopping you from having a case, for example, like you have like a case before you, and there is a product that you can see judicial precedents that has gone before it, you can see case laws, you can see related cases. That's actually going to be a big product. For law firms, it's going to be a big product. For international folks that want to understand, the Nigerian jurisprudence landscape or judicial landscape and stuff like that. So from an information and data perspective, I'm still looking out for who is actually going to build in that, leverage on ML, AI to see like what are the related cases in land law, what are the related cases in defamation, libel, and all of those kind of stuff. It's actually good. It's a good problem to solve. I'm looking forward to someone solving that. I loved what she said around, blockchain, using it in land registry and stuff like that. So and we live in a world, or no, not in a world. We live in, it's a world but we live in Nigeria where I would say that we don't face pockets of injustice. Like we're now in a place where injustice or the lack of access to justice actually is now is like part of us, so that people don't, from a fundamental level, they don't know, they are not aware of what their right are, they are not aware of this, they don't even know how to go about it. So we just need to think about what are these levers to access, and you can actually find a problem to solve every single step of the way, from awareness to actually who to talk to how to go about it. There is a technology for everything, and I hope that in this panel we get to go through everything. But I just thought to set the tone with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Piggybacking off of that, the next question is, because usually, as a lawyer, when you engage a client, there are two questions they ask you. The first one is, how much and how long is it going to take? Those are the first two questions that they would ask you. So you know that cost of legal services is a big issue, and I think is literally one of the foremost. How can technology make legal services, I don't want to use the word cheaper, because cheap is cheap, right? Let's use the word affordable. Affordable and more accessible, right? So how can technology do that, make legal services more affordable and more accessible?
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. I think economies of scale would really help. So think of maybe lawyers that do CC registrations. In a month, maybe you get 2, 3, 4, 5. You need to charge well to make it worth your while. Yeah. But if you think of a way to attract 1,000, right? At 1,000, you don't need to charge a lot for each individual ones. It's cheaper if you can just, it's cheaper if you have a lot of them to do. You can even hire maybe interns to do it for you. But really, economies of scale, if you're able to attract it in masses, you don't need to charge a lot for just the few ones you get. So you need to make sure you're in a position to attract a lot more, like to attract the masses, really. Yeah.
I mean, just in addition to what you said, right? And the beautiful thing with technology is a lot of the processes that would have been manual are already automated, right? So that even makes it faster. So in as much as you are doing 1,000, just like you said, you are not particularly fully interacting with these people all through the entire process. A lot of it is automated. Information collection is automated. Giving feedback on the milestones too is probably automated. So yes, I think that's another way that technology also helps with attending to that economies of scale. Who else wants to say any other thing?
Yeah, so I expected him to answer it because he's building something very fantastic in that space. But when we think about what technology can actually do in terms of when people say, oh, the cost and how long it will take. I mean, that's the reason why if you're just having a bant with someone on Twitter, they'll just say, I'll take legal steps. And nobody really takes any legal step, right? It's like, when we think about it, I see the legal industry, just like from an investment standpoint, as similar to the medical or healthcare industry. It's something that everybody needs, but the supply is limited. So like, what are the interventions? Just looking at what the medical industry is doing, what are the interventions that are going on? You find out that there are stuff like telemedicine. They are doing like a lot of stuff around, just increasing the efficiency so that, because currently we have like 1 to population size is very abysmal. All the doctors are jacked by it. Like very soon, I imagine that's the same with the lawyers, because you find out that they just do their first year in Analuko, everybody, and then the next thing you see, this guy is already in one of the law firms in the UK.
He's already wearing winter jackets.
Exactly.
The next picture he posts. Yes, that's what happens.
Yeah. So like, how do we think about when we say things around cost. I think what is said is very important. Economics of scale. The another thing I would like to just point out is the fact that when we still need like a lot of things in terms of time. One of the things I wanted to mention earlier was that things around even court scheduling, we have not solved it. Someone just comes and just schedule your case to 2030. Like, how? Like, what? Like, there are better operational management tools that we can do in that regard that would actually they'll make it worthwhile. But in terms of cost, I don't think that it's going to get ridiculously cheap, because even with the medical space, telemedicine and all of those kind of things, the biggest barrier is still the cost, because purchasing power is a real thing. Yeah. Purchasing power, you cannot solve for purchasing power, but you can solve for, okay, the people that the non-consumption, the people that can actually afford it. Is there the ease? Is there the convenience of accessing it? The reason why we use Nobase or SideBrief or any of those platforms to actually go through my sales is because I don't have to. The first point of contact is not that I'm stepping out of my place to go and hunt from one shop to the other and all of those kind of stuff. So I think what we can do is just just think in terms of ease also, because there are people that will actually pay. They will get to a time where that legal step, you need to actually take it. But now, who do you go and meet? That's the next question. Like, once you know the money, you have to do it. Like, when you're sick, like medical industry, the thing is that there are no doctors, yes, but when you're sick, you really need to see the doctor. You need to buy drugs, you need to do it. So where then do you do it? Are there people that are building things that are for the digital natives, the people that know and stuff like that? The only few law firms I know, the other ones I know are very, in my head, there are two classes of law firms. The very traditional ones that are for the shells and the everything, and then there are the, okay, I see the Nobase, the SideBrief and the everything, but what is the one in the middle that is actually catering for, actually people that have law challenges, just from a personal standpoint, and from a business standpoint. I know these law firms because I play in this space, but in terms of like mainstream adoption or just creating that level of access, I think we can still do a lot to that, because there will always be a market to pay for that, like you would have seen with his business. But we just need to think more around it, and I'm happy that there are platforms like this where we can do knowledge sharing and stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So I wear two hats, right? I have a firm, and I have people that work with me in that firm, and I also have a startup. So I understand from both angles. Now, from our law firm, we are a business. We have salaries to pay. We have rent to pay. We have computers to buy. We have things that we do daily that take a lot of our funds, right? So when someone comes to ask for our service, you have to pay, because we too are paying. That's on the one hand. And I'm just trying to be as sincere as possible. You have to pay. Now, on the second hand, right, I also understand the need for innovation. I also understand the need to have SME fit products that someone who is not a shell or a big co can actually pay for. So from my experience, right, I introduced a product at a time when I was really, at the beginning, I was afraid to promote it, and I'll tell you why. If you go and meet a lawyer to draft an agreement for you, if you come to me in my law firm hat and tell me to draft an agreement for you, I'm going to give you a bill, right? And I expect you to pay it. But at the same time, I introduced a tool where you could get your agreements in 5 minutes. I automated it. All you have to go is go to our site, fill in a questionnaire, and you get the agreement in your email. And I was charging very, very small fee, a very, very small fee. For instance, there's some agreements that you find that are like 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira, 6,000 naira, 8,000 naira, thereabout. But this is an agreement that if you had come to me on my law firm hat, I'll probably charge you hundreds of thousands for the same agreement. So I was afraid to market it because I felt my fellow colleagues would be like, dude, are you trying to spoil business for us? you know. And but what I'm trying to say is that there has to be a middle ground. Lawyers are providing solutions for SMEs. For instance, during the keynote, right, he said that he knows a lot of firms who are providing products for SMEs that are quite affordable. And these are big law firms, right? So they're not small firms, and that's why they're charging cheap. No, because they understand that there's a market that they need to provide for. So in the long run, at the end of the day, we will see more solutions like this come out. We will see more people come out with solutions that make business easy for the small business owner. So getting a lawyer now is no longer as expensive as it used to be, right? You can even talk to a lawyer and they can even partner with you. They can collaborate with you, just like we heard during the keynote, right? They can partner with you, they can collaborate with you, and they can offer you huge discounts if they believe in what you're doing. So technology is making legal easier, is making legal cheaper, and I'll advise any small business out there to go out there and look for tools that fit their purpose. Thank you.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
So, Buttress's point, I think for legal startups, if you bid for businesses and give to consumers, there's a difference between how much an individual can pay and how much a business can pay. Yeah. So, in building a comprehensive solution for businesses, those are the bills that keep your lights running. But you can have a watered-down version for individuals. It's much cheaper and they can pay for it. But if you stick to just that, you go out of business. So, if you bid for businesses, you're able to give to consumers. It's a lot easier.
He's giving you guys gems now.
Oh, okay. So I think everything that the fellow panelists have said, awesome. But they are speaking on the part of businesses. What about individuals themselves? We need to understand that there is a poverty problem in Nigeria. There's a huge digital divide in Nigeria. And so how is the everyday Nigerian able to access legal services when they cannot afford it? So I keep commending Made. I really like what he's doing, being able to download legal agreements at really affordable rates. So it means that the everyday Nigerian, if they're having issues with their landlords or if they're trying to sign like a simple agreement, they have a solution there. But we also need to recognize that these people as well, when it's time to get legal advice, it's quite difficult for them. So I'll suggest that being able to provide certain services for free or offering them a freemium model whereby they can access basic legal advice for free and then more standardized or more upgraded services at a paid rate, thereby closing the justice gap, even if it's just a little bit.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just to...
It's getting interesting.
Just to piggyback on what she was saying, when you were talking and you was talking, I just thought to myself, wow, we've been talking about businesses, and one thing just popped to my mind: civil dispute. What happens, because justice beyond courtroom is things like ancestral land, kolai wasabi, all this kind of stuff. But like more seriously, it's like the benefit of just being in the investment space and seeing between industries that I can draw parallels. What she said about how can we just make this thing retail for people that actually have problems. If you look at agriculture, agri-tech, for example, they have like a big supply chain problem. Like food cannot go from where there is excess supply to where there is this thing. So what do? The folks that actually have the excess supply are, quote and unquote, they have the same barriers to access. Let's say, okay, low literacy level and all of those kind of stuff. They cannot operate technology to list their goods on a platform. So what the agri-tech industry did was to create an intermediary, like that's not off-takers, agents. So I do think that in terms of creating like retail legal solutions to problems that are affecting people very critically, like land issues, things that have to do with women, people with this thing. I think if the legal tech industry or the legal tech solutions, like ID legal tech solutions that are going to have impact, are going to create like a class of workers. I don't know what that's going to be called. Maybe legal just legal agents. They are not going to be lawyers,
Yes.
but they are going to help. They are
Like
the ones that
paralegals, but yeah.
and yeah, exactly. And you see, this is the reason why the pharmacy business has been very, very important. It's like I was at the pharmacy this morning and I just told her, please, can you check my skin? I think there's something happening here. And then she looked at it and she's like, okay, this is what you should do, and that. So it was that first point of contact. So if you actually want to get to the last mile, they cannot come to you because 200 million people cannot come to just 40 or 50,000 of you. You have to create another class of, that's like market creating innovation. So I think that we can just take parallels from industries like agri-tech, take parallels from industries like, that have created things like pharmacy. Pharmacy is like the first door, like once you pass my level, you go to an hospital or something. So the actual legal tech solution that fit our context will take those things into account. Like, who are those people that they can reach out to before escalating and stuff?
He has given somebody in the room a legal tech business idea, free of charge, FOC. Like that right there is a fantastic model because, funny enough, before you mentioned it, honestly, I never thought about it. There needs to be somebody or a group of people bridging that gap, right? Who are between the lawyers and also between, you know, the populace. I think that's a fantastic business idea. Yeah. So somebody really needs to take that and run with it. I see so many ideas coming out of here after this. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So just to add a little bit to what Mr. Ayobami just said, so that's one of the things that. Oh, I think it might just be my voice. Okay, so that's one of the things we are trying to achieve with this campaign, the Access to Justice Awareness campaign. So as part of the campaign, we were able to partner with Nulai, that's the Nigerian Legal Aid, Nigerian University Legal Aid institution thereabout, and granting us access to 52 legal clinics, and as well as a list of paralegals. So our goal is that, we want to be able to bridge that gap between, by activating the legal clinics, so that even whereby you do not have a mobile or internet-enabled phone, you go to a legal clinic and you'll be able to you'll be able to get pro bono legal advice or free legal services with the support of the paralegals.
Fantastic.
I believe that young people, they're at the forefront of technology, they're at the forefront of change, they're at the forefront of everything positive and everything powerful. So you need to activate them as quickly as possible, and that's one of the things we hope to achieve during the campaign. Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, this is, I like that. I'm enjoying the discourse because honestly, you guys are opening a prism that I never saw. And I'm sure, I hope everybody everybody's heads are opening because, man, and I've been in this space and I did not see all these things. Please go on.
So something that just came to mind, I think Joba mentioned it, is like you can be a good lawyer, but you're bad, you just... The thing with, when I discussed, or when I even met Kelechi, and then she saw just so much about she made me know about the access to justice, the SDG actually for itself. When you are building, the topic of this panel is investable businesses and stuff like that. Like, you are doing great stuff for humanity, like, fine, all well and good. Impact, I mean, like, really great, but how do you make money? Yeah. And Joba mentioned somebody I look up to a lot, Benga Oyebode. And when I read, like, how he actually does his deals, or when he does his law stuff, is like, there's a percentage he takes from the stuff. So if you are doing pro bono and all of those kind of stuff, if that actually happens, like there's an intermediary already, and I read like some case studies where these people will file cases for you, but like there's a no win, no fee basis. So you have to think of those upsides, because if you're coming to me and say, oh, I'm reaching 100,000 people, that's good number, right? Maybe if I just want to throw like just some grant money at you just to show that, oh, I'm doing some great things in the society, that's fine. But if you actually want to build an investable business, you actually have to think from the basis of, oh, how does this reflect on the unit economics? Like, what does it look like to my bottom line? So if you build out that, and then there are different revenue scenarios. You can do a no win, no fee basis. You can do a just you pay like you pay some money to the legal aid and you just have a revenue share or something. But the emphasis of it is that I think legal tech startups are often drawn between two extremes. It's like be a traditional law firm or just be an impact, just be like impact and social impact. And you would see that that's the reason why the legal tech industry, and I was just very inspired by what Kelechi did because she just made me very curious about this. It's like legal tech has historically, like all over the world, raised like less amount of money than compared to every other sector.
Yeah.
And it is like the sector that when people, if you don't have access to justice, when you like, if you don't have good health, you feel bad. Like if you've been wronged, there's no access to justice. You're living under like conditions where you face like civil brutality from your spouse and all of this kind of stuff. It's things that actually fundamentally hinder your quality of life. But then that part of things people do invest because people have not been able to think beyond just doing good. I mean, doing good can be good business. That's the point I'm trying to make. That we need to think about revenue models that actually helps you to capture value as much as you're dispensing access to justice. So there are many ways that we can think about it. But I think in the workshops and stuff, these just like ways that we can just set context and we can think better around how to make sure we are doing good and we still have like a good business running.
Yes, I mean, thank you so much, Ayobami, for that. You know, which is why I like the balance in the room because we are talking about building investable legal tech startups. And just like he said, okay, my own personal experience. There are times when you are applying to stuff and they're saying, oh, startups. And then you see fintech, prop tech, all the tech, and you don't see legal tech. And then you go to others. You go and tick others. Then there will not be a line there. You now write legal tech. The thing always kills me. Like, if I fill 10 forms, I promise you it is 9 out of 10. I promise you it is 9 out of 10. Right? But let me say this. I'm signed to TechCrunch, their newsletter. And I got this mail yesterday in my mail. And you guys, I don't know if you know Clio. Clio is a legal tech, is a global legal tech. And they recently raised $900 million at a $3 billion valuation. Let me say that again. Clio recently raised $900 million. Jesus, God win. At a $3 billion valuation. Then another AI startup, LegalTech 2, is backed by OpenAI, called Harvey, raised $100 million. I think at a reduced valuation of 1.5 billion. But I mean, these are automatically unicorns, right? So I mean, 100 million, and this one raised $900 million. Oh my God! But what am I saying? Attention is now coming that way, right? And this is 2 legal techs in like the space of 1 month, which is great, right? But I think we need to now start to do more so that this starts to even trickle down here. We don't need to be hiding in the shadows anymore, right? For me, I will keep applying. If they like, they should put legal tech. If they like, they should not put legal tech. That's their problem. I will fill it in, right? And I think that's a way for us to constantly push the envelope. Let's just keep showing up, right? And then whenever I usually enter those rooms, right, I'm always the green horn. Like, oh, okay. Okay. Then, of course, when they see the name, okay, lawyers, legal tech. But you see fintech, there are 2 million there. You see health tech, there are 3 million there. You see ed tech, another story. Prop tech now is gaining ground. So I think we need to now start to push these things so that people know that, hey, we're not a push aside, right? We're not, by the way. While we were having this conversation, a distinguished member of the panel walked in, Mr. Samuel Oji. He's the scale-up He's the scale-up advisor at Hill Justice Accelerator. I will just take his citation very quickly so that at least we know, the big dog in the room. Yes, so Mr. Samuel Oji is the scale-up advisor at the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, Hill, where he supports social ventures, leveraging technology to advance global access to justice, with extensive experience in impacting investing, program management, and startup acceleration. Mr. Samuel has a strong background in law and finance. I'll say something about that. He has played key roles in renowned organizations like UNO Social Business and Mercy Corp Ventures. Mr. Samuel is passionate about fostering innovation and social entrepreneurship in emerging markets, particularly in Africa. You're very welcome, Mr. Samuel Oji. It's a pleasure to have you here. I know that Lagos happened, but it's fine. We are happy. Yes, we're glad to have you here. We are glad to have you here, and we know that definitely you would contribute, very generously to this conversation, right? And one thing that struck me about your profile, law and finance, piggybacking of what our keynote speaker said about lawyers having just linear skills, right? And I see that all the time. I remember when I was trying to get lawyers on board, right? And all the CVs I saw, the only experience lawyers had was law. Ah, man, it was, I think it's a problem. It's really a problem because we get to see, everything we see is in prisms. We don't get to see things, from different angles, which I think it's fantastic to see people like you with, should I say dual entity? Yeah, so thank you. And I'll just jump right into the question that was asked just now. And let's just get your, what you have to say about it. How can technology make legal services, more affordable and more accessible? How can technology make, legal services more affordable and more accessible?
Like everything else, technology has the potential to, to scale it and take it to more people, and and to be able to reach different markets that they hadn't previously reached, and maybe potentially make it cheaper. But I think you also need to look at it in the context of our market. It's not just about having some type of fancy technology. It's also the root of what you're offering. The challenge that we have with Nigeria, and that's also reflected in things like even the incomes of lawyers, is that the justice system itself, there's an issue with the justice system. People, oftentimes when people have a problem, courts are not the first place that people want to go to resolve their issue. Because it takes a lot of time and all of that. So if there's no underlying value there, if people already realize that if I have a dispute, this is not the way to go, or people there isn't that trust in the legal system. No matter the amount of technology you introduce to it, the improvements in experience for people will only be marginal. So one of the things you mentioned there is the fintech industry. Why everybody is a fintech. The reason why fintech works is that the two sectors upon which it relies upon are the only two functional sectors in Nigeria, which is what? Telecommunications and banking. And if you check it on the stock market or anywhere, you see that those two sectors are the only consistently performing sectors. When you look at profit of companies, because why? Government regulation there is clear. People understand what, the regulator is active with CBN. People know, okay, this is how you act. This is how, there's clear rules. Same thing as well with telecommunication. It's been one of the most consistent contributor to Nigeria's GDP. So because that underlying structure is there, it's now easy to be able to build on top of it and then take different services to people. The challenge with, yes, and we've seen in other markets where the system works, and particularly in this case would be United States. So I'm sure those companies you've called with billions of dollars worth of valuation in LegalTech are all US-based companies. It's because the people have a certain assurance in the US that the system works. And if you do this to me, I'll take you to court, and in the next 1 month or two, I'm going to get a decision. People are very litigious. So on top of that, an industry has built. In fact, there are people whose entire business is to finance litigation. That's what they do. So they are like an investment bank. You go and meet them like, oh, someone has done something to pollute this environment. I don't have money to take them to court, but finance it. And these are entire businesses, and they run. So it's because the underlying value has been created. If you then throw technology on top of it, it's able to scale it up, and people are able to receive it at a much higher level. Here, there is room. Obviously, technology will, create improvements for people, but sadly, those improvements would only be marginal unless the underlying issues in our markets are addressed.
Very, very interesting perspective. Honestly, very interesting perspective. And it just goes to show that there's a lot of work to be done. There's just a lot of work to be done. And we are the ones to do the work, right? Yes. So thank you so much, sir, for that. Thank you so much. So the next thing we're going to talk about real life examples, right? I don't want us to go away without talking about real life examples of legal techs, products that are working. And it's so good to see that, there are 3 legal tech founders here. So I would like for them to talk about, the solution it is that they are building and tips for building legal techs that tackle real problems in the legal system. I think he gave a tip already, but we are going to extract some more gems from him. So yes, Chama, please, CEO founder Legume. I hope I pronounced this right. Okay, please. So basically, you are supposed to just talk to us about, your experience with building your product and give us tips on, building a product that tackles real problems. And basically, the lessons basically that you've learned along your way.
Oh, okay. First of all, I wouldn't lie and say it's been easy. I've built and torn down legumes 7 times.
7 times?
Because at every point in time, I felt there was something wrong. It wasn't actually solving the problem.
Wow.
It's motivation is good, passion is good, but passion is not good enough. It's not enough. You need more than that. You need facts to back it up. So you also need knowledge to back up what you're doing. So with every time whereby I failed, I learned, and I took back that knowledge and went back to the drawing board. So what I've learned, or my most recent lesson, is about customer discovery. You can't be building something just because you think it's a good idea. It should actually solve a problem. Is the market ready for what you're building? Are they looking for it? So you need to ask, like Jova said before he left, you need to go into the market, ask questions, empathize with your user, and know that, okay, this is a solution that they are looking for because there's actually a demand there. So with what we are building with Legume is good, but it's not good enough. It means that there's an opportunity for us to get better. So at Legume, we have a mobile app which allows you to ask a lawyer, book an appointment, consult with your lawyer, then use our AI for document analysis. But interestingly, 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine asked me, Choma, do you think you're actually solving a problem? How many people are looking for lawyers these days? If I have a legal problem, do you think I would want to use your app? Because in as much as we're providing ease, convenience, affordability, all of those nice fancy words, will they actually use your products? That's the question. So he told me, he was like, I should consider what are the everyday justice problems that people face. How often do people need a lawyer? Yes, right now what we built was to provide legal services or access to lawyers. But how many people need lawyers? How many people can afford lawyers? I had to ask myself that question. So it needs, and when I got my answer, I went back to the drawing board, and now I'm rebuilding, not rebuilding, I'm building on top of the products. So that's one. Then secondly, from that question he asked me, he pushed me to the point of, going further into customer discovery. So that's the reason why we launched the Access to Justice Awareness Campaign. And pardon that I'm talking about it here, but I believe it's important to speak on it. So that's the reason why we launched the Access to Justice Awareness Campaign, so that people tell us their justice story. Me, justice is different for me, but what about you? What does justice mean to you? So tell us what your justice story is. And then if our solution can fit it, then yes, we'll be able to provide you a solution. But we also believe in, in situations whereby our solution cannot aid you, we can connect you with the right organization that can help you. And that's the reason for partnerships, that's the reason for ecosystems. So that brings me to my second point. You cannot build in a silo. If you want to walk well, walk alone. But if you want to go really far and fast, walk with people.
Yeah.
So you work with people, collaboration over competition. Find people who are doing exactly the same thing that you're doing. Maybe not exactly, but are solving the same problem that you're solving. Talk to them, relate with them, share ideas, see how you can collaborate together. And that's and it's been great that we've been able to collaborate with other LegalTech organizations. Some of us are here right now towards the access to justice campaign, because there are instances whereby someone might need help. So let's say like a criminal issue, they might need help, and being harassed by police, they might need help. But Britain doesn't provide you lawyers in instance of police harassment, but headquarters can provide you support. So headquarters will be able to provide you support, and Madam Louis is here right now. So yeah, and all of that. So that's the second point, collaboration. Then the third point is user friendly. It's one thing to build a solution, it's one thing to get your partners, but is it user friendly? The third party that is going to use it, how do they connect with you? Is the technology easy for them to use or to go around? That's one. Or in the instance whereby they do not have a technology-enabled phone, or whereby they are unable to get instant help, how do they get help? So that's the reason why, Mr. Ayobami rightly said, you bring in the third parties, that is the third structure, that is paralegals as well as legal clinics. Young paralegals are young lawyers. They're young people who are going to join the legal system very soon. So it's always best for you to activate them, get them started, connect the legal clinics, being able to provide them support that, in the instance whereby your phone is down, you can run to this place, you can go for help. And in as much as so in as much as the advocacy part looks good, it looks great, you're solving a real problem, creating impact and all of that, but then does it make you money? So that brings us to the fourth part. Are you actually making, is this value that you're creating, is it actually a good business venture? Do you make money out of it? So that's why you need your team. You need appropriate business strategies to put in place to ensure that, yes, we're affordable, yes, we're accessible, but yet, as a company, as an organization, we're still making money. So to answer the question which you asked, in building Legim, I failed a lot, but with each time I failed, I learned. Thank you.
It's called failing forward. It's called failing forward. Thank you. So let's hear from you, please.
I think one of the first things we learned for legal tech startups is don't copy and paste. Sorry.
Try this.
All right. So one of the first things we learned was for legal tech startups is don't copy and paste. Most startup ideas can be transplanted across multiple markets. But for legal tech, with every market you want to operate in, you have to build the capacity from the ground up. Right? Because the culture is different, the bureaucratic intricacies are different, the purchasing powers are different, right? And sometimes for the exact same solution, it's different so for instance, to register a foreign company in Nigeria, same solution, register a foreign company in Kenya, different requirements. Register a foreign company in Ghana, different requirements. So the fact that your solution has worked in Nigeria does not mean to work in Kenya. You have to build a different capacity for you to work in Kenya, for you to work in Ghana, right? So it was important for us to make sure we had to build capacity everywhere we had to operate, and not just everywhere, with every product even if within Nigeria, the timelines, the price to get money lender's license in Lagos is different from in Abuja. So you're still in Nigeria and it's still different, right? So that was one of the first things we learned. And to go on what she said, one of the issues I've always had with the lawyer marketplace, right, which is connecting lawyers to users, is Okay, first issue is most people have in their family or in their social group or in their friend group the law. Who is the first person they go to when they have legal problems? Right, that's the first. So it cannot just be a simple marketplace solution, right? The second issue is it's not. It doesn't lend itself to repeat business. If I have a problem and I need a lawyer today, and I have a problem I need a lawyer next month, and I have a problem I need a lawyer, I need a spiritualist, not a lawyer at that point, because I have issues, right? So it doesn't lend itself to repeat business, and even when it does, it's usually far too easy to circumvent the platform. Today, you've introduced me to a lawyer. Tomorrow, I need a lawyer. I'm going straight to a lawyer. I'm not coming to your platform, right? So it has to be more robust than just lawyer marketplace.
I agree. We learned that the hard way.
So, yeah, and pretty much also. And this helps the entire legal tech space as a whole is please do not build unless someone is paying, right? Let me let you in a little secret. Entrepreneurs are not an altruistic bunch. Entrepreneurs are not like very nice people. They don't sit down and ask themselves, oh, how can I make, what solution can I, what problem can I solve to make life better for people? That's not the entire question. It's what problem can I solve that people will pay for? That I can find a solution to, right? Yeah, and then on the road, you change lives. You make people's lives better. Yeah. But the first question is, can people pay for it, right? And it's important for the legal tech space because we don't get as much benefit of doubt as like the fintech gets. Yeah. I mean, you can ask him the multiples for legal tech valuation is much lower than the multiples for fintech valuation, right? So it means that we have to start getting paid from day one to show proof of concept to potential investors, right? So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Adedumade will take you very quickly.
All right, very quickly. Samuel said something very interesting, and I just want to pose a question to the crowd. If someone is owing you ₦1 million now, who will you call, a lawyer or the police?
DSS.
Yeah, so that answers one of the questions that we are experiencing as a community, right? The police, because it's more effective in the terms that they can add force to it, they tend to take a lot of work away from the lawyers. There is a legal position on that, but let's not go into that debate now. Secondly, I remember when I was a young lawyer, right? And whenever I needed to draft a brief, my boss would tell me, go to the library, get the index, look for all the cases on that subject, bring them out, read them before you start drafting. And that was a lot of work back then. And Law Pavilion came and changed all that because I didn't need to go and search all the law reports. I could just go to my system, type it out, and I'll get what I was searching for. So in my own experience, I just want to share a bit of what came about and how we have reached where we are today and the lessons along the line. So I said earlier that I started up as a blog to teach people the law. And after about 10 years of doing that, we had all the views and all that and all the statistics. I realized that, okay, a lot of people now knew the law, but they had another level of problems, how to implement the law in their situations. And I reviewed, okay, over the years, what are the things people have asked us for? People needed to talk to a lawyer, so I put that in a product. People said they needed to draft agreements and it was expensive to talk to get one from a professional, so I put that also there. So people could get their agreements. A lot of people said, oh, we need to resolve our disputes, but we cannot go to court, the time duration and all that. Okay, I put that there as well. People said, oh, we need legal information, what we can just get briefly without having to talk to someone, or something I can just search online and find. So I put that there as well. So all the tools that we put together was just trying to help people find solutions to the different kind of problems that they have. So that's why we are where we are now as a startup. In regards to the challenges, it's been hard. It's been hard. It's been hard. It's been hard. So I'm a bootstrapper, right? Meaning I don't have funds. I use my cash to run the business. And trust me, you know what? I'll give you guys a secret. MailChimp disconnected our service last week. Why? Because we could not meet up with the dollar payment for the month. And that has happened like twice in the last 2 or 3 years. But you see, that last time that it happened, I just said, oh, I cannot kill myself. Seriously, because I have to pay $200 per month for my licenses.
Times 1.5.
No, wait. I started buying that dollar from a bookie when it was costing me 60,000 naira to buy that 200. Then it became 80. It became, now, when I asked him on Friday how much is 200, he told me it is about 267,000. And I pay that every 30 days.
That's right? Just one technology need.
Yes. So, you know, so it's been tough trying to ensure that I meet that requirement. And the truth is, the money that's coming in is not enough to pay those bills. So I still find myself in a position where I have to struggle, I have to hustle for my other businesses, you know, to do that, to fund that. And that is very tough and it's still very challenging. In regards to investment, people investing in my business, right, I believe the best kind of money is customer money.
Preach, please say that again.
No, seriously, the best kind of money you can have as a business is customer money, when the customer is paying you. A lot of people have come to me and said, okay, you know, we'd like to invest in your startup, but they're offering me sums that I knew I could not accept. You know, someone offered to pay me. Anyway, let's just keep all that. But some people have come to me with different sums that I felt it will not profit me or the business. And also, I believe that in the startup ecosystem, not many people understand the obligation when someone invests in your company. Maybe because I'm a lawyer, I understand that obligation. Some people feel when they invest in you, the maga don't pay. No, that's not how it works. It is a loan. Right? It is an investment and you have to give them a return on that loan. You have to give them a return on that investment. And that's very important for businesses to note. That's why I have not gone out, because I told myself, I'm still trying to find the money to pay all these things that I pay for. I'm not going to collect big cash from someone. How do I even find the business to pay that person back and make that person get the return on his investment? So that's been some of the challenges I've been going through so far. And another challenge is I'm a solo founder. Yeah, it's tough, trust me.
I know.
Trust me, it's tough. I'm a solo founder, and it's not all the time I find people that can work with me, because of course when you want a co-founder, you need someone who can complement you.
Yeah. Right,
and who can bring to the table things you cannot bring to the table. You know, full disclosure, I was driving with someone someday, and the person is also a founder. And I just told the person, why don't you just marry me? And she quipped. She was like, you know, and I had to explain. I was like, look, what I mean is this. I have a platform. You have a platform. I feel in the long run we complement each other. Why don't we just merge and become a family, you know, and boost our startups together? So that's what I meant. And the person that looked at me, I said, oh, okay, I'll think about it. And well, the person said no.
Okay.
At the end of the day, or maybe she said she'd think about it. Anyway, we're still there. I still intend to toast her some more.
I know, right? Maybe some marriages can happen here.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, so that's been the experience so far. Yeah. Having a startup, the only interesting part when you introduce yourself as a founder, trust me, that's the only interesting part. Oh, he's a founder, she's a founder, and you too, you'll be like, yeah, you know, that's me. Trust me, that's the only interesting part. The dream is sold free, but the hustle is so differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Literally out of time. So I'm going to take the last question. I mean, we're talking about investable startups here. I want to hear from the two people on the other side of the table. What does it take? Why, like, okay, so let me ask it like this, right? What are investors looking for when they decide to fund a startup solving a justice problem? What are investors looking for when they decide to fund a startup solving a justice problem? And why is the legal justice system not attractive to investors? Please, I want you to take this very quickly. We need to know why.
All right, I'll just go first. Give a broad stuff because he has like more pointed.
Okay.
So first, before you invest in a business, and as with many people have said, you want something that is a repeat business. And I opened my conversation with telling you about how like there is a platform like the Bloomberg that is able to give like repeat business over and over again. Now we live in the world of AI, machine learning. If someone comes to me and says, oh, we've digitized all the law journals in Africa, if you put in a random case on gender-based violence and something, I can see to a degree of accuracy like what cases have gone before and all of those kind of stuff. Law firms are going to subscribe to it. Individual lawyers are probably going to subscribe to it. And that's something that is also of interest to donor agencies and everybody that's actually interested in Nigeria's judicial landscape. So that's one. The business has to be repeatable. Folks have said the one-offs would not really work, and that's what we also look out for. In terms of what we also look out for is like, I do think, and this point I'm trying to buttress is that lawyers, when you say fintech is doing great, all other folks are doing great, is that lawyers are they are more inclined to be more insular. You see, as a solo founder, like lawyers have to wear two hats, not the traditional art and the technological, just the SME law art. You guys have to be product managers. There are folks that can develop, but they cannot develop products that actually that can mirror the workflow, the actual things that actually happen in the legal process. So it is what you're coming to the table with is that legal experience. You know what it looks like. You know what the workflow looks like. You are able to design that product. There are many people with AI and machine learning experience now, and anything you slap AI and ML on, maybe you probably receive an investment. But who is thinking from that angle that, oh, there are law journals, if you are able to just load up all these cases, you can do stuff. It's only a lawyer that understands those nuances. Even what I'm saying may just be surface level, but once you drill down, I was trying to do something in procurement law, and I saw that there was a lot of problem in that space. I had to go and speak to a lawyer who gave me like a talk down on what procurement law looks like and stuff like that. But interestingly, he's never thought of himself as a product manager. So I feel like the next level, these kind of conversations are great. Lawyers need to wear another out of being product managers and just talk a lot, partner with people from a technological perspective to make things happen. So innovative business model, like I've said too, is also very important. The traditional folks have worked that with income sharing. Maybe you do that with no win, no fee. You do that with income sharing agreement. Or you can even, the paralegals or the intermediaries we talked about, you can be the Andela of that. We need like another injection of like 100,000 people spread across the 36 states of the country, 774 local governments. Those are the ways that we're going to create access to justice for the average Nigerian. Those are the ways that we're going to create access to justice for problems that are not just SME or businesses, but are more civil disputes, gender-based violence, and all those kind of things that will make Nigeria a more prosperous place. And also, doing good can be good business. You just need to think about these things. I'm happy to elaborate,
Thank
but
you
has
so
like
much.
more in-depth.
Thank you so much. Mr. Samuel, let's hear from you very quickly, please.
Yeah, so, I mean, for me, I would like to, so maybe I should start off by saying that in addition to the work that I do with Hill as a scale-up advisor, we also have an innovating justice fund, which basically seeks to invest in justice tech startups across emerging markets. So we're talking Nigeria, Kenya, Tunisia, and a few other countries in the Middle East. I like to draw a distinction between legal tech and justice. There's a bit of a difference. So what I would classify legal tech would be generally maybe those tools that make lawyers work easier or help. So for instance, if you develop an indexing platform for that helps index with cases or help lawyers with research in advanced markets where law firms are actually a big deal, and you have billion-dollar law firms, it means those people are also going to pay you at that level as well, and then you have the potential to be really big. Obviously, in Nigeria, they're not. I don't think there's the biggest of the law firms we have are mostly family businesses. I don't think anyone has really transitioned into like a proper multi-generational independent business. You notice that. So, unlike in the US where you have the likes of the DLA Piper and the rest that have been there for hundreds of years, and it's the law firms here are still very early, still being run by members of the family of the original founder. So, and their budget isn't as big as that. So even if you did something that, and there are only a handful of them, maybe 10 of them that are at a certain level that can pay a certain amount, that will lead you to the type of valuations that we see in the fintech space. But that's one. So that's one part. That's the legal tech. So you have that market of people who are willing to pay for it. Then there's the justice. There's the justice side of it. Oftentimes, people who need justice can't pay for it. That's the challenge. So, for instance, if you were running like a platform to help victims of crime or something, or people of gender-based violence, what you realize is that, and this is what we see consistently, what you realize is that a lot of the customers, the beneficiaries, are oftentimes the customers. So you need to figure out who else is going to be willing to pay for this service that you are providing to these people. So it's one of those places where there's a difference between the beneficiary and the person that is actually paying for it. So the person who can pay for it is different. So you have to walk through figuring out who would pay for that. So that's one challenge. That's one challenge on the justice tech side. The other challenge as well is that the legal system is very traditional and likes to keep to its old ways. We've seen even because we have in the Justice Accelerator portfolio, we've worked with over 170 something startups, justice tech, across these markets that I've mentioned. So either providing them grants, and some of them have come up from incubation to and then they've gotten to acceleration, and then going into the scaling stage. What we've seen is even in other countries like Kenya, we've seen a situation where someone developed a platform that is trying to connect people directly to services, and that platform was beginning to take off, and we saw actions from the bar association there, followed up with the founder, threatening with arrest and all of that, and that business had to go down. So it's also that there's multiple factors, and and these are questions that we're having to answer every day, because in addition to while we're investing, we're also raising more funds to invest. And these are questions. So most people are asking us these questions. Okay, this is your portfolio company. Who is going to pay for this? Are people going to be able to pay for it? Sometimes the portfolio the companies figure out, they say, okay, maybe the government would be a good candidate, or maybe because justice, which is a bit different from legal tech, it means connecting people to certain services that they may not have had. So maybe someone can then decide to say, I want to connect people to like we have a business in Tunisia that helps people basically get government benefits. So people who are underserved, help them register and get government benefits. And so the challenge with those kind of partnerships with government is that government is government as well. First of all, it takes you so long to onboard them, and then obviously you are dealing with government does not lend itself to innovation. People, they prefer stability over innovation. And then at the end of the day, you would then see a situation where you've just because of the way that government is, for certain things to be implemented. So we had someone in Ghana that created a platform that would allow for land titling, digitizing land titling. But unfortunately, that requires a change in the constitution. So, and everybody knows knows what is for them to get paid actually. So the the organization that manages the land have started using that platform. But for the government to be able to pay them, there needs to be some type of amendment in the constitution, and everybody knows that constitutional amendments takes forever. So these people have done the work, they've built the platform, they have gotten the customer, they are seeing transactions, but they can't get paid, because of the sector that we are in. So it's a combination of different issues, the nature of the sector, the nature of the people that you're serving, and also the nature of the market that you're in. That's part of why people would sort of struggle to attract investment here. And that's why what the work that we do is, while we are also trying to invest and catalyze investment, we act as a first loss investor. We're convincing people to say, you know what, we would, if this thing goes wrong, our money will go down first, but come in and let's scale this up. Yeah. And then we also, because we are looking at so many markets, we are beginning to see certain trends. There are certain things that are justice areas, but are easier to scale, and we're able to share that with our portfolio companies. So, okay, this has worked in this market. Maybe you might need to try it a certain way. So, and that's why the work we do at Hill as well, we provide grants at that early stage, because oftentimes it's unlikely that people in the legal tech sector or justice sector will meet a lot of the requirements, general investment requirement that is mentioned. Generally, the best businesses are businesses that serve businesses, and that's why I think your business, part of why you would see the numbers that you're doing is because you're serving businesses because those people are better payers. Then it's business critical for them, and it's easier to, the cost of acquiring them is much lower than trying to acquire maybe someone who has had, who has been a victim of gender-based violence. So I think these are the nuances. It's a very nuanced situation. So what we need is maybe more organizations like us that come in and provide like a more patient capital at this stage, and then allows people to experiment and find path to revenue models that are sustainable and workable.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Unfortunately, our time is up. We've come to the end of this conversation. Just to round off what he said, I don't think anything they have said here should be a deterrence to us finding solutions to the problems that we face. Because, trust me, one day you would hack it. Yes, you will hack it. She's done it 7 times. It might just be this time that she's hacked it, right? He has his own story too. You continue to fail until you fail forward. We launched our platform last year. It fell flat on its nose. So I know. He fell and broke his nose, literally, right? But I had to go back, and then we learned from it. And then I currently believe we've hacked it, right? With the direction in which we are going now. So failing is part of the journey, but make sure you are failing forward. That's it. And on that note, I would like to bring this conversation to an end.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for your insights, for opening up, and letting us, have just a peek into, all of these things. And I'm sure that a lot of people are going to go away from here today, and beautiful things are going to come out from this. Thank you all so much, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can you just wait for a group photograph? Yes. Thank you. A round of applause again for our moderator and the panelists. All right. Okay, thank you very much once again. Please, a round of applause for them as they go back to their seats. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, Maz. Who agrees with me that was a power-packed session? Who agrees with me? Who picked ideas to execute when they get home? Who picked ideas? Who picked ideas? When you come back, come and give a testimony. So such a power-packed session, and we'll just move on without wasting time. So, I'd like to recognize our partners and sponsors. Please, when I call their names, please give them a round of applause and just celebrate them. They are here. We are here because of them, right? So, we want to recognize Legal Ninja. Please, a round of applause for them. LegalTech Business. Please, a round of applause for LegalTech Business. Legalpedia. Tech-Minded Lawyers Club. Head Forward Foundation for Justice. Please, a round of applause for them. And eLawyer. Thank you for partnering with us. We appreciate you. Then to our sponsors, please, a round of applause for them, as I call them. Law Pavilion. Vassal Crest Attorneys. Please, a round of applause for them. Then BOC Legal, Johnson and Wilner. Thank you so much for being with us. We are here because of you, and we look forward to more. All right, so before we move on to the next panel session, again, we are going to stand up. We've been sitting down for a while. So please, let's stand up. Who can guess what we are demonstrating this time? You don't want who wants coconut again? Coconut. You don't want coconut again? Stop it. Vote for coconut, say aye. Vote against, say nay. All right, this one is very simple. So we'll be spelling local. 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 All right. Yes, so are you ready? I'm not going to do anything for you, so you figure it out yourself. So, L. Hey, L. L. Okay, I think we are getting it. Some people, L is like this. O. C. Okay, L. Again. So let's do it faster now. L. O. C. A. L. One last time. L. O. C. A. L. Please, a round of applause for ourselves. People that don't go to gym, we've caught you. We've caught you. All right, so, yeah, please have your seats. Please have your seats. I'm getting so much information right now, and please execute, right? Conferences are to learn, to get new perspectives, and also to refine new ideas. So please don't just go. Start thinking and look forward to doing good things. So we are moving on to the next panel session. The next panel session, and I'll be calling out the speakers and the moderator. So please, as I read their citations, please give them a round of applause. So the first speaker I'm going to be calling, we all know, how many of us know Law Pavilion? Law Pavilion Business Solutions. How many of you? Even if you're a non-lawyer, I think you would know about it. Law Pavilion is providing such excellent service. And we have with us the Managing Director of Law Pavilion Business Solutions, Mr. Ope Olugasa. All right. So Ope Olugasa is a distinguished legal tech expert an IT consultant with a strong dedication to advancing legal technologies and improving access to justice in Africa. He holds degrees from Obafemi Awolowo University. Great Ife. Great Ife. Where are you? Are you guys here? All right. Great Ife. All right. And Lagos Business School. And has further honed his expertise through an online management execution this portfolio, my mouth, an online management executive education certificate from MIT, focusing on the application of AI in the legal industry. He also possesses certifications in blockchains and smart contracts. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, he successfully completed the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, a business transformational program offered by Stanford University for exceptional CEOs and founders in Africa and Asia. He has, okay, thank you. Please, that deserves a round of applause. That deserves a round of applause. Thank you. He has valuable experience in information technology from his early career at the Nigerian Bottling Company PLC. Okpe is currently serving as the Managing Director of Law Pavilion Business Solutions, where he has pioneered the growth and adoption of legal technologies in Nigeria. He introduced Africa's first legal analytics software, Law Pavilion Prime, and spearheaded the development of Law Pavilion GPT, a legally trained AI assistant. Wow. He's also a sought-after facilitator at prominent legal conferences and workshops where he shares his knowledge and expertise. Overall, he continues to make a significant impact on the legal landscape in Africa through his expertise, pioneering spirit, and commitment to leveraging technology for legal advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Mr. Okpe Olugasa. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. All right. The next speaker is, she's in academia, right? She's a lecturer and a law clinician at the College of Law, Chrisland University. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Opeyemi Adebari. Wow. As long as I've seen a young lecturer, it's very, I don't know. As long as I've seen it, all right. With close to 7 years post-call experience, Opeyemi has worked as a lawyer, garnering experiences in dispute resolution, human rights advocacy, energy access, climate and environmental advocacy, and more recently, lecturing and research. As an SDGs advocate, Opeyemi is passionate about the realization of SDGs 4, 7, 13, and 16. Big question to you guys. What SDGs are you passionate about? All right, go back and think about it. In 2020, as a World Literacy Ambassador with the World Literacy Foundation, she helped 4 primary school pupils in her neighborhood regain their literary consciousness after the impact of COVID-19 on their education. Through her writings and volunteer participation with NGOs, such as the 1111 Foundation, she has advocated for energy access, climate change mitigation, and environmental sustainability. She has a master's degree in energy law from the Department of Petroleum, Minerals, Energy Economics and Law, University of Ibadan. Of the greatest, you right? Thank you very much. I have bias. I was a US student, and she's in the process of pursuing a PhD in environmental sustainability and plastic solutions. Okpeyemi's passion for access to justice and enforcement of human rights led her to beginning her academic career as a volunteer law clinician in her current institution in 2023. She is currently a lecturer and law clinician at the College of Law, Chrisland University, Abeokuta, Nigeria, where she is making an impact through teaching, research, and advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, Okpeyemi loves cooking, driving, reading, and playing chess. With a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Okpeyemi Adebari. Thank you so much for being here. All right. So, to our next speaker, who has been here from the very beginning, Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi. It's a round of applause, a warm round of applause as he steps forward. Rotimi Ogunyemi is a technology attorney specializing in technology-related legal and business issues, including policy, compliance, and governance in areas like AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and big data analytics. As a partner at BOC Legal, Johnson & Wilner Network, he bridges the gap between law, business, and technology, providing innovative solutions to diverse clients. A council member of the NBA section on business law and past chair of its technology committee, Rotimi leads efforts to address emerging legal issues in Nigeria's digital economy. He is an Obafemi Awolowo University graduate, a recognized speaker, and a member of various global legal organizations. No Groti Fair for you. No Groti Fair for you. All right, Groti Fair. Groti Fair. All right. This is a resounding round of applause for Mr. Rotimi Oguyemi. And that thing becomes only sweet after you graduated. When you were in the school, you were not shouting great. It was only after they finished the shege that you were shouting great. Please, a round of applause again. Now to our last speaker. She is the founder and executive director of Headfort Foundation. Please look to that place. What do you see there? Headfort Foundation for Justice. Please welcome with me Ms. Oluyemi Orija. Oluyemi Orija. She is a Nigerian legal practitioner of 11 years post-call active experience in criminal and civil litigation. Her commitment to justice extends beyond the courtroom, as she has dedicated 5 years of her career to the development sector, notably as the Vice Chairman, Board of Trustees at the World Commerce and Contracting Foundation, USA. She earned a bachelor's degree in law from Ekiti State University. Greatest ex-whites. Greatest ex-whites. Great, all right. We are all great, so. And a master's degree in law from University of South Wales, United Kingdom. Oluyemi is the founder and executive director of Headfort Foundation, a non-profit organization bridging the justice gap in Nigeria through legal aid, advocacy, and innovative technology solutions. She has led her team to provide legal aid for over 600 indigent and wrongly imprisoned inmates. Wow. Wow. She revolutionized access to justice through the use of technology by designing a digital application that connects victims of human rights abuse to pro bono lawyers. To promote capacity development for the inclusion of marginalized communities on human rights issues, Oluyemi translated the Chapter 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to the 3 major Nigerian indigenous languages. Wow, please a round of applause. That is, wow. She has trained over 1,500 Nigerians on the subject of human rights in the language they understand using the translated handbook. Her work at Headfort Foundation has been recognized nationally and internationally. She was honored as one of the BBC 100 most influential and inspirational women in the world 2021 and honored by NAS Daily Media as the kindest lawyer in the world in 2022. Aww. I didn't know there was an award like that. I should be targeting that. Wow. The kindest lawyer in the world. See, she's sitting here, the kindest lawyer in the world. Through her non-profit experience, Oluyemi has acquired program designing and management skill, empathy and communication skill, leadership and organizational development skill. All right. Oluyemi is interested in human rights, access to justice, conflict resolution, and building stronger institutions. Please, a round of applause for my speaker. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to the moderator, in person of Ms. Inemesit Dike. Here's a round of applause. I didn't know you were around. All right. Anywhere you want to stay, it's fine. Inemesit Dike Esquire is an attorney licensed in Nigeria and New York. She's the CEO of the Legal Concierge and founder of the LegalX app. How many of us have heard of LegalX app? I have. She is known for her expertise in legal technology, venture capital negotiation, and entrepreneurship. She has spoken on technological disruption in legal practice, VC negotiation, and female leadership, among other topics. Inemesit has received numerous awards, including Africa's top 50 individuals in legal innovations and 40 under 40 Africa 2023. Please a round of applause.
She's a chartered arbitrator and chartered company secretary with an MBA and has served in various leadership roles, including head of legal services and national legal advisor. Her work focuses on legal businesses development, design innovation in legal practice, creativity among lawyers, and market connectivity, leading to the creation of the LegalX app. Inemesit is also dedicated to community development, especially through the Young Weeks Conference, which supports young lawyers and provides scholarship. Additionally, she leads Project Street, empowering indigent women with skills and resources. Her goal is to spread light, bring people to Christ, and enjoy life while doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Ms. Inemesit DK. Thank you very much, ma. Please a round of applause. Can you see those profiles? God, when? Soon. All right. Okay, is that fine?
Yes, I think this works. Everybody can hear me, or I can just... Thank you. Now I'm shy. We should tell her that, next time when she's reading those profiles, I will just wait in the back until she's done. So good afternoon. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Inemesit, but you can just call me Inem, because that's a lot easier to pronounce. And I'm very excited to be here with this wonderful panel. Before I start, let me let you know that I have two of my ogas here. Apologies to you, not that there's anything, but these are my ogas. When I was first starting out, I am struggling in the legal tech space. I reached out to Mr. Rotimi, and I didn't know him at the time. I think there was somebody that connected us together, and I was living in Port Harcourt, and I said, there's this thing I'm doing. I don't really know much about it. I was even nervous that I'll get disbarred, because at the time, who knew if you talk about lawyers to come out and use technology, they will not say you're advertising. Then you now go and face the disciplinary committee. So I reached out to him and said, please, will you come to Port Harcourt and speak to people? And he came. He's been my boss since then. I really like to say I'm very excited to be on this panel with him. And also Mr. Lugasa of Law Pavilion. We are dragging him everywhere we are going. So these are my bosses. So yes, I'm excited to be on this panel. And we are talking about expanding access to justice with technology. When I was listening to the profiles, and this kindest lawyer, who are you thinking about in law school? I'm going to come out and it's kindness that's going to be my middle name. And that's fantastic. Well done. Well done. In your experience, mixing kindness and law, especially where the last panel has been talking about most of our problems has been the justice sector, the sector in which you are working in. This ceiling is broken. How do you think, so first of all, we know the problems, right? And now technology has come to disrupt other industries. And it's also disrupting the legal industry. But is it really giving access to justice? How easy is that? And if yes, what does justice mean in your area of work?
All right. Thank you for having me. I think the first thing I have to say is if you're starting out to be kind, then money should not be the focus. I think. So for me, right, fundamentally, I grew up with a father who was a community man. So the training I had as a young girl was to identify the difference between success and prosperity. So I was able to decipher the difference at a very early stage that, yeah, I want to prosper, everybody wants to have good things of life, but at the same time, I want to really make impact in my community. So that was the driving force for me. I'd seen my father done it. He's not a lawyer, but he was a community man. And I know that the larger population of Nigeria are quite poor, and that's the fact. So when we talk justice, it looks so big, and everybody think it's only the rich, that can afford it, that needs it. But the truth is, the people who truly need justice, like Sam said in the earlier conversation, the people who truly need justice are very poor, are in underserved communities, probably might not even have access to a phone. All right, that can give all of this solution we've been talking about, that they might not be able to access it. So I came from that point of view, and then that led me to starting a non-profit organization. So I started off having a law firm. But running a law firm, I still do, but it's not really, for me, was not answering those questions that most of the time comes to my table. And these are people who are yearning for answers, but when you charge them, they truly cannot pay it. Do you want to do the job? Yes, you would, because you are quite passionate about it, but is it feeding you? Absolutely no. So I had to be innovative about it and see how I can do the same thing, because I have the skill as a lawyer to do the same thing, like to serve this different class of people. And I think that was how I started out. But of course, because you cannot advertise law firm, and an NGO kind of advertises you, because you're doing the job, you're telling the story, and that's where storytelling comes in, and the use of technology as well. So I use technology to tell the story, use social media to tell the story, and in no time, people are getting to see what you're doing. And I believe that technology, will help. So for us, we started off physically. We would go to prison, we would take cases of people, would represent them. But we introduced a technology called Lawyers Now. It's a digital application, and it is absolutely free, but it is targeted at indigent people. So, but again, are they truly using it? Yes, but not everybody can, because these people don't have internet-enabled phone. Those who has internet-enabled phone don't have data. And you need to buy data to access it. So we introduced a feature where I can report on behalf of someone. So even if the beneficiary doesn't have the mobile phone or the data, someone else in the community can help. But again, we're also thinking of USSD code, because this is how, if I have a touchlight phone, I can still access a lawyer. So we just continue to evolve, understanding the market, understanding the system and the need of these beneficiaries, and then continue to innovate and provide solutions. But again, where is the money coming from? The money is not being paid by the beneficiary. So it is now left for us as founders to think of those who are capable of buying the solution. So we know people who wants to do good for people who wants to help people solve solutions. We have international organizations who wants to help underserved people. So we can approach some of these people to fund the services we're providing. And that way, we're still making money and at the same time creating impact.
Thank you very much. Have you ever engaged using crowdfunding?
Absolutely.
For crowdfunding has been, and that was based on your storytelling.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to bring that out because you see what she said. I cannot, as a law firm, advertise. I can't say we are good at this. We can't, even though right now I've seen a lot of things on Instagram that are changing, right? People actually do sponsored posts that say, if you're looking for so kind of person in this area of law, find me. So I'm not sure what the RPC has to say about that particular one. But her strategy is that, look, alongside your law firm, create a body that can sneeze, that can talk about you. The NGO is not going to go before the disciplinary committee and say, why are you advertising? No, they're talking about the problem, and they're referring the people to this lawyer. So you see, there are other ways to go around certain things. And the reason why I asked you about crowdfunding is because crowdfunding really is about Nigeria. I saw the one on Instagram recently that a man asked he gave birth to 2 children, and his wife now gave birth to quadruplets. And he posted on his WhatsApp status, WhatsApp technology, right? And he was complaining, 150 diapers in a day. His friend takes a snapshot of his WhatsApp status and goes where? On Twitter. As at last time that I checked it, I think they had donated about 14. 20, how much? 19 million from WhatsApp status. So we think about justice, and that's really, really what I wanted us to think about it in relatable terms. What is justice to you? Even as a lawyer here, you need justice. As an individual, you need justice. But there are some things that are like barriers already in your head that it can't happen in this country, I beg. Who would have thought that somebody gave birth to quadruplets? Nigerians that are complaining about this economy will contribute 19 million. Who would have thought about that? Now, is that justice, or is that access to justice in a particular way? Is that help? That if you position yourself as a lawyer, people that get raped or people that get even harassed in universities, in other various communities, can anonymously reach you and say, oh, I don't want to complain, I don't want to be my face to be out there, but I can use your platform, right? And that brings me to a question that I've always had for a long time. While we are here, sitting down here, doing what we do best, and I want to say well done to Kelechi. Kelechi has done amazing. We need to really, really say, well done, Kelechi. Thank you for all the work you do behind the scene and in front of the scene. Thank you for pushing this agenda, because it's obvious that people are passionate about it, but there's no money. It doesn't go round the system. Now, the challenge of our industry is in the justice system. So I would like to ask, what do you think has been done, let's say since COVID? Because I know that when COVID happened, all our judges and everybody, the justice system started thinking in terms of going digital. But Mr. Rotimi, on that question, I'm going to bring it to you. What has been done so far that is changing the justice system away from the traditional way that we were taught in law school? And what do you think we can do ourselves now, or would advise those in the justice system now to do as a reform with the use of technology?
Thank you very much, Inem, and thank you for all of the props. Let me join you to say thank you to Kelechi as well, so that I still have this seat here. But beyond that, it's really thank you. Thank you for doing this, and thank you to the entire team. And thank you to the wonderful audience as well for being patient. Well, for those who know me, I don't answer questions directly. I would always give context, but I will do it carefully. Your question is very direct, and I'll come to it. But in answering that question, let me set a particular parameter. And I'm picking it up from where Mr. Samuel Oji, took it from, where he very finely drew that line, and explained legal technology in terms of using technology tools pretty much to drive efficiencies, to drive innovation, and justice tech in terms of everything my dear sister just spoke to about here. Now, I always bring the third track, and Inem, I will answer the question on this platform. The third track is actually where I play, all right? So, Mr. Olugasa, Nigeria's champion in legal technology, all right? And the justice tech folks, plenty folks doing stuff. Now, I take that third track, which is all of this technology, what does it mean for society? As a lawyer now, all this technology, and the keynote speaker raised it in his presentation in terms of what does it mean for society? Understanding that. And in answer to your question, what's justice to you? All right. Beyond enforcing rights, beyond writing contracts, lawyers fundamentally, we actually bring sanity to society. Whether it's the physical world we live in or the digital world. So what that means is, with all of these developments, there have been disruptions in society, including digital society. Who are those folks who would bring sanity to that space? All right. So let's say that that's where I play. And that's questions around policy, questions around governance, questions around strategy, right? And I said all that particularly for our younger colleagues in here, so that you can broaden your mind to begin to think beyond the tools, right? And beyond the good in terms of, justice, applying the tools to society, and begin to see yourself as one of those folks who will set the rules in this new world that we are going into. So what has changed? Many things, all right? I think clearly the first change was cultural. Knowing that our profession, the legal profession, is naturally conservative, which is the opposite of technologists who are innovative, who push the boundaries, who wants to do something new. We are guided by precedents. If it's never been done or said before, don't try and say it. All right, otherwise there's no basis for what you're saying. So we are actually diametrically opposite with innovators. What COVID did was it shifted that mindset. That guys, the world that we are living in today, we cannot survive it with that cultural notion of it's been done this way and so shall it be forever and ever. So that was the first thing that shifted. So everything else that happened was on the back of that mindset shift. Is it the virtual courtrooms? Is it the change in the Evidence Act, which pretty much kind of broadened the definition of digital evidence and all of that, right? Is it all of the innovations around e-discovery, around case management, around office management that technology has driven? All of those things happen because there's been a shift in thinking. Plus, the digital natives, those people who grew up with technology, are now coming into the workforce. And their expectations are different. Everything we spoke about, user experience on the last panel and all, it's really about creating an experience for people, right, who are not like our fathers or even my own generation, right? So many things have changed. I hope in the course of the conversation we will now come into the nitty-gritties. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rotimi. It's very interesting for us to be thinking about it like from that perspective. I wish we had a judge on this panel. I wish we could be able to point fingers and say, "Sir, Your Honor, Your Lordship, can you please tell us what exactly the judiciary has done to democratize access to justice?" But without that benefit of that perspective, what else, the other angle we can come at it from would be from terms of access to information. And that's where you come in, Mr. Ologasa. I would just ask you a very pedestrian question. Is tech a tool, a perfect, emphasis on the word perfect? Is tech a perfect tool for access to justice?
Yes.
Yes.
It is a perfect tool. But is it a perfect solution? No. And maybe I will go on a little journey. Each time I have opportunities to talk on this topic, I try to deliberately calm myself down, not to be too passionate. Because it's something that has bothered me for years, and it still keeps bothering me. And I will give us a few, if time allows, a little perspective to this. But first, let me lend my support. Kelechi, thank you very much. It may seem as if we're just a couple of people gathered in here, but I strongly believe that the couple of people gathered in here, to a good extent, might end up holding the future of Nigeria. And that's why I want to say this. So please, how many of us here are not lawyers? Please clap for yourselves. Because I'm not a lawyer as well. But I love this community because it's a community of lawyers and non-lawyers. Yep. And that's where innovation, that's where disruption can happen. Yep. Now, someone said, and I always try to reiterate it, that poverty is not lack of resources, but it's absence of justice. Look at every country in the world that's developed. One thing works. It's not their government that works. It's their justice system that works. And what that tells us is that if we want to solve the problem of Nigeria, then we need to have a critical look at the justice sector. Now, Mr. Guyemi has spoken about this, and Mr. Sam Oji, right? About the last panel, they've spoken about this, in the sense that the legal industry is a little bit much more peculiar than every other industry. Now, for a doctor, the issue starts with the patient and ends with the doctor, yes or no? Yeah. But for a victim of justice, the issue possibly starts with the victim, gets to the lawyer. If it has to go to the court, then it gets to the court. It means it's not something that one single person can just solve. You can have the most brilliant lawyers in the country, and they are very good at solving legal problems, but if the justice system, if they get to the last mile and it's still not as fast or as efficient as it is, then there's a problem. What am I trying to say? That the systemic failure in Nigeria is, it's a systemic failure. The failure of Nigeria is not a single point of failure. It's a systemic thing. So even if you have the best government, it still can't solve the problem. Because, let me not go into different, but the issue is, how then do we, as justice sector innovators, begin to think outside the box, as Mr. Guyemi has rightly said, and see how do we really solve this problem, because nobody will come and solve it for us. And I will give you an example. A colleague was speaking just earlier this week, and was giving an example of what happened in his house. Sorry, to his brother. His brother lives in UK. He built a house in Nigeria, and then the tenant refused to pay rent for some months, I think even for years. He took the guy to court. And then 1 year after, they are still on the matter. Meanwhile, the guy still stopped paying. He wasn't paying anything. And just like, look, we'll keep on meeting in court. And they kept adjourning. In fact, the last time, I think the lawyer to the client said he forgot something, or maybe his wife just gave birth and he couldn't come, and they adjourned it for another 6 months. You know what this guy did in UK? Okay, he's tried his best. At least he tried to be civil. Then the next thing he did, he then called police. No, not police, he just arranged. They caught the guy's light. They did no caught the water, caught so many things. And then immediately after that, the wife of the man began to call him. In fact, the man lied in court that his wife was ill. That was why he couldn't pay rent. Then the wife called the man and said, look, I'm not ill, this one and that one. And then this is the part of it that became a little bit more interesting to me. The guy said, well, he has used the court to delay. That he too will use the same court to delay the resolution. That the worst thing is they will take him to court. And then another 1 year, they are fighting on. And it just goes on and on. What does this tell us? It means that when the just not working, everybody resorts to self-help. So how do we solve this problem? I don't have the answer. But can we begin to use technology as a catalyst to solving this systemic problem? Technology can help us. Things that would actually happen in someone's backyard that nobody knows about. Someone can, just as what you have explained, technology will help heighten it. And it gives the awareness, raises the publicity, and makes everybody see it as a focus. And I'll just give one example of what can be done. Assuming we have a justice clock index, wherein what we have per state is what is the average age of cases in each state in Nigeria. And then it's publicized using tech, such that it now becomes easier for us to measure chief judges against chief judges. Yep. In your state, sorry, not even chief judges, sorry, a number of times, the chief judges themselves are not even, they're also constrained. Yeah. There becomes a measurement for government. In your state, it takes 10 years. In another state, it takes 2 years. Then everybody's attention begins to go into that look, you are not an efficient governor if the justice system in your state is this low. Then it becomes easier for the CJs to go to the assembly and ask for more funds to either get more judges or to get more resources to solve their problem. But we must begin to think outside the box. I have a security guard last month. He's from Kaduna State. What happened to him? Just all of a sudden, they called him from home. Sorry, I've just looked at this. Called him from home, and there was this banditry. They attacked their village. They killed his dad. They killed his stepmom. They killed his brother, and he's about the only one left. He had to run back in front of the locate from Lagos, one that was trying to fend for himself, and then rush back to the village and just to stay with his mom because his stepmom had died. And in my head, I tried to read all through the papers. There was no mention, meaning that in the ocean, it's a systemic failure. Except we solve it using technology as a catalyst, we will not grow in Nigeria. But I strongly believe in Nigeria, and that's why I'm in this business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obugasa. So just to highlight, he mentioned it from two-pronged response, two-pronged solution. One is dealing with the visibility of the injustices in accessing from regular individuals, accessing justice, and also the process of justice going its round, start to finish, right? Now, that goes down to legal education, whether it's the education of lawyers or the education of the populace about the state of the law. And I will just quickly, before I also want to ask you a question, but I will just talk about the incidents that we've been seeing on social media. Two incidents. One is really circling paternity fraud. The most popular one right now that has been going on has been the question of Mohbad's child's paternity, right? But if you look at it, if you go online, you see a lot of people complaining, oh, I found out my wife said after 15 years that the 3 children we had was not mine. This other one was not mine. This one's not mine. So that is coming to the forefront now. Paternity fraud. Why? Because we are on social media, we're on Instagram, but many fathers have died having spent their life taking care of children that did not belong to them. Do they deserve justice? Yes. How can we use education of the populace in the legal sphere as well as education of lawyers to bring attention using technology to these kind of things? I'm going to ask you that, Mr. Kwayemi, please. Let me pass your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. And I also want to say thank you to Kelechi and her team for putting this together. You brought us together to learn and to bring solutions that can help drive the justice process. The first thing I would like to say is, it's a question. Do we all believe that access to justice is fundamental? Yes. Do we all agree? Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. So if we agree, it means that whatever it takes to ensure that there is access to justice, we must do it, even if it means using technology. We must explore everything. Now, to the question about paternity fraud, it's beautiful that it's technology that really made us to come into this limelight of paternity fraud. I mean, without the technology, I don't know what would have, what would be. So we see that it's technology that has aided people coming to know who's my father, who is not my father. And technology also has helped to know that people had certain issues, they didn't know, but technology made them to know. And that's where we even get to paternity fraud. You know, before it's perceived that women are the only ones that have fertility issues. But technology has shown that men too do have fertility issues. And that's why we're talking about paternity fraud today. So yes, we recently wrote a paper on the position of the law on paternity fraud in Nigeria, you know. And we see that the laws that enforce these rights, they are scarce. It's not really, we don't have a robust legal framework to really deal with this problem. Because I tell you that paternity fraud is huge. You know, misattributed, you know, paternity is huge. And many cases like that we see is huge. But we still do not have a robust legal framework to actually help people to get justice. Or what do you think should be the sentence for someone who has wrongly attributed paternity to someone else? Should it be? What do we think?
An equivalent number of years that the man has been ignorant, you go to jail. If he took care of your children for 11 years, you go to jail for 11 years with hard labor.
Yes, because we have to be fair.
But there's a caveat to that. In addition to paternity, for technology that's used to determine that the father is not the father should also be tested on the mother to be sure that it's not just paternity fraud, but hospital fraud, which is another area of technology for justice. I think that when we're talking about legal education, we should be talking about what are the things that we deserve to have as fundamental human rights that we don't even know that are our rights, that are enshrined in the Constitution as an omnibus clause, so to speak. For example, access to the correct medical information. You go for a surgery, a surgeon maybe drank alcohol before he came in. Nobody's going to put it in the reports that the person who did your surgery was a little bit in the margin, had a little bit of alcohol in his bloodstream. Why? The potential defendant is the only person who has access to all the necessary information. But there are laws there that enshrine it. But are we, even as lawyers, educated about our fundamental human rights? And you're a law clinician. How do you use legal education to help us get from A to B?
Okay, so legal education can be formal or informal. Yes. Now, if you want to talk about the informal ones, people are already doing that, lawyers are already writing. They're already going on advocacy, to teach people what they should know about the law, your human rights, this and that. And that's what the law clinic is all about too. At Christian University Law Clinic, although we are still at our infancy, we are starting up. The university, the college is quite young. We're just going to our third year. Okay. So part of the things that we do is to ensure that even within the university community itself, we let people know what their right is. This is it. We have had to, sit on one or two cases within the university community, people that had issues, just free legal access, for their problems, not having to mystery courts to get justice.
Okay.
So, like I said, it can be formal or informal. Now, formal, institutionalized, we are teaching even our students, we are teaching them even how to teach other people.
Yeah.
Not just themselves. What they have to pass on as we teach them. They also must become a voice. Amongst their mates when they go out. And that's why it's good that we expose, I just really want to talk about the clinical educational aspect. A lot of people have asked, and even me, I think about it, that we're not doing so well in legal education as regards to clinical education. And this is why I say so. We spent 5 years in university and just 1 year in law school. And even that 1 year, a large chunk of it is still in the classroom. Yeah. So we only get to go on externship to courts and chambers. And to be very frank, we don't really touch real life issues. Frankly, we don't really touch real life issues. So how do we are proposing, why don't we do it like the medical system, the medical education, where they have their preclinicals and they go to the teaching hospitals for their clinical education. And it's not just 1 year. They have about 2-3 years to do that. They sit with consultants, they go into the ward, they see people, they see real life cases. Which they can apply what they have been teaching them in school. They can apply, but that's not really, we don't really have that in the legal space. So I think we need to do more about that. We need to do more about it and really ensure that what we are teaching people is what they are really seeing. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. So we're almost out of time, but I really wanted to just have a little bit of time for Q&A. But we cannot talk about access to justice through technology without suggesting the kind of ideas you want to see in justice tech. Mr. Sam had separated what he feels is legal tech and justice tech, right? We've talked about the challenges we have going up to justice. But what about in the temple of justice? What are the kinds of technology do we suggest that if we had somebody here in the room today that was going to design an application, a mobile or web application, to solve the problem from the top? Justice reform in technology. And I would piggyback off what she said and then give everybody an opportunity to speak. She talked about clinicals, access to information, access to direct mentorship. can we create a product that would give people who want to work in the justice system, or lawyers who want to work like she also wants to compete with her for the kind award, right? But they want to be able to see firsthand what's going on in the justice system. Can we have a tech product that would give either real or virtual access to what's happening in the behind the scene? Because right now, we are behind closed doors. Everything is behind a veil. What's your idea? First of all, do you think it's a good idea to open it up for lawyers to view, to learn, to be mentored? Or what other justice tech do you suggest that we start thinking about as innovators? So starting from you and then all the way back.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. For me, even as a lecturer, let me start from the classroom. Even as a lecturer, I see a lot of gaps, even in the way that we teach students and even prepare them for the world out there. There are a lot of opportunities. I believe there are a lot of products even within the school communities, for legal education. There are so many. Okay, for instance, in most universities, for instance, how many of us can really boast that we have our classrooms being automated enough? You don't have automated classrooms, even for lawyers. They are not automated. We still have to go to the library, pick the books, do all that, Well, thanks to Law Pavilion, that has made things easy for even young lawyers today. But that is there. So we still need we need solutions along those lines. Even in some of our schools today, University of Ibadan, I went to University of Ibadan. The only time we even get to use PowerPoint presentation is when we have a presentation that we're going to be scored on. That's the only time that we get to use those things. And these are just basic things. They're not even going so deep, So along these lines, we still need solutions that can help. We need people to develop apps and products that can help ensure that even in our learning in school, we have the best.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll tailor this down to the space that I operate, right? And I think I have a couple to suggest. The first one would be in the area of today, right? If anybody is detained at the police or in the prison, and the court had given a bail and say one person should be a surety for the defendant, you would need a surety. Now, in some states, like in Ogun State, there's what they call bondsmen. Now, bondsmen are people who stand in as surety for people for a fee, all right? In Lagos State, if you present a man as a surety to a judge, the judge would interview the person and say, you are not connected to this defendant at all, so you cannot stand. All right? So it is a very tedious process to perfect bail conditions in Lagos State. So for me, I'll be suggesting that if you can have like a product wherein, first of all, have a policy around accepting that standing in for as shortage does not necessarily mean I have to be your family. I am capable. I am a responsible member of the Nigerian society. I should be able to shorty you. Okay, so if we have that kind of policy, then we can build a product around people now accessing shorties on that product. That way, we are decongesting the prison, because I tell you that a number of people who are currently detained in prison have been granted bail, but they cannot perfect it. And another thing we are going to be doing with that product is we're also going to be reducing the delay that we have in justice delivery, because your trial would go on speedily. We are not now waiting for somebody to stand in for you and all of that. Then another thing I'll also suggest would be around the time of delivery of justice. So currently, we know, we've represented someone in our organization who was in prison for 13 years, awaiting trial. Now, I was in a forum just some days ago on Tuesday, and then they said there's difference between awaiting trial and trial ongoing. Please, what's the trial ongoing for 13 years? And at the end of the day, the court is still striking out that case, not because it has gotten to a logical conclusion. It's still because probably the prosecution was not able to provide any form of witness and all of that. So I'm thinking that if we have a product designed to, see the pace at which, look, first of all, identify those things responsible for delay in justice delivery, one of which is adjournment. One of which is, you get to court is not sitting. One of which is you dress up in the morning to go to court, and you get to court, the prosecution has no witness to produce. So I'm thinking that if we have a product where I log in, I know that today justice, whatever, is not sitting, I can go and face other things. Or we are also going to, because this is going to affect all parties, it's affecting the victim who is probably in prison. In fact, it's not only just criminal justice, even in civil space. Civil space, you have maybe your boss tied down somewhere because there's a dispute on it, and money is going. Your houses is, say, let's spend this. All of those kind of situations. So so justice is like the very bedrock for any thriving society. So I think that if we have a product around the pace at which justice is delivered, where lawyers, litigants can log in and see what is going to happen in my case. Or is my case really going to go on? Is this just judge going to sit? That way, it's going to help us a lot more. We are going to trust the institution a lot more, because the issue of trust is very fundamental. I tell you, I know rich people in this country who they have felt one disadvantage or the other, or injustice or the other, but they are not willing to go to court. They will not. Because I'll be begging him to be paying me back small, rather than going to court and then stuff there. So
Thank you very much. I think those ideas are fantastic. Thank you. Ms. Rotimi, please.
So very quickly, and this is just taking it from where the last speaker stopped. Online dispute resolution is a thing. And I think we have mounted it for many years, but I want to break it down to relatable problems, right? So I erroneously transferred funds to XYZ's account. And maybe it's not 2 million, maybe it's not 20 million, maybe it is 20,000, right? And the procedure to get that refund, the mental stress alone, it goes beyond the amount you are thinking about. Then, assuming you engage the legal system, because the bank will tell you need a court order for a reversal to happen. Now, I use that example to say, in the UK, in Canada, there are small claims courts, but they are all online based. For real, what happens is, I'm going to get that court order. It's only that it's going to happen almost automatically. I will upload my claim. I write it myself. I erroneously transferred to X account. I'm making a claim to get it back. And there might be a template. I upload it on the system. A judge, right, who could be a real judge or an AI, it depends, right, would sit on it, review the evidence, and give an order, right? This happens within like 5-10 minutes, for real. And I get it in my email, and I forward the email to the bank to say, here's the court order, and the bank reverses my money.
Fantastic. Does this exist?
Now, I said it like science fiction. A whole lot of things will need to happen under current. For instance, there has to be online procedure rules. So the same way you have civil procedure rules, criminal procedure rules, it has to be written. It's been written in the UK, all right? There has to be the technology, right? And at the heart of this technology is AI. And I can break it down, every last thing I said. So I'm not talking pie in the sky. There's technology to make everything I said now happen. Authentication, a digital identity. These are all the components that will go in to make this happen. So I think that much of our conversations in the justice or legal tech ecosystem has been in silos. If we narrow down on two problems, and we have people in the room like this and say, can we solve this? Who are the players, who are the stakeholders that need to engage to make this happen? It's going to include the judiciary, right? It's going to include the lawyers, the technologists, right? It's going to include all of us talking together. But we say, in 2 years, that picture I painted, we want it to happen in Nigeria. It will happen. That's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Ologasa, please, your final words.
Let me speak from the perspective of a non-lawyer. It was Peter Drucker that said, what you cannot manage what you don't measure. What I think we should look at having technology to do is to make justice a mainstream. Naturally, politicians will not focus on anything that does not give them a political point. And it's not only in Nigeria alone, almost all across the globe. Politicians will always look at that, but how can we make justice a major political point? And that's where I think innovators, justice sector, players will come into play. Let me give 1 or 2 examples. One would be, how many of us have heard that there are issues about police just going to harass people and all this one? There are so many of them, right? How many of them have happened in the last 1 year? Tons, quite a lot, right? How many? Nobody knows. Under the current IGP, how many has happened? Under the last IGP regime, how many happened? Nobody knows. We just complain. Let me give another instance. How many of you have gone where your flight was scheduled for 1 p.m. and then you ended up leaving at 9 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
Or it's even cancelled? It happens a lot, right? Which airline has been the most? But it's right, we can always only guess. We do not have the actual data that we can brandish on everybody, and every CEO of every airline industry becomes a KPI for them. How many communities are victims of injustice and their representatives are in the House of Rep and in the Senate just making laws that are not relevant to the communities? Do the communities have a dashboard where it shows what are the major legal or justice issues in this community? And that's what you will judge or you will evaluate what they call them, the representative on, or the attorneys general of states. What are the major the states where they have injustice? When we have technologies that we measure these, I think it just takes issue of access to justice to become a national discourse. We need to use technology to change narrative. On the other hand, too, is the issue of many times when you have cases in court, especially criminal cases, is because of evidence, right? And witnesses. But there can be anonymous witnesses, there can be crowdsourcing. We are doing some things in this space. But let me use the case of this lady, Bamiche, on BRT. You know, when she first came out, when I think mom was going on, and they finally said, okay, she entered, was last thing she entered, the BRT, this and that. You know, when they apprehended the driver, you know what the driver first said? He said he was also a victim, that it was some people that entered the bus, and they, at gunpoint, he had to, until another person came up and said, no, this same driver had attempted, and that was when the story changed. It's because in Nigeria, we are, I'm trying to look for the right word. When it comes to, you know, this sickness that you forget.
Amnesia.
We have information amnesia. Or is it amnesia of information? If we can galvanize those information and brandish it, trust me, the banks that remove money anyhow, if we have they have removed my money, I post it, and the data is being just curated like that, and then you can see that, look, this bank is the one that plays. In fact, why do banks respond now? If there's anything on Twitter and then you just place it there, that's when they will respond. That's the same thing. Can we make solutions that will bring justice to the fore of the national discourse? I think that will help us solve it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this session. You know why? Apart from the intellectual stimulation, it gave us a lot of opportunities for the entrepreneurs in the room to go and build. I know that there are tech enthusiasts here. So you build your own platform that would make sure that access from people. Look, how did Donald Trump win the first election? He bypassed, he went straight to the people. Any policy he was saying, we are thinking about doing this, but the House of Commons is not responding. So direct access. Once again, please give a round of applause to this wonderful panel. It's been exciting to be here. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Kelechi. And it's been my pleasure for this to have happened today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's gather for...
We're out of time, so...
Yes.
I was told that we cannot take questions.
Okay. We're sorry about that. So please, let's...
Does anybody know who have questions, though? Maybe one? How many other people? You can take just one? One takes question. You can ask. You can ask your question.
So, I do have 3 questions, but I'll just ask one.
She needs to give you permission.
But I'll just...
Just one.
Okay. So, I wanted to ask, because it's beautiful that we're all talking about ideas, and, you know, when you start to talk about ideas, you know, it's so beautiful and all of that. But part of a mental note that I've kept over the years is that one of the reasons why we think is so that our stupid thoughts can die instead of us. And, you know, it brings me to the fact that how do we know tech ideas, legal tech ideas that are worth, you know, placing the bet over? Take, for instance, what is happening with Duolingo and then the OpenAI translator right now. So there's some sort of ideas that come into the market and they act like grim reapers, and then it just starts, you know, threatening everybody. They swallow up other, you know, ideas. So I wanted to ask the panelists, how do they think that through? What process do they subject their ideas through before they know that, okay, this stuff is worth it, then let's pursue it? Do you get? Yep.
So I think I'll ask Mr. Olugasa to respond to that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that beautiful question. And this is what I would say for a number of us that are startups. The systems we see or the solutions we see that become mainstream, you know, that's the one everybody celebrates and applauds. But for every idea that worked, most likely there are 100 ideas from the same company that did not work. So if you tried, for us, we have tried several, and they did not work. And we've tried some that seem to have worked. So please, if I get the question correctly, you still, when you get your idea, you still need to ask people around. You do your, have a product manager, they will help you do that. You test it, you know, and so you come up with your MVP, and you see how it goes. But many a times, even when your test says it will work, and you get to the market, it may not work. But you should have this natural resilience in you. In fact, I always like to use my dad's word. He called it tenacity of purpose. Something may end up working, but for the first 3, 4, 5 years, it may not work, just like the Chinese bamboo. That until you need to keep watering it every day for 5 years before it begins to grow. But the moment it grows, because the moment it sprouts, I think for every week, it grows by another maybe 20 inches or something. In the space of 6 months, it grows 33,000 inches. I can't remember, about 30 meters in short. So at times, some ideas need to be nurtured. Some will quickly come to limelight and it will quickly burn. But there are some that you will need to be patient and patiently water it until it becomes mainstream. And there are some that, in spite of all the efforts, it still will not. Don't worry, it's not a failure. As I think it was the last speaker, mother-in-law, that said you failed forward. Those are some of the things. Out of that failing forward, you may get another very fantastic idea on even getting it much better. So please, as an entrepreneur, it's one of the things. It's the risk. But if you don't take the risk, then you likely not get the...
Thank you very much. Please, I would just like, okay, Mr. Rotimi wants to respond. I would like to just contribute to something. For the ideas in this room, which we are talking about in terms of legal tech, please think about collaboration. Because one of the things that we have noticed is that we know we are talking about the problems now, but you don't know the operationality. You don't know what policies, like for example, you can create a good product and you're not allowed to advertise. And in your product is saying, I am the best. You've already started off on the wrong foot. So with the people who have the problem, sit in the room with them, go to court with them, go engage with them. If you don't collaborate and you're trying to solve a problem from the outside, it wouldn't work. You would hit this problem in the market. And while you're building, don't wait until you have an MVP. Start with a Google form. Go to market and say, if this, then what? People in the market, what is their experience? When I first built my product, the lawyers, I did a feasibility study, and the lawyers told me I got a minus. Imagine in feasibility study, and you get a minus. But guess what? I realized, I went back to the table. Lawyers were not my targets. It's the clients, the people like you. Those are my targets. So I said, if I have only 300 people on my platform, and I'm giving it out to the lawyers for free, but the clients are paying for the product, is that not a better income stream? I also decided that what you people in Nigeria are stressing me. If I go abroad and decide to do it, $100 is not a problem, but you 100K is a problem. So what can be problematic here may not be problematic outside. Thank you.
I mean, you've heard resilience, you've heard collaboration. I just want to add one more word. It's called defensible. And I'll explain. When did the iPhone launch? 2007. All right. At the time the iPhone launched, certain people made some apps like Touchlight, right? And there were people who were buying and paying for that app until Apple did what? They upgraded and their device came with a Touchlight. So, and that's the example he gave, right? It cannibalized that business. However, certain other people, they went more fundamental, and that's thinking first principles. Google Maps existed, and then an Uber built on top of Google Maps. Uber exists today. That's what you call defensible, right? You have to think beyond the glitz, the hype. This is the next flashy thing, right? And look 10 years, 20 years ahead. What will stay the test of time? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, sirs. Please, I want to applause again for them. This Jara session was very hot on top. All right, so who's having a good time here? Who's having a good time? I am. I'm having a good time. I'm having so much. I have so many ideas in my head. I hope that we'll execute it. All right, so we're going on a very short bio break right now. Very short bio break. So if you haven't had snacks, you could go breakfast. Yes, snacks. In the morning, please go and get some. Then you can please network. For just 5 minutes, speed networking, short break, so that at least we can move our bodies. We are not doing anything today. We're not doing anything right now, so we're done. So we're done with the letters. So please, for 5 minutes, let's stretch our bodies. Please meet someone. Say hi to someone beside you, at your front, at your back, left, right, center. You can also speak with some of the guest speakers. Take pictures. If you want to post online, use hashtag LegalTech Fest. Hashtag LegalTech Fest. And you can follow us on social media at Tech Lawyered. So please talk to someone, say hi, say hello. You can talk with the speakers, you can talk with attendees. Just network for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, by 2:22, please let's all come back to our seats. So we have just 5 minutes. 2:22, please let's come back for the next set of sessions, which are lightning sessions. Thank you. let's start rounding of our discussions, and please come back into the hall for the next set of sessions. Please conclude your sessions and please return. It's already 2:22. 5 minutes have lapsed. So please let's come back into the hall for the next set of sessions very quickly. So
Your rights and duties.
please
and
let's come
so
back
it's
into
okay.
the hall for the
Speak up
next
whenever your rights
set
are violated.
of sessions.
Mr. Justice.
So please round off your discussions, round off your snacking, and please return back into the hall for the next set of sessions. Thank you very much.
Introducing Just Ease. Social app for community and easy access to justice. The Just Ease app.
All right, so please, if you can hear my voice, come inside. If you cannot, I don't know. So please, let's all come in for the next set of sessions, which we'll call lightning sessions. Lightning sessions. So please, if you have your friend that's outside, tell them to come inside. We're starting the next set of sessions. Tell them to come inside. We're starting the next set of sessions right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. Please come back into the hall for the next lightning sessions. Time up for networking, time up for the break. Please let's come in. Ushers, please assist me. Please assist me in ushering them back into the hall. All right, thank you very much. All right, so we're moving on to the next set of sessions, and we'll call this one lightning sessions. I mean, very brief but powerful. Brief, powerful. So please make sure that your ears are ready. Yes. So the first session is going to be on AI for Good, Innovations in Policy Making for Social Justice. AI for Good, Innovations in Policy Making for Social Justice. And our guest speaker is the technology attorney and digital policy strategy and governance. He doesn't need to be introduced again. I've already read the citation. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding round of applause as I welcome Mr. Rotimi Ogunyemi for his lightning session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. And this is going to be very quick. I think I have 15 minutes. A part of me says I should do this in lesser time. AI for good, innovations in policy making for social justice. Now, I'm taking this exactly from the point where we left off on the panel, right? In particular, I'm taking it from Mr. Okpe Olugasa's contribution in terms of what innovations should we be looking forward to see in the justice space, in the legal tech space. And I particularly pigeonhole my talk on innovations in policy making. And policy making because I believe so strongly that the foundation to most things is policy. Many of the problems that we have highlighted here this afternoon, many of the solutions that we are working towards, at the heart of this is policy. Now, policy could sound like a big word, but when you break down policy, it's really just a way of doing things, a set of rules, a way of thinking, processes that ought to be in place to achieve specific goals. So in this case, we've been talking about issues in the justice sector. We've been talking about barriers. So this topic is really about how do we fundamentally solve for these problems. And the focal technology that I intend to use as my case study is artificial intelligence, not because it's the buzzword or the hype of the moment, but because it's a mature technology that, if properly deployed, can solve many of the problems that we have so eloquently spoken about here this afternoon. Now, data. Now, forgive that I did not come with slides. It was deliberate because I didn't want this to be like a presentation. I just wanted to talk, all right? If you had a takeaway from the last panel, particularly Mr. Okpe's contribution, it was this salient point that data is the lifeblood of practically everything. And so I want to say that data is the lifeblood of effective policy making. Data is the lifeblood of effective policy making. Now, if you don't take out any other thing I would say here this afternoon, remember that point, that data is the lifeblood of effective policy making. But let me now dial back. The topic is AI for good. Innovations in policymaking and social justice. So there are two words that I want to juxtapose, AI and then social justice. Then I will come back to the policy making. We all know, and I would not attempt to make academic definitions, that artificial intelligence is pretty much intelligent systems, computer systems that are out, they have only one purpose in life, to simulate what the human can do cognitively. Let me say that in a better way. Humans cognitively can learn, can think, can read, can make decisions. These are cognitive functions of the human, you and I. Now, where systems begin to simulate those functions, where a system begins to imitate that ability to read, to learn, to take decisions, then we are in the realm of artificial intelligence. Now, if systems can do this, let's unpack it further. And I'm tying it to the statement I made early on, that data is the lifeblood of effective policy making. It then means that what are these systems learning on? What are these systems training on? It's on data. And what's data? Data is practically everything, right? It could be structured, it could be unstructured. And I will unpack the structured part. The structured part is what we've been doing in the realm of computing all since 1950s, thereabout. The unstructured part is what natural language processing is now helping us do. And I'll unpack all of this. But what I'm saying is, if an AI system can read, can learn, can make decisions, what then is policy? Policy is exactly those things I have just said, right? That you are able to read, that you're able to learn, and you're able to take decisions. So, if you then have systems that can do these cognitive functions, it then means that you have technology that can assist in policy making. Yeah? Great. Now, I then said this data is structured and unstructured. Now think about any problem. And again, because I want this to be real, I'm referring again to Mr. Okpe's submissions, right? When he said many of the atrocities that has been committed, do we have data? Do we know, do we have insight as to the number of bandit attack? Do we have insight as to the number of the amount of crop failure? Do we have insight as to the actual number of detainees awaiting trial? And just think about anything that is a problem. You would eventually come down to the realization that at the heart of that problem is a lack of data and insights derived from that data to then be able to adequately solve the problem. And whether it's an access to justice problem or it's any other kind of problem. So, enter artificial intelligence. Like all of us know, the existing AI systems have pretty much done mind-blowing things. Think about your Uber. Think about your Airbnb. Think about all of these applications that we all have found very helpful and very useful. It really comes down to one thing: analyzing data, large amounts of data, and then drawing insights, which is recognizing patterns from this data, and then using that insight to solve a problem. Whether the problem is your Netflix recommendation engine, whether the problem is what's the next thing to buy, haven't bought X, Y, or Z. Now, if AI has done all of that in the past, AI can then do the core, which is the problem, which is analyze insights, analyze data and draw insights so that we can effectively solve problems. That is innovation. Now, social justice is the second leg of my talk. We've said justice is many things, but social justice in itself is the fair and equitable distribution of opportunities in society. So you can think about it in every realm and in many realms. The real fundamental issues that we face as a society, to a large degree, is lack of opportunities. And in other degrees, it is mismanagement of opportunities. Or it is creating solutions that do not solve particular problems. Now, it could rear its head in education, in healthcare, and in the justice sector. So, think about IoTs, Internet of Things. This is a technology that essentially harnesses the power of sensors and the cloud, right, and algorithms, AI, to solve problems. Now, it could solve the problem in agriculture. It could solve it in security. It could solve it in any domain in society. But it's basically this: having sensors that can take data, having a model that can analyze the data, and then being able to draw insights so that decisions can be made. So for instance, if there's traffic bottleneck between here and Ikorodu Road, and maybe there is a traffic light someplace, what a sensor does is the sensor would begin to take data of the amount of cars coming from direction A or B or C. Then analyze. It looks like between 12 noon and 2 p.m., more cars come from point A to point B. And between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., more cars come from point B to point A. Right? Now, that's a sensor. And when I say sensor, pretty much that's those cameras you see. Right? So it's not just tracking for traffic violation, it's actually tracking the number of cars. Now, imagine if the traffic light is then programmed based on that insight, that between 12 noon and 2 p.m., we have huge traffic coming from A to B, right? And between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., we have huge traffic coming from B to A. What does that mean for the policymaker? It's an easy decision, right? The policymaker is a person who is behind the technologist who would program the traffic light. The policymaker then says, you know what? Between 12 and 2, ensure that you have the green, right? Being more available to traffic coming from this area, and between 4 and 6, ensure that you have the green being more available. Do you know what that does immediately? It solves a traffic problem. What was at the heart of it? Data. And what did that data do? It was being processed, right? And then insight was derived, and then the policymaker can make informed decision. That's all I came here to say. Now, you can apply that to any problem. Any problem. Just think about any problem, right? Gather data, analyze data, and make informed policies based on that data. Frankly, that's at the heart of much of the things that cause high blood pressure in Nigeria today. So my parting words to the technologists in the room, all right? You know the technology, and you are out to solve the problems. And in fact, you know that we have advanced technologies that can solve these problems, all right? My word to you is collaboration, which is, while you know what this technology can do, begin to demonstrate with little pilot cases to say, all right, let me begin to gather data in a particular silo. All right. And then let me begin to use these models to analyze this data. And then let me share this information using technology still, or a dashboard, could go on social media and say, you know what, for X problem, right, this is the data I gathered. This is the analysis of the data. And for policymakers, now you don't have any contact with legislature or anybody in government, right? All you have is your social media platform, right? Continue to do that for 3 months and see what will happen. I bet you'll get a call from a high office. And so for the folks who think that you can't make changes from the ground up, right? I just told you how to make change from the ground up, right? Now, so AI has that transformative potential. It's not just a buzzword. It's not just a buzzword. And let me say this. your ChatGPT. I know that you use it for summarizations, you use it to like Google and all. Use it for the purpose I just described now. Think about any problem. All right? Think about any problem. And then, now there are scientific methods of gathering data, but just do your manual gathering. All right? Feed it into, I use ChatGPT because that's the closest example of an AI model that most people have. Feed it into the model and then ask it any question. All right? Ask it any question like, based on this data that I've given, what do you think should be the solution to X and Y problem? And see the response. You are already on your way to solving a problem. So breaking it down, that is using AI for good, right? And essentially policy innovation, taking the strengths of AI. It can think, it can write, it can make decisions, and then you are on your way to making change greater and better than you ever thought was possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I thought it was going to be short and powerful. Short and powerful. Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful session. Please, a round of applause again for him. Thank you so much, sir. So we're moving on to the next lightning talk. No, I said lightning talk, so they're going to be short, precise, so please listen deeply. So the next one is going to be on access to justice through Just Ease. Just Ease, I think it's an application. Access to justice through Just Ease. And our guest speaker for this session is Mr. Olalekan Shogbein. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. So I'll be reading his citation briefly because it has not been read yet. So, all right. Olalekan Shogbein is a distinguished graduate of Electrical Electronics Engineering from the University of Ado-Ekiti. I don't know what they are called. Ado-Ekitites. I don't know what. You are great. Everybody is great. He commenced his professional journey with Grace Infotech Limited, now Law Pavilion Business Solutions, as a training officer. In this capacity, he was instrumental to developing and maintaining comprehensive training solutions for a diverse client base, including government parastatals, financial institutions, and private sector entities. Demonstrating exceptional capability and dedication, Olalekan advanced to the position of Head of IT Projects and Quality Assurance in 2013. Please, a round of applause. That is a career progression. I don't know if you saw it. In this role, he provided exemplary project management, technology operations, and general management support to external clients. Following a successful tenure with the IT quality assurance team, Olalekan ascended to the role of product manager for all internal and external products. He currently leads a team of over 40 professionals, collectively delivering cutting-edge and bespoke solutions to Law Pavilion's esteemed clientele. Please, a round of applause again for our guest speaker, speaking on access to justice through justice, Mr. Olalekan Shogbein.
Thank you very much. And it's very exciting to be here. Let me say good afternoon, and thank you for being here. And it's really been eye-opening, all the discussions we've been having since all along. And so I'm a member of the Law Pavilion team, and just like the citation says, I have my boss here, and every time we sit at the meetings, it will tell me that I am now the greatest cost center in the organization, because our job is to create all those solutions that we have to deal with and that we need to we use to solve so many of those problems. I'm going to speak briefly about Just Ease, and we've said a lot of things about apps. Now, Law Pavilion has been known as a legal tech provider, And even here today, I've now gone to understand that there is a difference between legal tech and justice tech. Okay, so what we've done before till now has been to use technology to assist the lawyers in the legal space. And we have done that via the court management system, the case management system for both enterprise and for law firms. We have done that by curating law reports such that lawyers can have easy access. So along the line, a thought came on board that it seems as if we have concentrated so much on the lawyers. And really, we have been able to use many of those solutions to resolve problems in those spaces. But apart from, assisting lawyers, when we talk about justice, what can we do for the larger society such that they also can be a part of the justice system that we are trying to create? And that's what brought about Just Ease. Now, Just Ease is an application that has some features to it, and that's basically what we're going to be talking about here today. And Justice spelled Justease. And what we are trying to achieve with that is we want the general public as well to also have access to justice. I would like us to please play that video. Can it come up now? Okay, so this video basically is a collaboration between ourselves and the Lagos State Ministry of Justice when they had a Justice Summit earlier this year. And for that particular program, they put it together to try and look at how can they enhance the justice system within the Lagos State environment, and how can they upgrade their offering within the Lagos space. And they partnered with us, and we shared a lot of ideas with them, and then we also had this justice application, for interaction and for engagement. So it's okay. I should bring it back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So while that video is getting ready, would it be possible for us to just go on to the slides? Thank you. Okay, so while the slides is are we near there? Are we near there? Okay. So while the slides are going on, so Law Pavilion, one of the things that we always strive to do is to look at how can we use solutions, because part of what we discussed while we're at this meeting is that ideation is a very, very simple thing, and ideas are one and many, and they can be everywhere. But now you will hear what my Mr. Olugasa said earlier on, when he said, when you want to build a product, it looks very straightforward until you start it. And then we've had successes, we've had failures, and we've also had those part of it that we think or we thought it won't work, and it became like a runaway success. We've had those that we started and it looked like it was a success until there was just a slight change to it, and then it brought out so many more and better results. Okay? So Just Ease is, are we near it now? Okay? Okay, good. Good. All right. Moving. Sorry, excuse me. Forward. Okay. All right, thank you very much. So just to quickly run through this, it's not so much that we have on the slides. Introduction, access to justice is a fundamental pillar of any democratic society. I won't run through this because I believe we've already had a lot of discussion around this. But what is the problem statement? What's the problem statement? We first looked at inefficient justice system. And this is not something that we really want to overflog. There are stories that we have around this, and one popular one that I know we love sharing is a situation where we have a case started in court, and then the father ran through the whole court, through the whole case. Now the father used that case to send his own son to school as a lawyer. The son graduated and then picked up the case from where it was. Now the son ran with that case and then used that same case to send his own daughter to school. Now the daughter graduated. Now we are talking about 3 generations here. And then 30 years later, at the Supreme Court, they now said every one of their arguments, apologies, I'm not a lawyer, but every argument along the line actually had a fundamental flaw. They should go back to the trial court. Now, when we talk about inefficiency, oh, sorry, where's my slide? Okay, so when we talk about inefficiency, I think we don't have any other better definition than that. Then apart from that, apart from that, we have the limited citizen engagement. And we don't really need to say so much about this. Once a platform is inefficient, then nobody really wants to deal with it. Then apart from that, we have the insecurity. Now, I don't really need to say so much about this. Lawyers will say, reps ipsa locutor. The fact speaks for itself. Why? Everywhere, all around. In the past 4 or 5 years, I've not gone back home. I speak to my parents on the phone. And they will say, don't come. And I don't even want to go. And it's just like, we're going to stay down there. Okay? Why? Because everywhere is inefficient. Now, apart from this, apart from this, we have a lack of data-driven, decision making. So, my boss said it earlier on, that many times when we want to make some decision, it is made on the cuff of we just think and then we go ahead. But when we actually interrogate data, we'll discover that many times what we think is not as it is. For example, I was surprised when I was told of the court in Nigeria that has the highest caseload. Which court do you think that will be? Ma'am? You said what? High court, please. No. High court in Nigeria, the one that has the highest caseload. Ma'am? No, it's not Lagos. It's not Abuja. It's not Port Harcourt. We discovered it was Enugu. And they had Calabar, Anambra, sorry, not Enugu, it was Anambra. And when I went there to that court to train them, I discovered that they had only about, 15 judges. Lagos has over 100 judges. Now, when we start dealing with this, we will know that a lot of information is missing in the... so then there is also the urgent need for innovation. Okay, and why we have all this problem statement, that's what led us to solutions. Okay, so what solution did we actually think of? We thought of this app that we called Just Ease. So the first thing is Just Ease is able to give us something that we call a digital evidence bank. What does this do? Now, we are able to capture, I will just explain more how Just Ease works. We are able to capture in real time what is happening. So we have something here that we call the panic button that you can use to, you can press it, and once you press it, it will just send notifications to all your panic bodies such that they will know that you actually have a challenge, and then they can start, looking out for you. It also automatically starts recording all things that are happening within your environment. Now, apart from this, we also have another feature on it that you can record activities or anything that is going on. Just take a random record and then upload. Now, once you upload that, this digital, the digital evidence bank is able to store faces, and then we can use AI facial recognition and matching to actually pick the faces of anyone that has been brought to court, and we use it to check against all the data that has been uploaded on the platform. Now, apart from this, we also have access to justice. Now, what this also do is that now this our digital evidence bank is linked directly to quite a number of other other operators like that. For example, the police, the multi-door courthouse in Nigeria, and so on and so forth, such that they also have access to this database. Okay, apart from this, we also have some solution statements that we thought of. So we can also do background check services on here. So how many of us have engaged the services of a help? Maybe a house help, domestic helps, drivers and all. Now, you don't need to be asking one lady or another. You can actually come on this platform and then you are able to put up the details of whoever you want to deal with, and you can get an history of what has happened concerning the person you want to engage. And then apart from that, it also has educational resources. Okay, so this one empower users with knowledge about their rights and duties. So for example, what is your civic right concerning certain situation? You are able to actually discover that also on the app. And then apart from this, we also have crime alerts and reporting. I already mentioned this. And so the idea behind this is that whenever there are any situation, you can easily just, take capture of what's going on. You can upload it. And then we are able to have a digital mapping of hotspots in Nigeria. Okay, so this crime alert and reporting, this one actually, an interesting thing is that each and every one of these features that we have here, there are stories behind it. Okay, so this last one, for example, I actually was a personal, I was involved in this in a personal capacity. Okay, in a personal capacity. So in this instance, I was going towards K2, and then there was this short distance between going off the road to K2 and then turning towards Ikorodu, and I was attacked. Now, a week before, my other colleague was attacked along the same road. Now, after that, someone else had been attacked. Now, the reason why I was rescued anyways, so police came around and rescued me. Now, the reason why they came to rescue me was someone was attacked at that spot, and the police was sure another person was coming to fall victim. Now, that second person was me. What we are saying is that when we have such spots, okay, and then I report on Just Ease that, oh, I was attacked on here, and then another person reports, we start having something that we call an heat map that shows us that, okay, these are hot spots, in various parts of the community. So these are some of the things that we want to achieve with this application, such that even the government themselves can have a digital map of what is going on within their domain. So when we are talking about data, we are looking at crowdsourcing this data such that everybody can have an idea of what is going on. Another use case that we have for this is that you can even do a search on a property that you want to deal with, whether in terms of rent or in terms of purchase, and so much more. So Just Ease is an idea that we already created, and then it has a second part of it that we call the Just Ease dashboard. So the Just Ease app is able to collect data crowdsourced by all of us, in its use, and then all the data is uploaded into this platform that we call Justice Dashboard, that the parastatals, government, and various other organizations connect to, and they are able to make informed decision, at every point in time. Now, I have my time that we need to round up. But before I round off, I want to just play a 1.5 minute video on justice. Can you please go ahead, sir? Is it coming up? Okay. So that we don't really keep everybody waiting, maybe we'll just skip over the video, and I'll say thank you very much for our audience. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause again for him. Thank you so much, sir. Wow, short and precise. So moving on to the second to the last. So we have just 2 more lightning talks before we have our workshops. Who's having fun? I'm having fun. I know you might be getting tired, but just adjust. Just actually adjust yourself. Like, okay, I'm telling you to adjust now. Adjust your body, do something, just move like this. Maybe it's your head, roll your head, something, move. If you're not obeying my instructions, are the ushers there to please usher anybody that is not obeying my instructions? So move your head, move your hand, just, adjust and get ready. So I know it's intense, but let's just be here, all right? Are we good? Are we good? All right, thank you. So I'm moving on to the third lightning session, which is going to be taken by Miss Nimo Jo Madugu. Please, a round of applause for her. I'll read her citation, which is very, very brief. She's going to be speaking on enhancing e-commerce with integrated dispute resolution matters. Enhancing e-commerce with integrated dispute resolution matters. Ms. Nimo is a partner at Kenna Partners who is actively involved in the firm's corporate and commercial teams and heads the banking and finance practice units. She has over a decade's experience advising both local and foreign organizations on navigating the Nigerian legal and regulatory landscape across various sectors and on the adoption of good corporate governance practices to ensure ethical and sustainable businesses. She's a certified data protection professional from the International Association of Privacy Professionals and is a member of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Nimo Jo Madugu. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you. Thank you. She has been here since. Please, a round of applause for her again. Thank you so much.
No. Thank you so much. And thank you for pronouncing my name properly. It is spelled Nima, but it is pronounced Nimo. It is my pleasure to be here. Thank you to Kelechi and the team for setting this up. I think I just start off by asking a question. How many people here are married? Okay. It's for those I'm not trying to set people up. This is not one of those tech bros here, law babes here, start setting up. No, that's not what it's about. What does anybody here think, married or married, what do you think is the core thing that is core principle that is similar to marriages and also business relationships? Thank you very much. It is trust. I'm not married either. I just assumed that that's what I'm going to say. But the thing that I would say is that it is trust. It is trust that is the foundational thing that ties all this together. And I believe that is one of the essence or the key things that's also driving commerce generally. The problem now is that we have moved from just pure commerce, me and you trading face to face, to now including it as commerce between individuals and technology, or technology and technology at the end of the day. And this has now brought in a new aspect of trust. This trust issue that we have is one of the foundational things that is an issue in the society, but particularly in e-commerce. I send you money, or I see something on your page or on your website. I say I want to purchase that, and you tell me, oh, no problem, this is the price, is there, everything. And at the end of the day, there's now some issue that arises either when it gets to me. We all know, and I'm sure everybody here has some example of what I ordered versus what I got. Terrible pictures of cakes and dresses. That's just a simple example of what it is, but it goes further than that. You'd have instances where they mention airlines as well, where you have transacted on an airline's website, and at the end of the day, for whatever reason, that flight is delayed or something of that nature, and you're now not able to get your money back. What this thing does at the end of the day is that it's chipping away the trust in the society. It's chipping away the trust in the system. If you go to places or you look at things that are happening or the e-commerce in other countries, they have different systems built primarily on a trust basis. They have places where they keep things that people can use for the public. Every single time that something happens to chip away your trust on it, it reduces the chances of you going back to e-commerce. But there's something that we have to understand is that with the way things are going, e-commerce is a foundational aspect of how business grows. A lot of the people here today are speaking about e-commerce. Somebody here, one of the moderators, mentioned that her business is here, but she's actually selling to people in the US. Now, imagine a situation where she has had multiple clients or customers complain that they were not able to either get something from her website that she promised, or that there was an issue after that resulted in a dispute. That trust will be diminished. For me, I think that there is a situation or there's a case to be made for us integrating dispute resolution into, or dispute management rather, into the systems, into the e-commerce system. Someone mentioned blockchain, but we have to be realistic about some of these things, that these items are not as commonly used, or these technologies are not as commonly used or integrated as we assume it to be. There's a long way and a long journey for people to even, a lot of people still don't understand how cryptocurrency works. Can anybody raise their hand here if they fully understand it? Just one. So a lot of people don't understand it. So we mentioned things like, oh, integrates blockchain, and somebody's like, I don't get it. So we have to look at the more practical and simpler aspects of how to do this. If it is that within your system, you now create, you have a business, or you're somebody that's advising someone that owns a business, you have a system where there are policies in place, dispute management. The best way, and I advise all my clients, people come to meet us a lot of times and want to include in this contract that if this person does this, they will not go to court, they will merely pay me back. If somebody goes to court, I said, it's a lie. I can promise you that even if you include it inside, if somebody goes to court, people put it in their wills. If any of the children contest it, nobody's going to get money. Children will contest. And they don't mind doing that, because at the end of the day, it is sometimes just to frustrate the other person. So we have to find ways of mitigating the dispute in the first place. How do you avoid it arising? I think if there is a way that we can integrate it into the e-commerce system, it can help. So you have somebody, a lot of the times the dispute arises because when a complaint is made by a customer, when a complaint is raised by a regulator, when a complaint is raised by a fellow business that, oh, maybe you are infringing on my IP, the response is not appropriate. What bigger organizations do and what bigger organizations have is that they create in place crisis management systems, or they create in place business sustainability policies. There is nothing that stops a small business from also having something of that nature. There is nothing that stops a technology system or app or software startup from having that same policy in place on a written basis, that somebody on the back end knows, okay, if a client complains about XYZ, this is what we're supposed to do. So that the systems, the responses are appropriate, so that you mitigate the issue, the arrival of an actual dispute. So let us say after you've done all of this, you've taken some other steps, you have ensured that your clients are aware, this is the policy in place. I can only do this, I can only do that. When somebody responds, that is what is going to be given to them. If you even go further to take an additional step, maybe you're able to integrate into an app, or create maybe a separate feature that you can tie into your Instagram or your website or so, whatever, that even for clients to make a complaint, they have to tick certain boxes. So somebody says, oh, I have a complaint against this. If you go maybe airlines or so, they have this, and then you're not able to take, what is your complaint? This person did not do this. This was it. I expected this amount of money. You break that down. If you've done all of this, and at the end of the day, for whatever reason, a dispute still arises, what next? We speak about ODR, online dispute resolution, and truthfully speaking, it can work, but it cannot work the way that we anticipate it to be, because the last person that spoke just explained to you the way that the court systems are already overwhelmed. We have to explore the opportunity and come to the reality of the situation that it is possible that ODR would have to be on a private basis, that we might have to build the trust to acknowledge that only a quasi-judicial system can work. What do I mean? They are private individuals, they are lawyers. I promise you, if you have any case, maybe somebody, you ordered something online and the person was supposed to deliver your clothes, 30,000 naira, even if it was a wedding dress of 500K. And at the end of the day, it comes what I ordered versus what I got, and it's looking so shabby. You're not going to take that person to court, because how much will you pay a lawyer to do that? Even if it is on an ODR basis, that you now have a system in place, which lawyer is going to sit down there to dispute or to try to assist you in resolving that? And then both parties are going to pay maybe 400K or 500K for that, on top of a dress that's 500K. It doesn't make any sense. What we can consider doing is that when we have the ODR systems, that we agree that ordinary individuals, paralegals, or people that have some sort of legal training Even if it is customer service within an organization that has dispute resolution training, those people should be able to intervene and mediate the system, mediate the issue that has arisen, to say, as opposed to us going to court, which is not going to help anybody at the end of the day, as opposed to us exploring ADR or arbitration or mediation, which at this point in time might also be more expensive. Why don't we try this system instead? Try something that works on a private level, because at the end of the day, if we go to the system, if we go to the traditional systems, the likelihood of you getting what you want without exploring and utilizing a lot of resources and time, it is just going to be so reduced. The other system that you have, so maybe it is not now a simple issue of 500K, maybe it is something more, 4 million, talking millions of naira at this point in time. What do? In that instance, there's the small claims courts that you have available. You can explore that. The small claims court, comparatively to the other courts, does pretty well, and they're able to settle cases out within about 2 or 3 months or so. That's an option that you can explore. I think I don't want to keep us waiting here. I still have like 5 minutes, but the primary thing I want people to take away from the discussions here today, and really from the things I've been saying, is that you have to explore private ways of mitigating disputes from arising and private ways of managing disputes when they arise. The thing that you want to understand at the end of the day is that a business is there to make money. So there's no instance in which you're going to try to lose money consciously or subconsciously just because you're trying to make a point. Because that point, how many individuals or clients are you going to do it with? The idea just being that try to find ways, explore systems that you can integrate into it. At the end of the day, if a number of companies start up, if even a private individual creates their own law clinic that helps small businesses to settle disputes, over time, others will join and it becomes a movement on its own. It becomes a quasi-judicial system existing side by side with the more traditional systems that are more complex and more demanding to the dispute resolution process that we have at the moment. So thank you so much for listening to me. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nim. Please, a round of applause for her again. That was such a beautiful perspective and so beautifully taken. Thank you so much. So we're moving to the last lightning session before we have our workshops, right? Whose head is full now? My head is full like this, like it's very big like this. I'm carrying so much on my head. So we are moving on to the last lightning session before we have the final sessions, which will be the workshops. This session is going to be on the Justice Project, a digital pro bono clearinghouse. So I'll say it again, the Justice Project, a digital pro bono clearinghouse. And it's going to be taken by Ms. Oluwaseyi Oluboba. She in the okay. Oh my God, you're so cute. I didn't see you, ma. I didn't see you. So I read her citation very briefly, just very briefly. She's a graduate of the University of Lagos, greatest Akokaites. Your grade is very sharp. I like it. She's a non-practicing lawyer. That was intense. Non-practicing lawyer that was called to bar in 2021. She's currently the project manager at the Justice Project, a digital pro bono clearinghouse that provides free legal services to individuals who cannot afford it. So she's talking about that particular project, that's the Justice Project. She's gifted with the ability to effectively manage multiple ventures at once and channels this ability into creating useful and impactful experiences. She's a multifaceted creative, and when she's not managing projects, she's a voiceover artist and content creator. Please, a round of applause for Miss Oluwaseyi. Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you so much for that. Good evening. Is it evening? Good afternoon, everyone. We've had such a full day, and I believe that everyone that has spoken here has done an amazing job. I have learned so much already. I hope you have as well. Yes, okay, good. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm grateful to Kelechi and her team for putting this together. Like she said, my name is Shea Boba, but you can just call me Boba. short and sweet. I am the project manager for the Justice Project, and I'm going to be using the Justice Project as our case study for expanding access to justice with technology. Now, the cross between law and technology is particularly interesting to me as a lawyer and someone that is interested in law, and I'm sure the fact that you are here means that it is important to you as well. So we're going to be going into that. Now, quickly picture this before I go on. Imagine that you are the housekeeper in a big family, right, in Lagos, and then you go on leave, right, an approved leave, and then they accuse you of stealing the car of the house. Meanwhile, your leave was in a different location or a different state, and then you end up getting remanded and going to jail for a whole year when you were not even at the scene of the crime. Now, this is a true life story, and it is one of the several cases that we have handled, of cases that are pending in prison. Now, is that me? Okay. So, as at the 23rd of July, this month, of the 82,865 inmates in the Nigerian correctional centers, only 68% of them are awaiting trial, right? They're awaiting trial. Only 32% of them are actually convicted. That's a lot of people that are just waiting. Now, the prison is daily being populated with victims of arbitrary arrest, and it's almost as if people just throw people in prison and forget them there. And you can imagine how unfair that is, ideally, for any individual, right? Is this me? Okay, yeah. So, as we have mentioned earlier today, as all the panelists have highlighted, we have a lot of barriers, right, in accessing justice. And one of the many barriers that was mentioned, financial barriers, social barriers, cultural, the lengthy judicial process. Imagine the example that one of the last lightning speakers gave of a case that was in court for 30 years. That's a long time. I'm not even 30 yet. That's a really long time for a case to be in court, you know. So a lot of marginalized communities and people don't really know that they can go to court because there's a lot, like, it doesn't occur to a lot of them because the process can be very long. And that is where technology comes in. That is where we kind of come in, right? So the Justice Project is an initiative that carries out one of its main functions via a one-of-a-kind digital pro bono clearinghouse that helps to basically reach people that cannot afford it, right? And so it's an initiative of the Touch the World Foundation. It's an NGO, and the whole point of it is promoting social justice, good governance, and basically helping people that cannot afford it access justice. I'm sure we remember the difference between legal tech and justice tech. Do we remember? Okay, good. So this is one of the justice tech initiatives, right? So our process is fairly simple. What we do is that we go to prison. I mean, I have visited a prison. It was an interesting experience. So we go to prison, and then we profile cases of people that do not have legal representation, or people can sign up to our platform and report cases, right? So when we do that, and we profile those cases, we now get lawyers, pro bono lawyers that have signed up with us and match them to it, right? And so they are able to provide legal representation to the people in court free of charge and provide rehabilitation when necessary. So in cases where people come out of prison, maybe they've been there for a really long time, they have no one to go back to, or they have nothing to do, we kind of support them with their means of livelihood and all of that. So, yeah. In the past 3 years, we've been able to profile a total of about 137 cases, and 37 of them have been concluded. I believe that watching the back end, every time I see a report of someone being set free makes me really glad, because it takes weeks, months, you know. So every time I get that report, it makes me so happy. We have about 38 inmates that we have discharged, or that the court has discharged. It's not me, that the court has discharged through our process. And we have about 43 volunteers and 15 legal volunteers. So everybody is a volunteer basically, but we have like 15 lawyers and then 43 non-legal volunteers. So our whole entire process is based off of, or is hinged on like 3 core teams. We have the advocacy team that consists of people that do research, communications, core advocacy, writing, and to be honest, everyone that helps to amplify the work that we are doing is in advocacy, right? And then we have the rehabilitation team, the people that assist to reinstate, you know, the people that we free into the society and provide financial support where necessary. And then we have the pro bono lawyers that actually go to the courts to represent these individuals. So, how can you help? Now, you can support not just the Justice Project, but any legal tech initiative that you see, that you know, that people that you know are engaged in by doing any of the following. You can volunteer your time and services if you have ideas on how to evolve these products, if you have ideas on how to include tech more in justice and in the legal sector, please, we need all of that. Your time, you can, am I the one, is it me? Okay. You can follow us for outreaches. If you want to visit prison, we do that every now and then. You can do all of that. And then, yeah, that's a great way to support. If you don't have any tech ideas and you don't want to go anywhere, you can support financially, you can partner financially. It is mostly crowd-funded and sponsorship-funded because obviously the beneficiaries cannot pay. So we do rely a lot on partnerships, sponsorships to get everything going. So we have realized that lack of resources can slow down innovation. So we do need a lot of resources in our space. And if you don't have enough resources to share, you don't have ideas, you can lend your voice to amplify and create awareness. That's basically advocacy, right? On your social media, you can tell a friend, tell a colleague, you can retweet our posts, you can share our stuff. You can just basically raise awareness of the fact that there are people that are in prison that should not be there, and we want to help to fast track their process and getting them out and all of that jazz. So you can connect with us via our social media at the Justice Project on X and Instagram, or you can send us an email. Now, this is me shamelessly. I'm not practicing, so I'm not advertising, but if you want to join us, we are collecting pro bono lawyers. So yeah, you can send us an email at the Justice Project, or you can visit our website to sign up as well. I know that it can be very, because of the work I do, sometimes when police should stop me when I'm driving, I'm like, because you would hear stories of people going to prison, and the reason, God, I cannot even start sharing some of the things I've heard, but people go to prison for a lot of petty reasons, right? So this is very important to help to expedite their release. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for sharing with us about that. I think I'll look them up and see what way that I can come in. All right, so we've come to the end of the lightning talks. Who felt struck by lightning? Who did? Raise your hands, raise your hands. Yes, all right. Thank you so much. You guys have been a great, please clap for yourselves. You've been a great audience. Since morning, thank you so much. So without wasting time, we have workshops. And that's the last session we're having before we have like a pitch. But this is the last session, main session. We have 2 workshops. There are 2 topics. The first one is from idea to MVP, building your legal tech solution. And the second one is legal practitioners remuneration order 2023. How legal tech can help lawyers maximize their time. So it's going to be running at the same time, simultaneously. So one is going to be happening here, and the second one is going to happen there's a room opposite here. So the first one is going to be taken by, because of time, I won't read citations so that we just move really fast. The first one, which is on legal practitioners remuneration order 2023, how legal tech can help lawyers maximize their income, is going to be taken by the managing partner of Vassal Crest Attorneys, one of our sponsors, Mr. Tayo Ismail, and it's going to be held here. Please a round of applause for him. He's around, he has been around for a very long time. So it's going to be held here. So if you want that session, please stay here. The second one is from idea to MVP. From idea to MVP, building your legal tech solution. And it's going to be taken by Mr. Anthony Onkwe. Mr. Anthony Onkwe, yes, Mr. Anthony Onkwe is going to be taken in that other room. So, yes, I'll repeat the topics again so that you can decide which ones you want to attend. The first one is on Legal Practitioners Remuneration Order 2023, how legal tech can help lawyers maximize their income. If you want to be in that session, please stay here. The second one is from idea to MVP, building your legal tech solution, and it's going to be in the other room, I think the snack room, which is directly opposite this. So please let's quickly make this as fast as we can. We're doing so great. We're doing so great. We're doing so great. So please bear with us. All right. So let's make it snappy. The session by Mr. Tayo Ismail is going to be taken here, and the second one by Mr. Anthony Onkwe is going to be taken in the second room. So let's make it as fast as we can. All right. Thank you very much. So please, if you're here, can we please move forward to one side? If you're here for the session, so that move forward to this side. Yes, please, can you come to this side for that session? Thank you. Just so that it's more concentrated. So, yeah.
Look, if you are still here, I need you to give yourselves a round of applause, please. Because I'm exhausted myself, but I just have to stay back. But most importantly, I need to remind you of one thing. You just attended the first Legal Tech conference in Nigeria. Please clap yourselves again. I would also love to thank Kelechi and the team. You guys did amazingly well, from the MCs down to the ushers to the volunteers. Without you, I don't think we would have been able to go far with this project. Now, that being said, I would love to just jump straight into what we have today. But before anything at all, I want to remind you of 4 sets of people that you already know, One of them is an intelligent and experienced lawyer. He earns less than 100,000 naira, right? His suit is already becoming gray. His white shirt is getting torn on the collar. And you know the funny thing? First thing Monday morning is going to go back to that life. The second set of people I want to talk about is a group of law students, That law student is going to have to sum up courage in law school to ask our colleagues for money to pay our law school fees. Another set of people, they won't be able to go to law school. You know why? Because NUC has disaccredited their law program. But lastly, we have another set of people. They are the ones that are here right now. They are trying to find out how they can maximize their income through legal technology. And that's where we come in. My name is Tayo Ismail. I run a company called LegalTech Business. It's a platform dedicated to advancing the growth of technology, growth of legal practice through technology. For the next 30 minutes, I'll try my best to see how I can summarize most of the things that we have, because this is a workshop. Now, where man they work, now then they do it in. Thank you very much. I want to be as practical as I can be, and I also want to give you enough things that you can go home with, so that as soon as you leave this place, you can start working on creating a substantial income for yourself. And if it works for you, the next thing that you should do is to talk to other young lawyers or other law students so they can do the same thing. Now, How can legal tech help lawyers maximize their income? First of all, what is legal technology? Legal technology is as straight to the point as possible. It just refers to the use of technology and softwares to help clients and legal practitioners. That's easy. Keep that somewhere. Now, what are the challenges to lawyers' income? Why is it that we have so many lawyers that don't have enough when it comes to them surviving in this very delicate Tinubu's economy? I'm sorry I said that, but it's what it is, you know. It was not easy for me to get fuel today. I had to just talk to some area boys. They opened the place. I got in there, I got fuel. But I know for a fact that some other lawyers are facing worse situations. Now, what have I been able to do to assist myself to get all these things on the way? Those are the things I was telling you. But before then, one of the things that affects lawyers or affects their income is underpaying clients. We have clients that do not want to pay. The second problem is legal tech career path ignorance. They do not even know that there are other career paths that they can delve into to ensure that they get paid well at the end of the month or at the end of every year. As for underpaying clients, clients underpay for different reasons. While some of them cannot afford you, most of them do not just believe that you deserve to be paid that amount of money. No matter how hard you want to believe that, maybe you went to law school, you are very intelligent, you are the law. They just do not see you as someone they should give their money. So what do? There's a psychology to all this. And I'm going to be talking from my own experience. As a matter of fact, there's this favorite quote of a person that I heard. They said, if you are somebody that is experienced, will never be at the mercy of someone that has an opinion. So whatever I'm going to be telling you here today, there are things that I've done, things that I've also advised some of my other colleagues to do, and they've been able to do it, and things have changed for them. So if things have changed for them, there's a huge tendency that's going to change for you. I'm still on the path to growing myself, but there's nothing wrong with me sharing everything that I've learned to everyone here today. Going forward, you don't need to stress yourself. You just need to start simple when it comes to legal technology. Now, how do you start simple? You may get confused when you hear things about artificial intelligence, data, blah, blah, blah. It can get so confusing that you wonder, where am I? What are these people talking about? It was pretty difficult for me when I started, hearing data, hearing so many stringent words. There was nothing I could do with it until I went deeper into that rabbit hole, and I learned a few things. I would have loved to talk about remuneration order, but that would take our time. When you're less busy, just try to run through it. See what remuneration order talks about. See what it says and the laws, the scales you're supposed to follow and how you're supposed to charge. But let's talk about how you can actually change the psychology of clients and let them pay you very well. Before your clients can pay you, there are different things that you need to do. But something that is very simple that is actually in the lines of technology is, one, invoicing. Not just invoicing, case reports. These are things that you know. Well, I spoke with a lawyer 2 days ago and I asked her, look, that client, did you send the client an invoice? She said no. And this is a lawyer that has like 13 years experience. There is something about invoicing. Every service that you offer, right, from meetings down to out-of-pocket fees, down to legal advisory, you have to bill everything, put everything in an invoice. And if you send it to a client and that client does not pay you, just come back and tell me just come back and tell me that, Baba, they don't pay me. I will tell you that it's either the client does not have enough money or that client is just one of the clients that is not supposed to be your own client. Because if a client is supposed to pay you, right, you are supposed to also attract the clients that are willing to understand the service they're actually delivering. If you can't attract that kind of a client, or you do not even try your best to see, okay, fine, Mr. A, can Mr. A pay my bills? Can Mr. A pay for my service? Can I even influence Mr. A's opinion about what he's trying to get into? If you can't, that's not your client. If he doesn't want to pay you for your services, you might as well just move away. But for those that are willing to pay you, and even for those that are unwilling to pay you, if you send them an invoice, out of 10, I can tell you that out of 10, 7 have been able to pay us. And how did we do it? There's one invoice here. Can you just go to that slide, please? You'd have to go back to that. This is a fake invoice that I created before coming here today. That logo is fake. You can see Mandarin Limited and the likes. This is an invoice that we sent to a client some days back. The legal fees there, the professional fees is actually more than that, but it's higher than this, but I have to just bring it down for the law students and the lawyers that are actually still scared of billing, right? Now, the first thing that we did, statutory fees. If you do CAC runs, you know what this is all about. People charge for statutory fees, annual penalties, 2021, 2022, 2023, that's 15. You put the quantity 4, that's 60K. Board resolution draft. I can draft a board resolution closing my eyes, right? But this client wanted to get an export license. So these are the things that the client needed. So what did we do? We put the board resolution draft plus company sale. Company sale, you can get it if you go to Igbo Share. It's very cheap, quite cheap. We just did the board resolution draft plus that 75,000 naira. Statutory fees, that is CT7, 25K. Professional fees, that's 155. But ours was higher than that. But you know, as simple as this is, a lot of lawyers do not do it. That takes me to one quote that I think you should go home with. Even if you don't go home with anything here today, I need to go home with one thing, and that is legal services are intangible. For clients to pay you what you deserve, you have to make it tangible through technology. What do I mean? You can go through hell and back for clients. Go all the way to the EFCC, and one of the operators will tell you that, why you do your work like this? Which kind of lawyer you be safe? You will be insulted. After doing that, you rush back downstairs, and you're trying to get the wife out on bail. The wife is stressing, the baby is crying. You live there, you go all the way inside, you see people from the FBI, they are trying to interview your client. You get into the space, and the operator is saying that, Paris, please go and sit down there. I'm trying to tell you how much some operators will stress the hell out of you as a lawyer. Now, you must go through all that stress and not be able to put it in a tangible format. If you put it in a tangible format, you'll be paid for it, because as soon as you're done putting it in an invoice, in an invoicing tool, or it comes out in an invoice, the client sees, and the client is like, Omo, my lawyer has gone through hell and back from you. I need to pay you. But if you can't show your client that you've gone through hell through something that is tangible, like an invoice, you're just wasting your time. And some clients, some lawyers are so, they do not even understand that they are not supposed to be using WhatsApp to have chats with clients all the time. You can take them to WhatsApp at the point, but you are supposed to start out with an email. When they start talking to your WhatsApp, they're like, so, sir, can I get your email? They will send you the email. As soon as they don't send you the email, what do you do next? Whatever you've done for them. Is it working? Yeah. Can you go back to the slide on case reporting tool and invoice, please? Just back. Yeah, no, just go back. Yeah, that's it. The invoicing tool. I'll tell you how to use these invoicing tools now. They are very simple to use. Some themselves and they go on Canva. These are things that lawyers and law students can do. For law students here, I'll tell you how you can do yours. It's also very simple. Now, for a very simple invoicing tool that you can use, it doesn't matter how long you've been at the bar. You don't have to use Canva. Just go into Google, type this into Google, create.onlineinvoices.com. It's a free tool. As soon as you get that's what I used to generate that other invoice. There are other invoicing tools that you can use, but this one works like magic. In less than 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, you're done with something, you're done with the invoice, and you can send something that looks very, very good and professional to a client. That would in turn change your services into a tangible format, and that would in turn influence the psychology of a client to believe that you're supposed to be paid for that service. Once you're done with that, what do you do next? You detail every service, including the virtual meetings. Don't just go for virtual meetings and be like, yes, you've seen me, I've spoken very fluently. It doesn't translate to your. You have to be very, very careful to ensure that you do not forget to include it in your invoice. The third one, your engagement letter, that has to do with remuneration order. I'm actually in the committee of the remuneration order committee. We try our best to see how we can influence the welfare of lawyers into a better stage. But when you're listening, you can also check what that says, the engagement letter. You have to always give an engagement letter to a client if you're trying to send out, if you have been briefed for a job. You have to find out to send it to that client. Now, in that engagement letter, you have to clearly outline the content of your brief, because at some point, some clients are very overzealous. You want to do A for them, but they want you to do B, C, and D. So instead of them to stress you the hell out, I would have loved to tell you a story, but because of time, I might not be able to go that deep, right? Or let me just rush into it. A client they froze a client's account. We're now trying to remove the PND, right? So we sent the invoice to the client that, look, these are the things that we're going to be doing for you. We're also trying to resolve it administratively. So pay our fees. They sent fees, travel fees, hotel bills, all the way to Abuja, and we go back. As soon as we go back, luckily for us, we prepared the invoice, sent the engagement letter and everything. And the client came back. I was saying that, look, you said as soon as you get to Abuja, you're going to help me resolve this. But you know what we discovered when we got to Abuja? We discovered that there was more to it than what we saw. That actually they did a few things, and I don't want to go into too many details of the client, but it was quite dirty and rough. The client was involved in certain shady things. And when she started stressing, what did we do? We just sent her the invoice and sent her the engagement letter that these are the things we were supposed to go to Abuja for. We were just supposed to go there on a fact-finding mission. It saved us a whole lot. But that invoice that we sent helped us to get that income into our pocket, and it was not bad. Now, dedicated email, I talked about that earlier on. Find a way to send emails to clients. Don't always use WhatsApp for professional interactions. Please, can you get the next slide? That's that. Now, for those that are wondering whether you have to be typing a case report every time, case reports are things that you should also add to the invoicing. After sending the invoicing, you've added the engagement letter, you have to send a case report. I went through hell from point A to point B, right? You don't have to write that, okay? But you know what I mean. At this so point in time, we reached out to the NCCC, MPF NCCC. We had a discussion, and we were resolved that this will not be able to, we're not able to lift the PND as investigations are still ongoing. Things like that. Write it in a very, very, professional format and send it to the client. For everything that you do for a client, for every service that you offer a client, always learn to send what? A case report. Now, what I always do is this. This is a simple prompt I always use in ChatGPT. With this, you can develop a case report in less than 3 minutes. What do you need to do? I want to teach you a bit of prompt engineering here. Now, you start with this. Please ignore all previous instructions. What it means is that you must have been prompting ChatGPT, stressing the hell out of the application. So what you need to do is just make it come back to the status quo. Ignore all the previous Can you go back there? It is ignore all previous instructions. You are an experienced lawyer that provides updates to your clients with ChatGPT. You know what you're telling ChatGPT? You're trying to bring ChatGPT into the level of a very, very smart lawyer that knows what he or she is doing. Your English language is simple. I will send some details to you. Write a formal update to your client using these details. Be brief and professional. I like adding this last one. No yapping, please, because ChatGPT can say a lot of crap. So I don't want you to yap around, right? No yapping, please. Then you add the client's name. Always use the first name because of data issues, right? Case name, always use the first name as well, data protection laws. The current status of that case, that's the hell that you went through. Include any recent developments or updates, key highlights, mention specific blah, 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 next steps, outline upcoming actions. All this, you just need to put them in one sentence each. It will develop something substantial for you. Additional notes, any relevant information. Once you send that to ChatGPT, it's going to send you something easy and nice and professional that you can send to the client. If it doesn't send it to you, please call my phone. I know what to do. I know what to call. Right? Next slide, please. Now, you have to remember to use the legal practitioner remuneration order as a guideline. This is exactly how some of my friends' firms were able to generate a minimum of 700K every month. And these are firms of less than 5 years. And this is fact. You can take it to the bank. One of them is a lady, the other is a guy, right? And they've been able to do very well. These are the things that they've been able to do over time, and they're doing it well. And their law firms are actually growing very, very well. It's unfortunate that in this part of the world, in most part of the world, the business of law, how to run a business is not taught in law schools. The only thing that we're taught in law schools is the practice. As a matter of fact, the practice is not even fully taught in law schools. You have to practice on the streets, right? So what you are supposed to do is to do what I said earlier on. Legal services are quite intangible. For you to maximize your income as a lawyer, you have to make it tangible through the use of technology. Can we just go to the next slide? The second thing I'm going to talk about is legal tech career ignorance and apathy. Apathy means you're not really inclined towards something. Legal tech career, blah, 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 you know what that means. Now, legal tech careers exist. But how do you go into something that you don't even know exists? That's where I come in. I'll try to just see how I can talk about one legal tech career that I think people, law students and lawyers, should find a way to delve into. And that is mostly creating a legal tech startup, okay? I'll talk about my pocket counsel. It's an amazing, please give you a round of applause for her, please, Mrs. Former. No, it's also pocket lawyers. Yeah, it's there too, it's there somewhere. Is there some? Okay, I think it's on the first slide. Well, my pocket counsel is the other guy that got what's it called on Google? You know, the Google Black Founders Fund. I think they were like $4 million. It was able to join 40 other startups that got something. My pocket lawyers, what they do is that they have a platform that has virtual law firms that you can actually jump on there, have a virtual law. But before then, what you guys were doing, you guys were offering legal services differently. I was at LBS with you guys when you were on the stage, so I know a lot about you. When I delved into legal tech fully, I researched a lot of companies. I got to meet a lot of people virtually, and she is one of the people I met virtually, but you know, we're meeting physically for the very first time. Yeah. And a lot of people here from Eddie Young down to Kelechi and the likes. Now that's what legal tech careers do for you. It cuts your journey by half. If you're someone that knows about technology, if you're supposed to get to a particular stage in your career in 10 years, trust me, technology will cut it by 5. You can walk into rooms where senior lawyers are talking and you'll be able to sit down. Why? Because you've been able to advance into the technology space. But what I'm also happy is that this space that we're currently in, the fact that I'm here with everybody here, there's a huge tendency that people will be starting billion-dollar companies from this conference. And I'm really, really proud to be one of you guys. Now, my pocket counsel, Clio is run by Jack Newton. They raised 900 million. She said it earlier today. Definely has 2 founders. One guy is white. The other guy, his name is Inamdi. I think Inamdi is currently the CEO. They raised over $7 million in May. It's a legal tech startup, right? The guy dumped legal practice and focused on legal tech, and he's doing well. These are businesses that I believe that Nigerian lawyers should be able to create, because we are way too smart to be going through what we are going through as legal practitioners. It's just that we don't talk about it enough. We have Tech Lawyered here, we have Law Pavilion, we have legal tech business. There are so many opportunities in the market that I think we should find ways to delve into. Reasons why we should all try to find a way to explore legal tech career paths. 1, not all law students will go to the law school. No matter how, you see, look, you can get angry from now till tomorrow. You will never understand the pain of a law student that finished from Udegbe and their course got disaccredited, or law school will never accept them. So what's going to happen to such a law student? Let's imagine that a law student is a guy. You have to get married. You have to take care of your children. What are you going to do? Are you going to go back to, are you going to try to gain admission to Unilag when you're already like 35, 36? We're not supposed to lose all our lawyers because they do not understand that there are other career paths that they can still find a way to influence the legal profession or offer legal services. Those are the people that we also need, those people in the legal tech ecosystem. Not all lawyers want to practice. I was speaking with a very smart lawyer. She told me that, look, if only I had as much passion for law as I have for legal tech. When she said that, I had goosebumps all over me. Not all lawyers should be forced to practice as lawyers. They don't want to. Why should they be forced? But they can still be in the line of tech. It can still be in the line of law by going through legal technology. Number 3, legal practice may become monotonous and unfulfilling. Sometimes it's not really about you're smart, you know what you're doing, you have a large client base. Over time, you might get bored. Legal tech might just be, law might just be very, very boring for you. Today, you have to be in court. I saw one lawyer one time. She was so stressed that she was with her wig and gown on a bike going to the next court. Now she's in Canada. Every day she would tell her, bro, I'm tired of law. And she was working in a very good firm. Very, very intelligent, pretty girl. Married with 2 kids.
She's in Canada now. She said she doesn't want to hear anything that has to do with law. If only she knew something else. I'm telling you, if only she could do something else that could let her survive, with the experience that she has, and she will still be in the lines of law, but not going to court and not seeing, not working with in the hand, not working with other lawyers. And that's what LegalTech provides, right? Next slide, please. So I want to quickly just give a case study. I want us to just create a LegalTech startup sharp here, right now. And I'll see how we can make it work. LegalTech startups should not be too complicated in our heads. If you're trying to go into LegalTech, I think what you should be doing is you should be trying to work on a business that people are already paying for. Ideas are very beautiful, but you can get a trapit idea. You can get involved in an idea that will take you down. Ideas that do not bring in income will just lead to depression. Don't let anyone lie to you. If you start running around, you might have a serious headache at the end of the day after like 3 to 4 years, because it's difficult to drop something that has not been able to help you if you are very passionate about it. You just be hoping and hoping and hoping, and you hope for 3 years, hope for 4 years. 4 years now, you're better on the whites. What's going on, right? That's really horrible. Now, what you should be doing is you're going to be creating a legal tech. That's just what I feel. People are allowed to be first movers, but I just think that people hype first movers too much. They don't even talk about second movers. Second movers already have the data to know that this business is not something that should be going into. Making money for people. And that's thing that I learned during my research. This is a hack that you should know. The best legal tech companies, the most profitable legal tech companies from my research, right, are the legal tech companies that offer services to not just lawyers. You need to take this today, but lawyers and regular individuals, final consumers, businesses. Let's create a legal tech startup. A legal tech startup that aids the incorporation of companies. A lot of lawyers incorporate companies. Before you know what's happening, they will send you, I incorporate companies. They just get one somebody's Canva and put it on their own page too. Incorporation services. They will send something weird. How do you want to incorporate? It's just so ridiculous. You can actually make a huge margin if you use legal technology. You can create like a very simple MVP. What do? Get on WordPress. If you can design WordPress, if you can't, you can even get a regular person to design a WordPress website for you for like 70,000 naira. Add a form to it. All the details you always collect on WhatsApp, those are the same details you'll be putting in that form. That's exactly what so many other companies have been able to do. A few companies have been able to do. Companies like Legal Trunk, Nobase, for example, gets, Nobase charges like $120 for company registration for crying out loud. And you are there wondering that, if I charge more than 50K, would they patronize me? Of course they will patronize you. What do? Put a form on that, put a form on that website, get all the details. Through the back end, you can charge a minimum of 85,000 naira for registration. Minimum of 85,000 naira. Once you get all the details in the back end, finish the registration, send it back to them. I want to be very realistic with numbers. That's a margin of 50,000 naira. The cheap, most of the time, we're going to register a company. You can register a company for like 35K. Bad as bad, maximum, whatever wallet you want to go through, right? You have like 50K margin. If you can register 10 companies in a month, please, how much is that? I need to know you guys are here with me. I can't hear you, please. That's 500,000 naira. And the only reason why you'll be able to get more people is because you can finally run ads with your company. You can finally run ads with your company. You can finally run ads with that platform. You have it, you've created, ask somebody to create a Canva for you. Canva business, what's it called? A picture of the business on Canva. You put it up on the internet, you put it up on Instagram, boost the post. And the funny thing is that you can actually, there's no how, I don't know why you cannot even get 20 customers in a month. If you can get 20 customers in a month, please, how much is that? How much is that, please? 1 million naira in a month. Show me why a law student in 300 level that doesn't know where he or she will be getting as law student can do something as simple as that. Must she wait for her to graduate? Must she wait to graduate? Must she wait to get into law school and now wait for 3 years? and I'll be paid like how much every month. No, those are simple tech businesses that I think they should create. But before you go further down into the hole, that rabbit hole, you need to first of all set clear goals that are processed. What that means is that if you're trying to design a company, like I just said, set a clear goals. What am I trying to achieve? What is going to happen? Is this a business that already exists? Fine. What I'm doing now is that I'm just trying to use technology to do what? To supercharge that business. And it makes it very simple for you. Number two, conduct a market research. If you're going to conduct a market research, you need to set the size of your target market. Let me see if I can get you. There's a research, there's something that I always do. I always go on Crunchbase. Your ideas are not that unique. Don't think your ideas are unique. Somebody somewhere has already created something like that. So what I do is that I go on Crunchbase. If I have like a company incorporation platform, I can type, I'll go on Google first, type company incorporation platform. Once you type that, put a country beside it. You can put USA. You will see a number of startups that are doing what you're doing. With that, you can go deeper into that rabbit hole, like I have been using. See what that company does. Look for the founders. Go on YouTube. They will tell you about their challenges. You are not supposed to do what they are doing in Nigeria, but you are supposed to understand their challenges. So you'll be starting from an informed point of view. But you should learn this. If you discover that your idea does not have people that have done it, it means that nobody has done it before, or it also means that somebody has done it before, the person has failed. So that means you shouldn't delve into it. It's the last slide. Engage with potential customers, test your products and advertise, research similar ideas. That's what I talked about. Can you go, please? Now, to learn more about this company has like a free course, legalserviceinnovation.com. That is a free course, you can check it to learn more about how to create legal tech startups. Then you can also check Y Combinator classes on YouTube. Last slide. Now, this is a prompt for you to generate a business idea. Don't rush yourself. If anyone needs it, you should just reach out to the organizers. They will send you this slide. You can easily just, you can just develop a legal tech business idea with this prompt. Put it in ChatGPT, you're good. Don't rack your head too much. It will analyze everything you need. I developed this for people that really want to learn how to create legal tech startups. It will guide you, it will prompt you into the space of the knowledge of you creating your own startup. It will list out so many things. It's just a starting point. It's not final. With time, you tweak it. Next, please. Next, you can audit that. You can audit your ideas. If you have like one amazing idea, you use this prompt to audit it. Next one. Now, final thought. Legal services are intangible. You know what it means. It means that you can't see them. To maximize your income, make them tangible through use of technology. Now, the careers of lawyers are not always threatened with tech. It's always enriched by it. Let that be your guiding motto. Technology will always enrich your career. It's not going to take anything away from you. Don't let anyone lie to you. Explore legal tech career opportunities. But this is one thing I also want to talk about. We clearly have an access to justice problem. We do. But for us to solve it, the major players, you and I, we have to maximize our income because that's the best sword to fight the true battles that lies ahead. At the end of the day, a hungry lawyer, just a matter of time, is going to become a dishonest lawyer. Thank you. We have questions. MC.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause again for him. They had technical issues there, so they'll take a little, like 2 minutes to round off. So I don't know if anybody has any questions here. Questions? Questions? Anybody have any questions? Do you have a question? He's asking if it's possible to get the slides. Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Please, a round of applause. You know those slides, they are worth millions, and they're sharing it for free. So nobody has any questions? All right, no problem. So we'll just, okay, someone has, okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Tayo. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Yes, my name is Casey. I'm asking in respect of client engagement. Now, you spoke about communication with clients on WhatsApp, the rest of it, that we should avoid WhatsApp. Now, I've understood over time that some clients, both the older generation and the new ones, they barely read. Nobody wants to read your long diction, no matter how simplistic, and I dare say overly simplistic it is. Now, what other ways, apart from emails, phone calls, and the rest of it, how can we further effectively engage clients?
All right, thank you for that question. Do we have any more so that he can combine and answer at once? All right, so I'll just give it to him.
Hello, thank you very much. That's a very brilliant question. Okay. I had the same problem. One of our best paying clients, it's actually a very big brand. Weirdly enough, they don't use emails, right? So, but before anything at all, I'm not saying that you should not use WhatsApp. There are some time frames that you will not have a choice, you'll be left with WhatsApp. You can also, but first things first, make sure you change their psychology on what they're about to do with you. If they reach out to you, the first thing, you try to let them know that they can send everything to your email, because you want to have something they call a train of thoughts. After explaining that to them, the next stage is, with time, you'll be having certain conversations. But when it gets really, really steep or very, very serious, direct them to your email. Now, for those that don't even have emails, that are local, but they have the big box, they want to pay you, what you should do is use your normal letterhead. Use that case report prompt that I gave you. Send it to that case report. After you generated that case report, send it to your letterhead and forward that letterhead of the case report to them as a letter. That's what we did for that client I just told you about. And we do it every month because they have like a lot of work. And before we came on board, they never really understood the importance of legal practitioners until shit hit the fan. And luckily for us, we've been able to do a lot for them. But this is another thing. They were not, when we had a conversation with the lawyers before now, that lawyer was not being paid well. But as soon as we came on board, we made our services tangible. They could see it. The only thing there is this is this is very high. That's what we can do. We also have lawyers to pay. We are doing a whole lot, but it cuts the conversation down seriously because they can see what we've done in the case reports. They can understand it, and they know that they cannot do it. That would definitely translate into a better income for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, any more questions? Any more questions? Last chance in the whole wide world. Okay, you have one. All right.
Thank you. My name is Lawal. So, on the issue of incorporation of company, I'm a lawyer. So, how do you see this problem coming? It's not about getting the clients. It's about the site itself, the portal, a CAC portal. I have a lot of clients, I have a lot of jobs, but now CAC will frustrate the hell out of you. So in that instant, what will you propose that someone should do? You write emails to them, they will not reply you. And if at all they are going to reply you, or if they want to query your work, incessant queries. So how can we resolve with such? And I noticed lately now, some of the queries, those people querying us are not lawyers. They don't know what they are querying us about. So how can we go with that?
To be honest, there are some things that are just beyond you. You understand what I'm saying? When it comes to CSE problems, they're beyond you. But there's always something that you can do. There's something they call terms of use on websites, especially e-commerce platform. If you're smart as a company owner or someone that runs his business online, you should always find a way to draft terms of use on your website. What the terms of use does is that they will tell you, you should tell your customers what to expect and what not to expect. In situations like this, I'm going to direct you to how to creating a legal tech platform that incorporates companies on behalf of customers. Your terms of use should clearly state that when it comes to CAC madness, you don't know day. You can't draft it that way. You know how to draft it as lawyers, okay? So at that point, they would know. If they stress you, they send you emails, just send them. You have to apologize because they're paying for your product. After apologizing, let them know what's going on. The clients that we had then we had these issues with the CAC. What we did was that we told them that, look, this is beyond us. And we sent them the emails that CAC had sent, especially their tweets. And they just soft-pedaled. They didn't stress us further. Another thing you can do is you need to find a way to work with consultants. You need to know how, whenever you make money, you need to know how to pay consultants to assist you. And those consultants, they are mostly CAC staffs. Someone that heads the ICT, I was able to get a person's contact, and the person helped us. We're able to get the name availability quickly, you know. So those are things that you can incorporate, but mostly clients will only get mad when you're not transparent with them. Let them know what's going on so they know what to expect and they'll not be expecting you to become the Wizard of Oz. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we won't be taking any more questions. So the other group is going to join us right about now. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. It's not easy. It's not easy. You've been here since morning, listening, taking all that in. The thing is implementation, execution. Please, let's make sure that we put all these ideas and conversations that we've had into action. So, yeah, we've moved. That is the final teaching. I don't want to say teaching. That is the final. I want to say impartation, but I'm not going to say that. That's the final session we're having today, and we're moving to the end of this conference, the first LegalTech Fest in Nigeria. In Nigeria, please put some respect. Put some respect on Tech Lawyer. Please, a round of applause for Tech Lawyer. This has been such a great session, and I'm happy that what came as a tweet has come into fruition. So we're waiting for the other group to join us. We have some pitches by some of our sponsors and partners and by some people. So I need them to come in. But yes, please get ready if you're ready to, if you're pitching, please get ready. 2 minutes each, you are going to be timed. So we're waiting for the other people to join in. And 1 minute, all right. So, okay. Are we ready? Let's make it snappy, snappy, snappy. All right, so if you're pitching, please step forward. I'll be calling the sponsors and partners first of. All right, so the first pitch, who wants to volunteer to be a timekeeper? Who wants to volunteer? All right, so you have a volunteer timekeeper here. All right, thank you very much. Okay, let me wait briefly for people to settle in. 1 minute, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. So the first organization to be pitching today is Law Pavilion. Law Pavilion. Please, round of applause for Law Pavilion. They're one of our sponsors. We've had speakers from the organization come to speak to us today. So the first pitch is from Law Pavilion. Is Law Pavilion ready? Is Law Pavilion ready? All right. If they're not ready, let's move on to Vassal Crest. Vassal Crest. Vassal Crest. Is Vassal Crest ready for their pitch? Okay. 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 LegalTech? Same. Okay, so nothing. All right. Thank you. Headforth Foundation for Justice. All right. Please, a round of applause for them. They've been here for a while. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Kemi Adeneko, and I lead the programs team at Edward Foundation for Justice. So Edward Foundation for Justice is a non-governmental organization that closes the gap within the Nigerian justice system through legal aid, advocacy, and technology innovation solution. And that is our Lawyers Now app. Okay, I was hoping that it will be projected. So what our Lawyers Now app is a digital application that offers free and easy access to justice. It was launched in 2021, and then when we started out there, we realized that a lot happened between the moment of arrest and when somebody gets a legal representation. So this app provides you an opportunity to have easy access to a legal representation, all for free. All you need to do is to download the app on Apple Play Store or Google Play Store, on Apple Store or Google Play Store, and you sign up as a user. Now it is in two ways. You can either sign up as a user or as a lawyer. So if you are a lawyer and you are interested in offering pro bono service, you can also sign up, and then you get to offer your service for people, all for free. And then your location is not a barrier. You can be anywhere in Nigeria and sign up as a user on the app. And then when we started out there, it used to be criminal cases, but now you can actually give legal advice that is not pertaining to criminal issues. It could be civil matters. Somebody might be confused about making certain decision about the business, or it could be tenant and landlord situation. So you as a lawyer will get assigned to that particular user or complainant, and then you offer your service for the person for free. Then the other way too, as a user, you can sign up, play your complaint, and immediately you are being assigned a lawyer, and it is for free. So we have a very short video to play. And then if you don't mind, you could just bring up your phone now and go to your Play Store or your Apple Store to download the app. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Headforth Foundation. They're one of our partners today. So I'd like to call on Law Pavilion. Law Pavilion. Please, a round of applause again for them. You're welcome back, Mr. Leko. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. So at Law Pavilion, we are deep into legal tech, and we've run this for a considerable number of time. We have solutions that spans the law reporting solution, and this has grown over the years. So you are able to easily access any records from the Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, and it's able to give you records that are related to what is interesting to you. And then apart from these, we have a solution that manages the court system, and we have another solution that manages the registries of court. Okay, so every one of these solutions are enterprise in themselves. We have some solution that manages the legal department of financial organizations. So that one actually is for legal departments of financial organizations or any corporate organizations, as the case might be. And then we also have Just Ease. I talked about Justice earlier on. And so this is like a for the general public, for you to be able to easily like download, and then you can also have access to the legal space without being a lawyer. Okay, so those are some of the solutions that Law Pavilion has, and Law Pavilion is actually making its inroads into creating a solution that I won't talk about yet, but I believe is going to be coming out for as many people that are in the legal space that will be coming for the NBA conference. So we actually have a solution there that can assist lawyers with their stamps and seals. So I'd like to just say thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and it's been very wonderful time here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lekon. Thank you very much, Law Pavilion, again for sponsoring our event. We appreciate you. God bless you. So the next organization is Tech Minded Lawyers Club. Tech Minded Lawyers Club. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. Please a round of applause for Tech Minded Lawyers Club.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Edith Young, and I'm the founder of Tech Minded Lawyers. So that's our TMLC is a community, a change-making community of lawyers, law students, and innovators, and we're exploring the middle place where technology and law meet. Now, the main purpose of this is simple, is to bring technology into law to make a difference and to create change. And one of the ways we do that is through empowerment and education. So like an ed tech, but also focused on the legal sector. Now, we do empowerment and education because the people who would protect our data, the people who would build the next generation, who would advise the next generation of startups, need empowerment, need education, and need to be elevated. We have in our community, we have conversations on technology law, legal tech, and justice tech. Right now, we just closed our 6 weeks training on data protection where we collaborated with NDPC, National Data Protection Commission of Nigeria, and we graduated 30 students who will now serve as paralegals to create data protection and privacy standards across the country. This year, we also launched the Tech Minds Digital Transformation Project. Woo! I'll clap for myself. Our theme is bridging law and tech for a stronger digital tomorrow in Nigeria. What we are doing with this project is we are going across all universities in Nigeria. We are building technology law clubs, technology clubs in law faculties, so that we can build capable talent from the grassroots. We have done this in OAU. August 5th, we are going to Uni Oshu, and throughout the year, we are going to Uni Uyo and Faculty of Law, Abu Zaria. We have partnered with Legal Tech Business, Pocket Lawyers, and Legging for this purpose, and we're currently seeking more partners and sponsors. Thank you very much.
When are you coming to the University of Ibadan? Better add UI to your list. Thank you. All right, so the last organization to be pitching today is the Intellectual Property and Technology Law Club, University of Ibadan.
Thank you very much. I did not know I was going to be pitching here today, but I'm doing Sola Olakunle. I'm the president of the Intellectual Property and Technology Law Club, and I'm here with some of the executive members and members as well. So what we do is we create awareness on intellectual property and technology within our community, University of Ibadan, and even outside the community. Because even recently we had reduced them to intellectual property and copyright infringements and all of those things. So during the last administration, before I came to be the president, we started a law clinic, an intellectual property law clinic, although it's not fully implemented, but we started planning towards it. And this is aimed at startups or innovative technologies within the university, among students, people who do not really have like finances to get lawyers. So what we do is we reach out to top law firms in Nigeria and get subsidized price for legal services like trademark registration for our members and everybody within the community. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for all the organizations that have partnered and have sponsored the first legal tech conference in the whole of Nigeria. Please clap for them once again. So yeah, we're going closer to the official end of the event. Now we're going to conclude this event by doing something light, a game, a very light game. There are prizes to be won. Trust me, tech lawyer prizes are to be valued. So we're going to be doing a really short game before we finally conclude. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. A round of applause for yourselves. You stayed true to the end. You've listened. You've engaged. You're a wonderful audience. So let's conclude finally with a game. And I'd like to call on the founder of Tech Lawyered once again, Kelechi Achinonu. Please, a round of applause for Please round of applause for my founder. All right, thank you.
Hi everyone. So hello. Hello. Hi. I know that the energy is, if not because I'm the one that brought people here, me too, and I've gone. But yeah, so when I want to play a game, it was supposed to be Kahoot, but they asked me that I should pay, and I know I have money to pay, so I look for the free version of the game. But there should be like a link. Please bring out your phones and either scan the QR code or go to slido.com and put in the code that you see there. So if you played Kahoot before, this is very similar to Kahoot. It's more around fastest fingers and who is like, I guess it's like the eye for detail or something. So something like that is, I'm sorry, it's telling you what? Yeah. Yes, it's a Q&A. So let me know who has joined. If you've joined, say aye. All right, going. You've joined? Yes, okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes, you can use slido.com. I think you should make it. Okay, when you press please, when you take it. Okay. Yes, that's fine. Are we all good? I'm still okay. So final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you haven't, just support the person that has joined beside you. So let's play. Let me see. Okay. So you've joined. So we should see people that have joined actually. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So these are names of, so we have, So 20. Okay, so we have 21 people. Okay. I thought people are tired.
Okay.
All right, so.
Some people joined online.
Some people joined anyways, it's fine. All right, so we're starting the. I'm sorry, we're starting the quiz now. To just play, yes. It's 20 seconds. Oh, you don't have the questions? Can you see the answer? Sorry, not the answer, the options. Oh, sorry, I should have explained. So yes, you read the question and you click the answer. It's a 20-second question. Okay. Going. Gone. Next. People, 30% of people got it. 40 clicked on Ben. Sorry, you didn't get it. Sorry. 30% said Lillian. Okay. Next. The answer is Lillian. Yay! The energy is coming. All right, next question. How many, I can't be reading it. How many local governments does Nigeria have? Somebody mentioned it today, actually. If you like, mention the answer. Your person will take it. Going. I'm sorry. Who is? Gone. Next. So let me see. Oh, you didn't go back. Go back. Oh, I think we already saw the answer. Yeah. So sorry, next question. When was the last Nigerian general election held? All of you are doing APC, PDP, LP. What was that day? All of us went to Twitter. I'll be counting your poll. LUP 71.
You can't switch these things. No, please don't switch it.
Going. So far, I do collaborative answer. Going, gone. Next question. I know that the speaker spoke about collaboration, but we will not share the prize like that. What are the keyboard shortcuts for copy and paste in any Microsoft program? I want tech lawyers. Going, gone. Some people did Control C. Okay. That is so wrong. I am sorry. That's on me. Free question. I'm sorry. It's Control C, Control V. Who gave Nigeria her name? Yeah, will be. Who gave Nigeria her name? Going, gone. All right. Next question. Who is on the 200 naira note?
That big out 200 now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everybody bow.
Next question. What was the first capital city in Nigeria? You are too excited. You will share your prize. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Someone chose Calabar. I mean, they have the potential. Next question. Which of this is a legal tech startup in Nigeria? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Andela. Okay. Someone. What? Next question. Who is the name of the convener of LegalTech Fest? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They will not spell your name wrongly. All right. Which popular comedian is known for the character Mama G? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alibaba. Next question. What does LegalTech stand for? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can you see yourself? All right. What does AI stand for in LegalTech? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Someone will pick something. I said it. What is a keyboard shortcut for Control Y? Legal tech lawyers. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, we do. All right. To be president in Nigeria, the person must be dash years and above. All of us that have political aspiration. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the answer is it's 35. 40. Thank you. I've learned something today. No vex. Thank you. All right. Nigeria became 36 states under the regime of who? History student. Actually, we all were history students. We went through law. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the answer is next question. We have 3 more and we're done. When did Nigeria become a republic? What happened, sir? Yeah, just come here late. It's obvious. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Someone will choose. Is it that cost it, sir? Next question. How?
See it.
The answer is. Thank you. Next question. I think the last question. What has been your best session today? Yeah. There is no wrong answer for this one. Why is it loading? All of them. Before encore. All right. Who is Malion, sorry. Nice. And then we have Oluyemi. Okay. Team Ace, tell me you guys. Adex. Nice. Dunsin. Thank you guys. Thank you very much for participating. So this is where we close out on the session. How has it been so far? All right, so I think that's like my closing remark. I wanted to play the game because, of course, it's been like a very long day with a lot of learning and information, but at the same time, just losing up a bit. I've spoken to a couple of people so far today, and I've gotten feedback on, it was great, it was inspiring, nice conversation, nice conference. I'm like, if you know what happened in the background. But I think that for me, I can sleep tonight knowing that despite all the stress that I have put myself and the team through in making this work, at least someone here feels like it was worth it. And I want to thank you guys very much for 1, coming early, and for 2, staying till the very end. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank the team that have had to put up with me for the past 3 months or so in putting this together. Thank you very much, Eniola. God bless you. She has been, I put up a tweet, and then I think we sort of like engaged and we sort of started talking, but I had work going on, and so I was almost letting it go and like maybe another time. But then she kept following up with me and be like, if you don't take this seriously, it will not hold. And my word was already out there that I wanted to do something, so I had to make this work. Someone has been asking me when is 2.0. I'm like, I don't know. God will help us. Because what I went through for 1.0, I don't know what 2.0 will look like. But again, just coming back to the reality of things. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the team, to the volunteers. God bless you. And yeah, we have lunch packs for everyone that has stayed till now. Actually, for everyone. Let me not say I stayed till now, like it's an incentive. For everyone, right? And I want to ask that we please, after now, just go outside to the banner to take like a group picture. And then we can just all take our food packs, network, and yes, have an interesting and a good evening. Bye. Please, let's all go outside so we can take pictures quickly. Group pictures. Thank you.